3, 2, 1, good morning, good afternoon, good evening everyone, wherever you are, and for some ungodly reason that I'll never be able to understand, you still have the boredom to watch or listen to this show. Welcome to the 15th edition of the World So Far Report. As always, alongside with me is my colleague Viktor Krajnik.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wassalamualaikum assalam. Alrighty, it's been a while. Why did you all start burning down the planet? Every couple of weeks, they start gathering the news for the next show, either this one or the quasi-weekly one in Romanian. It's always like, if I miss around for about a month, then everyone starts burning shit down. And terrible. We remind you that this show exists solely because you support it, so don't forget to give shekelim, because otherwise the show will cough itself to death.
Or get bombed.
Yeah. To curse at us or to send us news or, God forgive, to praise us, topics at freedomalternative.com. We promise that we try to read them unless the very, very unfriendly spam filter decides to prevent us from reading them. I just found 2 forgotten emails and replied to them 3 weeks later. Sorry. Our BitTube subscription expired, so Gibbs Crypto or the second channel will not be able to be mirrored or will continue to be unmirrored. Actually, I should maybe put this pitch more into the Romanian language podcast because those are more interested. At least this one gets automatically mirrored.
Yeah, crypto got more expensive. You got to understand.
Yeah, no, I just forgot that the I was firmly convinced that the subscription expires in June, not in May. Therefore, I did not shill for more crypto. 2 days ago, when I realized that again the Romanian language channel is 2 or 3 videos behind, I was like, okay, let's update this one. Oh, wait, why doesn't the upload start? Oh, right. If you have Telegram and you're a regular donor, immediately write to me to get you into the donor circle where you get early access to shows, you get to vote on new projects before I even announce them in public. You basically get a say on certain things, and of course you learn the schedule much faster, and it seems to be that the best way, because otherwise it is just impossible. Gather the emails from PayPal, gather the emails from Patreon, gather them from Subscribe. It's impossible to communicate with everyone. But Telegram, at least, it's a little bit friendlier in this format. So yeah, get in touch with me, get you into the donor circle. This will be a longer episode, so 2 music breaks. Let's see how this goes. Oh yeah, and it's damn hot. But I won't complain because it's been extremely cold lately, so at least this time around it's easier to tolerate. Alright, the Americas. Breitbart. Follow the science. Documents suggest Biden let the teachers' union shape the CDC school reopening policy. Newly released documents suggest that one of the country's most powerful teachers' unions shaped Biden administration policies on the reopening of schools, despite President Joe Biden's pledge to follow the science on pandemic policy. The documents obtained by the conservative group Americans for Public Trust through a Freedom of Information Act request were reported Saturday by the New York Post. They show that the American Federation of Teachers lobbying the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and succeeding in having some of their recommendations adopted. The teachers' unions had long opposed the rapid reopening of schools, even when science said there was no significant risk. The Los Angeles Teachers Union also claimed that a statewide school reopening plan would reinforce structural racism. The Post reported that the powerful teachers union's full court process preceded the federal agency putting the brakes on a full reopening of in-person classrooms. Emails between the top CDC, AFT and the White House officials show. The documents show a flurry of activity between CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky, her top advisors and union officials, with Biden brass being looped in at the White House in the days before the highly anticipated February the 12th announcement on school reopening guidelines. Joe Biden campaigned against President Donald Trump by claiming that he would follow the science on the coronavirus pandemic, implying that the Trump administration had not. When he announced the administration's policy on school reopening on February the 12th, Biden said he would follow the science and claimed that the CDC has provided the best available scientific evidence on how to reopen the schools safely. Walensky also claimed that there had been no political interference.
Well, this is why unions, particularly the unions in the public sector, are not only cancerous, but particularly for anyone who's outside of the US. This is why it's important to have a transparent lobbying law, because because this isn't the only place where shit like this happened. Plus, plus the reason why they opposed it is because they were normally paid their salaries, even though they weren't doing squat.
Yeah, we've seen this in almost all countries of Europe as well, with buttloads of teachers essentially saying, well, look, we like the online learning environment, which means that we get to work 2 hours a day at most, but getting the same salary as if they were working, normally. So as a result, multiple teacher unions in Europe did exactly the same thing. The difference being that at least in Europe, teachers' unions are usually less powerful than the ones in the US. I guess with the possible exception of Sweden, but in Sweden they worked normally because for some reason Sweden decided not to be mentally insane when it came to this particular fluffy cough, which will remain a mystery for history to solve. I mean, why Sweden? But in any event, in the US, however, it is not exactly something surprising to learn that the Democrat Party is, well, the pet doll of the unions in general, and of these soft unions in particular, the teachers union, social workers union, things of that nature, right? Whereas the harder type of unions, like the police unions or the coal miners unions, and so almost all of those are no longer mentally retarded, or arguably never have been, and of course they generally support the Republican Party.
Yeah, but you see that's because okay, the police unions are the only exception to the rule, because the rest are public sector unions, and in some states even Republican ones. For example, in the case of Iowa, the biggest employer is exactly the public school system.
Right. Yes, that's true. Generally, the public sector union are what do you call them? Dubious, morally dubious, because what's the purpose of a union? To negotiate on the behalf of, well, employees or workers against the ownership, right? Well, who's the employer? Who's the ownership here? Well, it's the rest of us. It's taxpayers, right? So you have, legally speaking, is a terrorist movement, right? It is lobbying against the taxpayers, against the public interest, and on behalf of a minuscule, politically marginal lobbying group. So yeah, that's why public sector unions are problematic or legally dubious, and definitely morally dubious. In this particular, is it really a surprise? I would have been surprised if FOIA requests had shown exactly the opposite, right? That would have been a surprise to see the Joe Biden administration to tell the teachers unions to buzz off. Now that would have been a tremendous surprise.
Yeah, it would have been a surprise, considering that the AFT has been one of the top donors in the previous election, and I wouldn't be as generous with you. No, they're actually very fraudulent, because for those who may not know, teachers unions in particular take around anywhere between 10 to 15% cut from the salaries of each teacher that's part of the union.
15? That high?
Yeah.
Oh,
particularly in.
Not even the mob in Chicago, otherwise known as the construction workers union, gets a 15% cut. That's too much.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure in the case of the union in California, that is the case. They do. They do get 15% on top of the already
high taxes,
already ludicrous state and federal taxes accumulated.
15%. That's a lot. But then again, unions are a mob, so of course they're going to take their protection.
Unions are the mafia.
Yes, they are, and they take their protection tax. But as opposed to the real mafia, they offer no protection usually, or even when they do it at a negative trade-off for society, right? I mean, these days the mafia, the real one, the Sicilian one or the Palermitan one in Italy, they do offer protection for the people, by giving them food and protecting them against the aggression of the central government, who wants them all locked up so they don't cough, and the mafia protects them against it. So they offer real protection in exchange for the protection fee, whereas in this case, not so much. But yeah, you know, fuck the teachers' unions. It is what it is. The Sarasota Herald Tribune: the Florida legislature passes bill banning transgender women and girls from female sports teams. The title makes no sense. They banned boys from women's sports. Florida Republican leaders in the legislature used some last-ditching maneuvering Wednesday night to revive and approve a controversial ban on transgender athletes participating in women's sports at the high school and college level. The move sparked anger and emotional debate from Democrats in the House and Senate, surprised by the language added as a late amendment in the House to charter school legislation. The House earlier this month approved the ban, but it failed to advance in the Senate until made part of the charter school bill lawmakers were eager to approve before the session ends on Friday. The Senate balked at moving forward with the ban after the NCAA warned it might move championships out of locations where they felt student athletes were not treated with dignity and respect. Well, so they move. Transgender female athletes would be limited to playing co-ed sports or on teams with male athletes under the legislation, which restricts female teams to individuals identified as female on their birth certificate. The bill applies to high school and college sports sponsored by public schools, including intramural and club teams. Opponents Wednesday said the ban targets a fragile community of young Floridians struggling to come to grips with their gender. If it also involves only a small group of transgender women and girls who may want to play sports, well, then it's not a big deal, isn't it? If it only involves a small group, right? Indeed, in the House, supporters cited no examples from Florida where transgender female athletes had a competitive advantage. Then why do you oppose the law? The measure now goes to Governor Ron DeSantis, who is likely to sign it into law.
Sure,
Florida is among some 30 states where Republican lawmakers have seized on the transgender athlete issue after it was highlighted at February's Conservative Political Action Conference in Orlando. DeSantis at the conference emerged in a poll of attendees as their favorite outside the former President Donald Trump for the 2024 Republican presidential nomination.
The terrain is getting primed for the DeSantis 2024.
Choo-choo, everyone aboard. Once again, just like I said last episode, this is the kind of debate that has to be pushed. This moment is as good as any other. I mean, it's long overdue. This should have been forced all the way since 2014, when it was already clear it was becoming a big issue. So, you know, here we are 7 years later, finally conservatives doing what they were supposed to do, namely to conserve natural order against the assault of chaos. But, you know, 7 years later, but it's, again, better later than never. Any moment is as good as this one. Well, again, if the Democrats insist that, oh, but, you know, it's only a marginal issue, okay, fine, it's a marginal issue, then you should have no objections to it becoming a law. Right?
Exactly, the irony is missing them when they're providing arguments against such measures.
Yeah, the article, of course, is much longer than that. It contains a lot of whining from Democrat groups. I cut all of that because, again, I don't want this podcast to go for 6 or 7 hours. But almost all of their arguments are entirely emotional, because they know that you can't really argue against this on a rational point of view. You can't. And you know, it's all fine and dandy when Democrats sponsor blogs, publications, you know, Tumblr posts. Well, back in the days when Tumblr was allowing controversial content, because now they don't. Therefore, Tumblr died. If you're not allowed to be controversial, then I don't care about your platform. In any event, it's one thing when they did that, where you could go as far as to, you know, deny biology and things of that nature. But it's a whole different thing when you have to, you know, write policy, write legislation, enact public policy. You can't go there and say biology man bad or biology don't real. Right? You can't do that. Well, you can, but then again, there would be consequences for that, such as, you know, as President Trump would put it, millions and millions and millions and billions in reparations in the court of law. Because especially in the US, you know, it's enough if one person sues and wins, and that becomes a class action lawsuit really fast, and you know, y'all could go bankrupt. So, you know, all of those sweet shekels that you've got in lobbying for the transgenderist insanity, you might end up paying them back with interest to anyone who wins in a court of law. And I suspect in Florida they would win fairly easy.
Oh boy. Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, again, how come this hasn't been an issue for 4,000 years in the history of athletics, right? How come this is only an issue only in the last 10 years, basically? Because before 2010, the only time before that, well, when you would hear some of this, was in the 80s, when the DDR, that would be East Germany, was basically drugging its athletes in order to get better performances at the Olympics, world champions, and things of that nature. And some of the female athletes ended up having severe psychological and hormonal issues, but after their careers had ended. And yes, one or two of them became transgender men, quote unquote, as it were. But again, 10 or 15 years after their careers had ended. And there are quite a few documentaries about that, about the DDR doping scandals. But other than that, which was again, right from the get-go, an immoral issue, and everyone agreed it was immoral, you know, thou shalt not dope your athletes. But except that particular episode in history, it has never been an issue for 4,000 years. So, you know, I mean, going through ancient Greece, which was very degenerate from a sexual point of view, going through all sorts of very, very tolerant societies, most of them much more tolerant than the current West, going to 18th, 19th, and early 20th century Persia, it was never an issue. But now suddenly it's an issue. Really?
Yeah.
And again, at least in this aspect, in this particular situation, you know, athletics is a very old field and it has a very long history. And if you come up with innovations that are anything other than we came up with a new sport, can it please be added to the Olympic Committee? Anything other than that is just, it glows in the dark. It does. Because again, if it's an idea that nobody had come up with it up until about 10 years ago, then it's probably terrible. See you again at the next debate when it comes to I don't know, androids or hybrid humans. I suspect this one will be the next debate in athletics.
Androgynous creatures.
Right. I suspect this one will be the next debate in athletics, but maybe 20 or 30 years from now, not now. But yeah, you know, you lost this one, bro. Because again, it's not just the United States. I mean, it's also Japan, which, by the way, it's organizing current year Olympic Games, or maybe. You know, I heard that there are about 100,000 Karens in Japan who wrote a petition to try to cancel the Olympics for this year because they might cough or something. I suspect the Japanese Olympic Committee will disagree, but you know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe 100,000 Karens matter more than I suspect they do in Japan. But you know, it's also Japan, which really, really doesn't look kindly on these issues. It's of course China. It's almost everyone, really. It's most countries of Europe, by the way. And by most, I mean all of them, I guess, with the exception of the United Kingdom.
Well, pretty much most of the planet.
It's pretty much definitely Africa. I mean, yeah, I suspect that there is not a single National Olympic Committee in Africa that does not have my opinion on transgender athletes.
Yeah, the Japanese must be looking and see, wow, Bakagaijin, transgenders again.
So, you know, I mean, and more recently, even the Anglosphere has started to finally be penetrated by the messaging of, well, again, the vast majority of the planet. I think it was Daily Wire who was publishing, actually popularizing an interview given by a New Zealand female athlete who suddenly reminded everyone that basically women were told to shut the fuck up when it comes to this issue. And at some point you just cannot shut the fuck up. You know, it's that easy. And that's why you will see more and more alliances between the so-called trans-exclusionary radical feminists and, you know, the church or the mosque, or really anyone not fully insane with progressivism. As I used to say back in 2015 when I started this channel, progressivism is a mental disorder, or is it cancer? Well, cancer, I think. In any event, moving forward to my other favorite debate, CNN. Idaho moves to ban critical race theory instruction in all public schools, including universities. Slow clap. As some public school districts move toward embracing critical race theory in their curriculums, others, like in Idaho, are doing the opposite. Idaho lawmakers have advanced a bill that would prohibit public schools, including public universities, from teaching anything that any race, ethnicity, sex, religion, color, or national origin is inherently superior or inferior, which according to the bill is often found in critical race theory. It also prohibits teachings arguing that individuals, by virtue of their sex, race, ethnicity, religion, color, or national origin, are inherently responsible for actions committed in the past by other members of the same sex, race, ethnicity, religion, color, or national origin. Critical race theory and teachings like it exacerbate and inflame divisions on the basis of sex, race, ethnicity, religion, color, national origin, or other criteria in ways contrary to the unity of the nation and the well-being of the state of Idaho and its citizens, the bill reads. Proponents have argued that students are being indoctrinated. The bill, HB 377, passed the State House last week and the Senate on Monday. It now awaits for the governor's signature. Critical race theory has become politicized in recent months. I'm sorry, what? Critical race theory has been politicized right from the get-go. Anyway, so yeah, it has become politicized in recent months, with proponents arguing the area of study is based on Marxism and a threat to the American way of life, where it is. But the study, according to scholars, explores the ways in which a history of inequality and racism in the US have continued to impact American society. You all get lost, seriously. Just get in the helicopter. It's an approach to grappling with the history of white supremacy that rejects the belief that what's in the past is in the past, and that the laws and systems that grow from that past are detached from it, says Kimberly Crenshaw, a founding critical race theorist and a law professor at UCLA and Columbia Universities. Blah, blah, blah.
It had to be California.
It had to be California, yes. Skipping some more, some experts in the state say the bill is looking for a problem that doesn't actually exist. Oh, really? Well, then why do you bother? Again, if the problem doesn't exist, then what's the matter in having one more useless law on the books? I'm serious. Let's say tomorrow the government says we need a law that bans, nuclear waste from our air. Sir, we don't have nuclear power plants in our state. Well, then okay, let's have a law that bans nuclear waste. Who cares if it doesn't exist, right? Or let's ban, the Tyrannosaurus Rex from our state. If we see any Tyrannosaurus Rex, any state resident is allowed to shoot at will at the Tyrannosaurus or at the pom-pom, right? Well, who cares? If it doesn't exist, then it's another useless law. Then why do you oppose it? Well, because it's not useless, isn't it? The passage of HB 377 and the accompanying insinuations about Idaho teachers are very disappointing, says Lane McKinley, president of the Idaho Education Association, in a statement. This is a monster under the bed problem brought about by a false and misleading narrative that some legislators have willfully conflated. They aim to diminish the public trust in our teachers and schools just to come back next year and push to privatize education. I hope you're right, lady. Yes, the public trust in the public education system should be undermined, and it's a good thing that it is. And yes, if they will push for privatization, that would be glorious. You all should be fired. The bill has become a high-profile issue in the state as dozens of Idaho students and teachers protested peacefully on the steps of the state legislature on Monday before the Senate vote and filled the Senate gallery during the debate. Looked a lot of pictures there. Look, you can see the leftists practicing social distancing, of course. Meanwhile, Idaho Lieutenant Governor Janice McGeechan announced a task force earlier this month aiming to examine indoctrination in Idaho education and to protect our young people from the scourge of critical race theory, socialism, communism, and Marxism. Across the country, public school entities are considering the inclusion of aspects of race education in school curriculums. In March, after years of debate, California approved an optional ethnic studies model curriculum for districts to employ if they so choose. By affirming the identities and contributions of marginalized groups in our society, ethnic studies help students see themselves and each other as part of the narrative of the United States. A draft of the California curriculum reads, importantly, this helps students see themselves as active agents in the interethnic bridge-building process we call American life. Well, I call it активное мероприятие. I'm sorry. Other locales have made similar moves. Last year, Connecticut announced it will require high schools to offer African American, Black, Puerto Rican, and Latino studies, becoming the first state in the nation to do so. Also last year, the San Francisco School Board approved the development of a K-12 curriculum in Black studies. So, so Idaho, Connecticut, California, whatever, they do this. And then the experts in Idaho come in and say, oh, well, actually, it's a false problem. It doesn't exist. Oh, yes, it does. Yes, it does. Look, there. Look, problem.
Yeah, not to mention that there's been intense shilling from the federal government as well.
Oh, yes.
Which has restarted after Trump flattened it in his last mandate.
Terrible. The thing is that with these stories, because that's what they are essentially, stories, narratives, and they admit it up front, they call it narrative as well, so it's not like anyone pretends it's anything else than else than it actually is. The problem with these is that, those of us who've lived through communism or been able to read in original language books from communism, we've seen this movie before. In 1949, 1950, all the way till mid-70s, really, all of the countries of the Intermarium were penetrated with these kinds of things. They wouldn't be called Black studies, of course, at the time, but they were called worker studies, where you study the marginalized contribution of workers to the building of the paradise, and basically rewriting the history in a way that is fashionable for the current party in power, which at the time was the Communist Party. That's how you would learn that basic marginal insurrections in mid-19th century were actually about the fight of the proletariat against the big capital, even though at the moment of those insurrections there was no such thing as the proletariat or big capital for that matter. That's exactly the same thing here, right? It's the intention is not necessarily, and this is where many of the opponents make this mistake, they say, oh, but it's meant to be against white people. Not necessarily. Of course, that's sometimes that happens as well, but the main objective is not that one. The main objective is division, to convince as many non-white students, and again, non-white in an ideological sense, because let's not forget many Latinos are actually very white, but in an ideological sense, convince as many students as possible, regardless of their race, to stay as far away as possible from the American mainstream. Stay as far away as possible from the Protestant work ethic, stay as far away as possible from American patriotism, don't read the Constitution, don't you dare understand it. That's the objective.
Yeah, it's pretty much, and this has been to some extent succeeded with the black minorities, not from the south, but from the north, where they consider themselves black first and then American second. What the same thing with the term African American originated from. Is the same thing. You're first African, but then after that you're an American. That's what they've been trying to do for such a long time, and even as this article says, some constituencies in California did this. Connecticut, by an entire state, managed to do this, and this narrative has been pushed for decades. Now it started trickling down from the universities down to the K-12 system of public schooling.
Soon enough, it will be in kindergarten unless these kinds of measures are taken, because, well, supply and demand. Over the last 40 years, the Anglosphere has been producing a lot of, garbage. But garbage named as elites, right? Too many people went to college in bullshit studies.
Too many philosophers.
Too many philosophers, right. And those people have to work somewhere. And most of their skills are just not marketable. Nobody pays for their skills, right? So they, at least some of them, most of them end up being unemployed or working at McDonald's, of course. But those that don't end up working as managers in the education system. right? And of course, they bring their ideas with them, and oftentimes it's not even their ideas; it's ideas that have been inculcated into them or have been indoctrinated with as this.
It's in this article, but same as in the previous article we've talked about. You can see it's about the same narrative, so they're not bringing anything new to the table. They're just regurgitating what they've been taught. Or what they've been instructed to say.
Yes. Some of them have been plain old being instructed to say. That's true. But the thing is that these actions are not necessarily, how do you call them, centrally coordinated.
No.
They are, however, they do look coordinated, and the reason they look coordinated is because they're all based on 2 or 3 narratives, the same 2 or 3 narratives. And the narratives themselves, of course, aren't new, as this audience is keenly aware. There is no such thing as new ideas. But the thing is that if this isn't stopped, and the way to stop it is not through censorship, but through these kinds of measures. Look, you want to have your black studies? Fine. You pay for it. No, we, the taxpayers, won't.
Yeah, just like roll back a few episodes, we've talked about Trump removing these, they weren't exactly critical race theory, but there were some courses that employees of the federal government were sent to.
His executive order mentioned explicitly critical race theory in the federal government. It was because that's where the only place where the president has authority.
Yeah, but the courses themselves had a more sketchy name. But it was indeed about critical race theory, and then just to remind you people, one of the major points that annoyed everybody was that those courses taught you how white supremacy is evil, how basically if you were white, even if you were not poor, coming from somewhere in the Appalachian Mountains, you were somehow born with a silver spoon in your mouth, even though you weren't.
Yeah, but,
just because you were white.
Too bad it's on YouTube, and I can't put my favorite meme about white privilege here. But see, that's why you have to be in the donor circle, because that's where I put some of these. Telegram is much friendlier with. I'll put it on the public Freedom Alternative meme channel on Telegram. But the thing is that this privilege kind of nonsense narrative has to die, and it's we're already past the point where we can fight them culturally. I mean, we already did. There are fewer people today than in 2015 willing to take this nonsense seriously, which is good. But the next step will have to be to institutionalize it. We have to continue our own long march through institutions. Now, these things cannot and will not happen by chance. They're not inevitable. Nothing is inevitable in politics. No, it has to be. You have to take active measures against it, right? That's why I said I call them active мероприятия. So yeah, this is the kind of active measure, and it's not the only one. There should be more of these. Again, if you're in a small town, run for the school board. Get in there. Yeah, and oppose them. Yeah, just like we've seen.
Running to the school board, getting to the PTAs, cancel anything that even smells like this insanity from that point onward.
Yes, and believe it or not, I mean, if you don't have children of your own, then run in as a surrogate of another parent. I did that several times, by the way. They really don't like it when I show up to the meetings. It's easy to do, and it's highly effective, and it works on any kind of totalitarian policy, not just critical race theory. I mean, we've seen it was distributed in our Telegram groups. Those people, I think they were in Oklahoma, who the school board had voted to force 5-year-olds or 7-year-olds to wear muzzles. And the parents gathered in and said, no, you won't do that. And basically forced the entire school board to resign, and they organized elections there ad hoc, and they elected each other. And the first order of business, canceled the muzzle policy. There you go. And it worked. Now, sure, they had to meet again several days later to sign the paperwork, but it worked. The point is that this is doable. 3 individuals can change a lot. A lot. You just have to know exactly what level of power you can go into. And it's usually really easy if you identify correctly, if you identify the level correctly. So yeah, Oh no, what a tragedy. You can't indoctrinate children of Idaho with critical race theory. Oh no. Oh no. Anyway, Al Jazeera. Attorneys General urge Zuckerberg to abandon preteen Instagram. This is fun. The Attorney Generals of 44 United States territories and states are urging Facebook Chief Executive Officer Mark Zuckerberg to abandon plans to launch a version of Instagram for children under the age of 13. It appears that Facebook is not responding to a need, but instead creating one, as this platform appeals primarily to children who otherwise do not or would not have an Instagram account, the Attorney General said in a letter sent to Zuckerberg. Signed by the Attorney Generals of 40 states, along with the Attorney General of the District of Colombia, Puerto Rico, Guam, and North Mariana Islands, the letter underscores how social media can be harmful to children's physical, emotional, and mental wellness. Use of social media can be detrimental to the health and well-being of children who are not equipped to navigate the challenges of having a social media account, the Attorney General said. An increase in mental distress, depression, body image issues, and suicidal thoughts in young people has been attributed to their use of social media, the Attorney General added. Children and adolescents are simply not ready or prepared to handle the myriad challenges that come with having an Instagram account because they lack the developed understanding of privacy and are not yet equipped to determine what content to share on these platforms. Children under 13 may also not understand the permanency of the content they do share online. They're simply too young to navigate the complexities of what they encounter, including inappropriate content and online relationships where other users, including predators, can cloak their identities using the anonymity of the internet, the Attorney General said. BuzzFeed News in March reported that Instagram is planning to launch a version for preteen kids. Last month, non-profit organization Campaign for a Commercial-Free Childhood urged Zuckerberg to cancel the plans, stressing that it would put the preteens at great risk. The effort of the Attorney General is also backed by the CCFC. Instagram in particular exploits young people's fear of missing out and desire of peer approval to encourage children and teens to constantly check their devices and share photos with their followers, the CCFC said. The Attorney Generals on Monday underscored that cyberbullying among children is a critical problem that the new Instagram platform could likely exacerbate. Kids may act crueler from behind the computer, adults too, by the way, a phenomenon that is prevalent now during the COVID-19 pandemic as children spend more time on social media, which is why they shouldn't, and which is why nobody should be observing COVID-19 rules, but that's a story for another day. The Attorney General has also cited that Facebook has a record of failing to protect the safety and privacy of children, despite claiming that its products have strict privacy controls. I wonder when I wonder when the Attorney Generals will use that argument against the state itself as well, by the way. For example, Facebook's Messenger Kids app, designed for kids between the ages of 6 and 12, contained a design flaw that allowed children to navigate around restrictions on interactions and join group chats with strangers that were not previously approved by the children's parents, they said, citing a 2019 report. Yeah, kids will hack stuff. Who would have thought about that? For its part, Facebook, in a statement on Monday, said it is exploring Instagram for Kids to give parents more control over the content their children may already be accessing online, and will make every effort to protect young users, including by not showing advertising on the platform. Yeah, sure, Facebook will do things for free. I'm sure I'm sure that's reason, but not. We're developing these experiences in consultation with experts in child development, child safety, and mental health, and privacy advocates, the company said. We also look forward to working with legislatures and regulators, including the nation's Attorney General. Translation: we're giving shekels to experts in child development, child safety, mental health, and privacy advocates. We're also looking forward to give shekels to legislatures and regulators, including nations' attorney generals, so they can say our products are fine. Facebook also said it is funding a founding sponsor of the Digital Wellness Lab at Boston Children's Hospital, launched in March to study the effects of digital technology on kids' brains, bodies, and behaviors. The following Attorney General signed on to Monday's letter: Massachusetts, Nebraska, Vermont, Tennessee, Alaska, California, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Idaho, Illinois, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Michigan, Minnesota, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Rhode Island, South Carolina, South Dakota, Texas, Utah, Virginia, Washington, Wisconsin, Wyoming, District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Northern Mariana Islands. So basically everyone, right? So all of the, because that's why I read the entire list. I was looking to see whether the highly populated states are in there. They are. So therefore everyone. Now, Facebook man bad. Delete Facebook. make my job easier, because I want to delete Facebook. I want to delete, well, actually I deleted my own Facebook, but the page for the network, I want to delete that one too, but still I can't, because a lot of y'all don't want to delete Facebook. And that's terrible. Now, Facebook is what? Instagram for preteens. In my book, that's haram. It shouldn't be the state to regulate it, because I don't think the state is able to. That's the problem. But however, I understand why the state tries. There are two reasons. One of them, of course, is the malefic one. The state always wants more stuff to regulate. But the second one is that a lot of these attorney generals, they're probably keeping in mind the aspect that a lot of current year parents are themselves more likely than not to have been raised on social media, and therefore may not be not necessarily good enough, but they may not even be able to smell the dangers. Now, but you know, they might be speaking with predators. Yeah, that's usually the state excuse to regulate stuff on the internet. Quite frankly, you know, if predators wants to get to children, there are a billion ways to do that, and you don't need Instagram preteen for that. Right?
You definitely don't need, but it will definitely make it slightly easier, because you have all the kids concentrated there, and I seriously doubt Facebook will put in some sort of mechanism to verify if the said child that joins it will be between the ages 6 to 12. What are they going to do? Ask them to post a picture? Yeah, right.
Well, I wouldn't put that past Facebook. I mean, if you remember, there was a time when Facebook had it was a pilot program, eventually got abandoned due to the backlash, but where they basically asked adult users, to send in nudes. So, you know, I'm just saying, you know, Facebook could conceivably do something like this, or at least try to, and then back down only to the extent to where the backlash comes, because that's how you usually do things. But the thing is that this is a complicated matter, and yeah, sure, it's a good sign that you have things like the CCFC and these attorney generals from the overwhelming majority of the United States doing this. Okay, that's great, but it's not going to be good enough, because until you see a backlash, yes, from regular users, there is no reason, no incentive for Facebook's leadership to change anything. Why would they? Because as that chap whom I'm making the Romanian podcast, occasional podcast Access High, was saying, you know, at that level, Zuckerberg's level, or the first 3 or 4 people underneath him, they look on one thing and one thing only: the price of the shares. Did that decline significantly and as a downward trend for months? No. Therefore, we did nothing wrong. That's how it works. So unless you can make Facebook's shares go down for a few months consistently, you won't have their attention. At the end of the day, from Facebook's perspective, this is just another strongly worded letter. Down the shredder it goes, like the previous ones did. Remember the campaigns for Facebook's political neutrality? How did that work?
Yeah.
And the only way to change that is to create a backlash from the users, both the active ones and the former users. And for that, you need institutions. How about the Association of Former Facebook Users? I'm serious. Yeah, the AWFU. I'm serious. The AWFU, the Association of Former Facebook Users. And the AWFU, WFU,
yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of.
Right, the AWFU to initiate lawsuits and force them to, what's the legalese term in English? Basically subpoena them into into providing data, behavioral data, and see what kind of data they collect and how do they use it. And then because on the basis of that data, then create propaganda and further lawsuits, further judicial activism, and that can usually does drop the price of shares. And once you drop their price of shares consistently again for a few months, then you have their attention, and then you can negotiate, because then you have a bargaining chip. If you, Facebook, do as I say, I will stop or diminish my propaganda and the price of your shares can go up again. If you don't, I'll continue and double down on my propaganda and continue to consistently harm your company just because I can, right? Because again, they don't care about your moral reasons, right? And of course they don't. No company cares about your moral reasons, none. So, you know, you don't have to justify it to them in moral terms. It doesn't matter whether you think you're right or wrong. Again, in this case, I think that they're right in the sense that, well, seriously, let's not expose kids to the insanity of social media. Sure, but it could be something more insignificant, like, I don't know, exposing kids to, I don't know, weightlifting. Right? Weightlifting isn't really that bad, but it doesn't matter. It could be something irrelevant, unless you have a bargaining chip, like manipulating. Sure, indirectly, but manipulating their price of shares, which is something that they do care about, then you have no bargaining chip. And Facebook can just send an entire army of PR consultants to bury you into propaganda, which, by the way, is exactly how they do it. That's how Twitter does it, that's how Facebook does it, heck, Amazon does it, every single big company does it. Well, not all of them, in fairness, there are a few that don't, but most of them do. Most of them do. Well, Microsoft doesn't anymore because they don't need it. BMW does it only when they need it. They don't have a permanent PR team on their payroll, but Facebook does. Google does. Amazon does. No, these big companies do have their own little army of PR consultants, which is a nice way of saying propagandists. People as competent as I am, or twice or thrice more competent than I am. Right? Whose sole job, day in and day out, is to create shilling that buries your messaging against Facebook.
Yeah, and to drive this point home, the fundamental flaw with an Instagram for preteen is that, so right now, and it won't be the case for a few years from now on, we still don't, there's still no concluding studies of what's the effect of social media on people, and it won't be for a few years, and we're talking about adults here. Yeah. And even this article brings up a few valid points, because I've even met in person people who had issues with social media, as in people who really don't know a simple point, just like if you get cyberbullied, the simplest thing you do is you either shut off your phone, get off the app, or close the laptop. No. It is that simple, but some people had really big issues, and they're not as severe as cyberbullying, but this one with the fear of missing out, which is pretty much the entire basis of what Instagram was made on, because everybody posts pictures of them being in vacation, or them being to this exotic place, or they go into a city break. And that actually does, if you are on it constantly and you don't have the mental faculties necessary to at least to practice some positive envy, you're going subconsciously you're going to believe that, oh yeah, these people have such a nice life and I don't, which is what entices you to produce even more content, or it's an entire cascading effect. In order to keep up with the Joneses, but this time in the digital realm. Yeah.
That's why you see there are a few, of course I don't know their names, but I read studies about their activities. There are quite a few Instagram users, influencers, whatever, who are specialized in basically creating fake content, right? Content from whatever, insert nice city here, or insert exotic location here, all of them made from a living room like this one.
Oh yeah, you've most likely seen the way I've seen that's particularly the thing in China, and even some services in the UK, as far as I remember, where you can rent either designer shoes, or you can rent a private jet in order to take pictures from inside it, or when you're going up to it, just to post on your Instagram. And yeah, you guess that's gonna appear if things go bad enough in the West as well, because in the East there is some cultural rationale to it, because you obviously don't want to be seen bad by your peers.
Not just that, but every country, again, I've been in 103 of them, and I have yet to see one that doesn't. Every country has a segment of the population that, well, likes to show off, whether they have a reason to or not. And a segment of the population willing to consume that kind of content. And again, it doesn't matter. I've seen this element in, I don't know, Zimbabwe or Ghana, and of course in richer countries as well. And usually it was a slightly bigger segment in richer countries, but not by much, showing that there is a natural gap, cap. There's only so many people that consume this kind of... Well, Instagram is a hack, because it increases the amount of people that consume this kind of content. Not necessarily artificially, but it basically creates a new base for certain consumer products that did not exist there and would not have existed without these kinds of algorithmic tactics. Now, the solution to that, of course, is not to necessarily ban algorithms, because you can't, or to have too much state regulation on it, because, well, you can have it, but it's not going to work, at least not in a statistically relevant way. The solution to that is become aware that these things exist and avoid them, and help your friends avoid them, and yeah, kind of like that. Basically, because what is the market? Well, it's everyone voting with their wallet. If the market stops voting for this shit, you're not gonna have this shit anymore, or you're gonna have it on a much smaller scale, capped to the segment of the population that would have naturally consumed that anyway. All right, and one more thing. I was discussing this with a politologist 4 days ago, 3 days ago. What is it? Today is Wednesday. On Monday, yeah, 2 days ago. That maybe it wouldn't be so bad to see the worst case scenario happening, which is a new balkanization of the internet, the demolition of social media. Let's get back to forums and blogs, and maybe that wouldn't be so bad. Is it likely to happen? Nah, not really. No. Not really. But it wouldn't be so bad, right? And we had started this conversation due to a sociologist that is a mutual friend of ours, who still uses a blogger.com blog. Started, I think it was in 2005 or something, and he still uses it to this day. It has a similar kind of blog role. The followers built from that. And I asked the chap, why does he keep he keeps on maintaining that one? And he's like, well, unlike Facebook, the followers that I have built on blogger.com, they still get 100% of them. They get my content in their email box whenever I post something new, which is just not true on Facebook in particular.
Oh, yeah.
Where you can have a Facebook page that has 100,000 likes, and it still gets maybe 10% of that gets traffic. The rest of it is not, unless you pay for it, and even if you do, you still don't have the warranty that all of your followers get it. So
yeah, there used to be a scandal, I think a year and so ago, of one of the conservative pages of Facebook that even if it paid quite a significant sum of money to get this content promoted, it wasn't exactly promoted. So Facebook just took the money and ran away.
Yeah. I think Crowder has a lawsuit against Facebook, precisely on that, on the grounds of fraud, essentially. Yeah. So these, your smartphone isn't your friend. Instagram is not your friend. That's what you have to. That's the takeaway from this. The state is very unlikely to help you with this, as usual. Fox Business. Coca-Cola pauses aggressive diversity plan after chief lawyer resigns. Woke Coke has gone flat. Coca-Cola has paused its controversial diversity plan that included penalties on outside law firms if they failed to meet racial diversity quotas after immense backlash. The pause comes after the orchestrator of the plan, Coke's former general counsel Bradley Gayton, abruptly resigned last month after less than a year on the job, and as criticism of the quotas mounted. Some questioned whether Gayton's policies violated the Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which says employers can't treat people differently based on their race. Scott Leith, a spokesman for Coke, said Gayton's replacement, Monica Howard Douglas, is now reviewing the plan. When there is a leadership change, it takes time for the new leader to review the current status of the team, organization, and initiatives. Monica is fully committed to the notions of equality and diversity in the legal profession, and we fully expect she will take the time necessary to thoughtfully review any plans going forward. In January, Gayton made the headlines when he unveiled his plans to penalize outside law firms if those failed to meet new diversity quotas by slashing their fees or cutting ties with them altogether. Under the plan, any law firm seeking to do business with the company was required to commit that at least 30% of billed time would be from diverse attorneys, and at least half of that time would be from black attorneys. The hard truth is that our profession is not treating the issue of diversity and inclusion as a business imperative, Gayton wrote in January, unveiling the plan. We have a crisis on our hands, and we need to commit ourselves to specific actions that will accelerate the diversity of the legal profession. But Gayton's sudden resignation last month has thrown the plan into doubt, with outsiders criticizing the plan and urging Coca-Cola to walk it back. Legal Defense Foundation Project on Fair Representation published an open letter to Coca-Cola last week warning that Coke's outside counsel racial quota requirements are unlawful. In a meeting with Coke's global legal team, Douglas, the company's new general counsel, said that Coca-Cola was taking pause for now, but would likely salvage some parts of the diversity plan, Law.com reported. Coca-Cola hired Gayton in September 2020 after spending nearly 30 years as the top lawyer at Ford. Despite his departure from Coke as general counsel, he still has a relationship with the company. He signed a new contract to serve as a consultant to Coca-Cola CEO James Quincy. In that position, he'll be making a hefty $12 million over the next year. That included a $4 million sign-on fee and a monthly consulting fee of $666,666. I wish I were joking, according to an April 21 securities filing. It's unclear how Gayton will be able to impact the company's outside law firm diversity plan in his new position. It's hardly Coke's first stab at being woke. In February, employees were urged to be less white as part of the company's alleged diversity training. The Confronting Racism course in question was offered by LinkedIn Education and allegedly utilized by the soft drink titan. In the United States and other Western nations, white people are socialized to feel that they are inherently superior because they are white, reads one of the slides allegedly sent from an internal whistleblower and posted on Twitter by YouTube commentator Karlin Borisenko. Another slide suggests that try to be less white, with tips including being less oppressive, listen and believe, and break with white solidarity. And the tweet that shared the images of the course went viral. More recently, Republican lawmakers have criticized Coke for embracing Democratic Party positions. The Atlanta-based outfit made headlines in April for denouncing a Georgia state law that critics said blocked black people and other people of color from voting. GOP lawmakers in turn blasted the company and others that issued statements on the law, telling the corporations to stay out of politics and accusing them of hypocrisy. Alrighty, this one is fun. Now, the thing is that unless you impose huge fines, this shit won't stop. Right? So, you know, it's not enough to acknowledge in public that such initiatives are unlawful. Of course they are unlawful. I mean, that goes without saying. You don't need to be an experienced lawyer or an experienced in Anglo-American jurisprudence to notice that it's unlawful. It's obviously unlawful. Anyone can read the Civil Rights Act and then read his plan, and it's obviously unlawful. Now, once you notice that it's unlawful, how about a $3 billion fine? You know, just to get ourselves warmed up a little bit. Right? No, $3 billion is not a huge amount of money for Coke. Let's get that clear. You know, it's like a slap on the wrist, but it has to be a slap on the wrist. You know, a strongly worded letter is not a slap on the wrist. So this is, you know, here's the initiative for the CPAC. Start having these kinds of laws on the books. You go woke in public like this, 3% of your turnover as a fine. That's for the first strike. The second strike, 12% of your turnover. The third strike, your activity gets suspended for 3 years. let's see who wants to be woke in public under this kind of legislation. You know, it's only fair. And you can have very strict conditions, like anytime you break the Civil Rights Act in public, it's easy. Just don't be racist in public. Oh, there you go. That's the biggest anti-racist initiative I have ever produced.
Yeah, and again, and again, the counter for irony missed on these people goes to number 3. While the cycle says that Gayton would have forced law firms to have at least half of the time build to be from black lawyers. Well, hold on a second. Isn't the population of the U.S., the black population of the U.S. being 13%? Why would you build them 50%?
Well, no. It says that at least 30% of the build time has to be from diverse lawyers, and half of that time would be from black. But still, that would mean 15%, which is more than the.
Yes, it's 2% more than the black population. So so this goes against Title VII of the Civil Rights Act. Don't shoot, you go get fined. Get fucked.
I mean, it is essentially a type of minority rule apartheid type of policy, right? Where you would have to be every time when you have these kinds of quotas that are basically bigger than the share of that population in general, then it is the kind of it's obviously discriminatory and obviously unlawful. To make things even worse, what is the share of black lawyers among the profession in the U.S.? I don't know. It could be 13%, it could be 15%, it could be 50%. I don't know. I really don't know. But the thing is that if it is relatively proportionate to the general population, which I suspect it is, because law is one of those professions where, at least in the U.S., which is not true in Europe, but in the U.S. it is true, if you know your stuff, you can get into the profession. Now, you won't necessarily make huge amounts of money out of it, but you can get into the profession fairly easily, much easier than in Europe.
Yeah, there are still quite a lot of states where indeed it is very difficult to take the bar exam, and you got to know a lot of laws, state laws and federal laws, and commercial rights and everything like that. But you're not forcing a lot of states to go to university and get indoctrinated.
Yes.
In order to get into the law into a law firm, as it is in Europe.
Yeah, the majority of U.S. states they only require the bar exam. How you study for it is your business, right? You don't have to go to the university, so it's not super duper expensive, and anyone that wants to and is able to can enter into the profession. So you can't make the structural racism kind of argument. You can't. So therefore, having these kinds of conditions is not just unlawful, but downright immoral. And even on leftist terms, it still doesn't make any sense, and it's terrible. Now, the thing is that let's take a jab at the GOP lawmakers as well. Oh, but tell corporations to stay out of politics. Really? I mean, come on.
Well, GOP is getting money as well from corporate lobbies.
Of course, including in Georgia, because the example that they give is from Georgia. Yes, including from Georgia. I mean, there was last month or 2 months ago, I think it was the state secretary of Georgia who basically told Delta or one of these that look, we scratch your back and you scratch ours, and this
it was Delta, because Delta is located in Atlanta.
I've actually been there, but I was just unable to remember whether it's Delta or the other one. But the thing is that the state secretary said that, and on the congressional public record, on the Senate for public record of Georgia. So it's not a secret. They're all in bed with the corporations, and that's not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. What is a bad thing is this kind of public hypocrisy. Oh, you stay out of politics. Really? Really? You want corporations out of politics? I don't think so.
Yeah, the GOP should have been smarter about this remark.
I don't think so. But again, if you want them to stay out of these kinds of cultural issues, then you might as well, because again, all of the legislation necessary is there already. You don't even need new laws. You just need better enforcement of the existing ones. If you really want them to stay out of of these cultural issues, then how about start issuing real sanctions that hurt? A corporation is hurt on its bottom line. That's all they care about, and all of their shareholders care about. When their shareholders next year will be getting slightly fewer shekels as their dividends, they will ask, why does this happen? Well, we had to pay a $3 billion fine. Why did that happen? Did we pollute something? Or because they have fines are cost of doing business. They're just another column in an Excel file, right? Why is this particular element in the Excel file so big? Right? What did we do as a company? Well, we wanted a diversity quota for our attorneys, and that's the moment when the general assembly of the shareholders will say, maybe we need a change in the leadership. Maybe we need a leadership that is less stupid in public and attracts fewer fines like this.
Yeah, that's what happened several years ago, and in a much milder case with Intel, where they got rid of their female CEO because of diversity quota and everything.
I might have had something to do with that, but there you go. It is true. That was a relatively famous scandal when Intel wanted woke initiatives to be funded through Anita Sarkeesian's foundation. And then suddenly that guy wasn't a CEO anymore and the initiative went helicoptered. Well, that didn't happen by accident.
Yeah, this strategy can be used on any publicly traded company where the main concern is the share price. If it falls down sharply enough, for example, if the news will come out on Yahoo Finance that Coke gets slapped with a $3 billion fine, shareholders will start an emergency meeting right on that day. They don't even have to wait until the next quarterly meeting.
With Intel, they waited for the next quarterly meeting, and the first item, actually it wasn't the first, it was like the fourth item on discussion was, why do we have an initiative that promotes cultural Marxism through the foundation of an anti-Semite? That would be Anita Sarkeesian's boyfriend. And the leadership had no response to that. They were like, oh yeah, but progress. No. We asked a very pointed question. Where is our answer? Who's for removing those asshats from leadership? Everyone for, cast unanimously, you get lost. There you go. That's how it works. All right? And it can work like that on Coke as well. AMD had some of these. Actually, it wasn't the CEO. It was the CTO who got removed like that for anti-competitive initiatives that attracted not particularly small fines from the European Commission. No, these things can happen, but you have to vote with your wallet. Again, it's kind of like the same point that I made with Instagram. The market has to vote differently, and you vote with your shekels. It's that easy. And I think with Coke, it's relatively easy to become a shareholder. I was a shareholder at Coke, by the way. I had, of course, 0.000 whatever, 1-2%. And there was one guy who was representing all of us, the small shareholders. And before the quarterly meeting, there was a separate meeting, mostly done via a mailing list, asking all of us, what do we want? And then that guy would, regardless of his opinion, I mean, the guy was one of these ethical capitalism kind of, but he would almost always support far right positions because that's what we would vote. And he would go there and basically say, look, I represent 5% of the company, which means about 500,000 shareholders, and they tasked me to vote this way at this meeting. And it is what it is. That's how we made our voice heard. Well, until I sold my shares, but but you get the point. I mean, it's doable, and oftentimes you don't even need a huge amount of money to get that influence. But yes, you have to invest smartly, and yes, you have to think politically as well when you spend your shekels. Is that tiresome? Yes. Well, but that's how the left has been able to get forward in some instances. By doing this kind of conscientious investment, conscientious consuming, and so on and so forth. So, yeah. All right. Moving further, actually further north, Forbes, an article you cannot read if you're from the European Union and don't have a US VPN. Canada will require using a vaccine passport for entry. A significant majority of Canadians like the idea of a vaccine passport for international travel, and it appears that their government is going to deliver a solution. Canadian Health Minister Patty Hajdu, whatever, says her government supports the idea of a vaccine passport and will come up with a form of vaccine certification to allow vaccinated Canadians to travel internationally. Nearly 8 in 10 Canadians, 78% agree, including 56% who strongly agree, that all travelers entering Canada should be required to have a vaccine passport, according to a new Ipsos survey. Comparatively, a smaller majority of Americans agree that travelers should be required to show a vaccine passport before entering the US. About 3 in 4 Canadians agree that vaccine passports would be effective in making travel and large events safe, which is in line with the global average of 73% and significantly more than in the United States. Canadians need to be able to have the right kind of certification for international travel because, as we know, Canadians will want to travel internationally and they will want to make sure they have the right credentials to do that from a vaccination perspective, Hajdu said during a recent interview with the CBC radio. Her remarks were in step with those of Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who during a news conference last week said that vaccination certifications were a part of international travel before before COVID-19 and are naturally to be expected when it comes to this pandemic and the COVID-19. As more people around the world become vaccinated and the summer travel season approaches, countries around the world are scrambling to get digital health certification programs in place. French President Emmanuel Macron recently told CBS's Face the Nation that Americans who are vaccinated or able to show a negative COVID-19 test may be able to travel to France as soon as this summer, thanks to the European Union's plans for a digital green certificate, which will be forged in a million ways, but we'll get to that immediately. Like the US, Canada has been in talks with other countries about finding consensus on universally acceptable solutions. Well, good luck with that. I am meeting on a regular basis with my G7 counterparts, and this is an ongoing conversation about how that might look and how we might be able to have some sort of standardized approach to this, Hajdu told the CBC. Hajdu said Canada will likely be able to fast forward its own vaccine passport program by adapting an existing app. From our perspective, we have a bit of a head start in terms of entry into Canada, in that we have ArriveCan, the app that allows for digital proof of testing, for example, now, and a variety of other documents that people have to submit to enter Canada. We'll be working with our international partners to make sure that whatever the world lands on, Canadians will have documents in the appropriate format. The free ArriveCan app was introduced in April 2020 to help travelers comply with border measures. Since late November, air travelers flying into Canada have been required to submit their information electronically through the app before boarding their flight. This includes travel and contact information, a quarantine plan, and COVID-19 symptom self-assessment. Travelers must be ready to show their ArriveCan receipt when entering Canada. So far, the Biden administration has resisted the idea of a vaccine passport for the US, an arguably wise strategy given that the term is a trigger for many Americans on the other side of the political aisle. Still, like it or not, government-sponsored vaccine certifications are popping up around the world. No, they don't. From Japan to Israel, Japan doesn't have one. To Israel, yes, Israel does. And in both the United Kingdom and the European Union, none of them have one. It appears inevitable that American travelers will have to adapt if they want to travel outside the US, even to visit our neighbor to the north. Well, not exactly. First of all, no, they're not popping up all over the world. None of them have it. Yeah, Israel does, but then again, Israel...
Israel is an exception. You can't treat pretty much a world society as the norm.
Yeah. Speaking of which, in Israel, obviously the pandemic is over because they're back to the usual shit, which is bombing each other with Hamas. So there's that.
Pandemic is cancelled.
Yeah, the pandemic is cancelled due to Hamas rockets, S-300s to be more precise, made in Russia. But back to this particular one, no, it doesn't work like that. It really doesn't work like that. As for the whole electronic apps and whatnot, really, question: how, legally speaking, how do those 70,000 engineers and artists on Lampedusa Island in Italy that just arrived 2 days ago, what is their green pass? Because none of them have phones or papers in any way, shape, or form. How did they pass the COVID measures? Oh, wait, they don't apply. because they don't exist. Okay? So let's get that straight. As for Canada having its own, Canada has been trying for more than 10 years to try to have this kind of electronic surveillance of who gets in and who gets out. And for some reason, at least, I've only been to Canada like 3 times. And every single time, of course, I did not have any electronic thing because I don't have a smartphone, nor will I ever have a smartphone. But for some reason, that was never a problem.
Oh, yeah, it hasn't even been a problem when I flew to Canada as recently as 2018, where indeed the visas got removed and you were supposed to get an electronic travel authorization, but that one you could get through a website. You didn't have to show your smartphone to anybody. I actually didn't have any contact with the with the CBSA, if I reckon that's what they're called, the Canadian Border Patrol. And yeah, this bullshit with requiring a phone. Yeah, okay, I don't have a phone. What's your suggestion of alternate means? You don't have one? Well, shit. Well, I guess I'm gonna go to the southern neighbor to spend my money. Because you definitely need it since you fucking locked up your country for a year.
Yes, and that's what most of these shills, because the author of this article is a shill. Right, and how do you know it? Well, the last paragraph is very telling, Oh, you like it or not, the government-sponsored vaccines are popping up around the world from Japan to, and all of the examples except Israel are just lies. That's just not true. That's how you get, that's shilling, right? What most of these shills, whether they're techno-optimists or not, this one is, because I Googled it. What they don't understand is that the vast majority of the planet not only does not have, but does not want a smartphone. Right? And this is a debate that has been thoroughly concluded as early as 2008. Right? In 2005, a huge market trend started to try to get as many non-smartphone phones off the market as possible. And the backlash was so huge that Samsung itself started remaking non-smartphones as part of its platform, because they're like, nah. Okay. To make it more precise, to make it even more obvious, there was at some point, I think Zimbabwe, I think Zimbabwe was the most electronic payments friendly country in the world. Guess what? 99% of those payments are not made with a smartphone. Right? At first, because very few people could have afforded one, and now because most people don't want it, even though they can afford it, they don't want it. Right? Well, of course, there's also the problem that the wireless internet isn't really a thing in Zimbabwe. It works, but it's very slow and not exactly reliable. Kind of like Canada.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I bought a SIM card in Canada, and it took about a day and a half to get it activated.
Even the most hilarious part, I didn't have to go through that because somebody gave me a Rogers SIM card. But what was the most hilarious thing was that I went further north in Quebec, because that's where I went, and they had a roaming area within their own country, because apparently being in the mountains, it requires premium rates.
Yes.
which is what I discovered to be very curious.
Canadian Telecom is an exception globally. I mean, they're the only country that does that. Not even China does that for control reasons, but Canada does. Also for control reasons, but don't tell them that, because Canadians will get very upset if you remind them that they're further advanced into communism than the CCP itself, which they are, by the way. So, vaccine passports. They're not going to work. They're going to work just as efficiently as the yellow ones in Africa. No? Good. That is to say, for a short while, some people will pretend to do some enforcement, but they really won't. And then 6 or 8 or 12 months later, nobody will even try. That's exactly how it happened when the yellow global standard, I have one of those too, but I don't exactly remember where it is. But at least I took it for real, because the disease against it was a serious one. This one is not a serious disease, therefore I won't get it for real. I'll try to work around it. The yellow ones, nobody really cares. If you go into those tropical countries, unless you go with a charter plane, specifically scheduled for tourism there or whatever, maybe in those cases they'll care a little bit more, maybe. But generally, no. Nobody cares. Why? Because, well, every single country has better things to do than that. Because logistically speaking, enforcement for such things costs money, and it's not cheap. That's what most countries, most tropical countries, whether rich or poor countries, they've all figured it out that it's very expensive and decided, well, tough luck.
Yeah, and it's for serious diseases which actually have much higher chances of you going the way of the dodo compared to this fluffy cough.
Oh yeah, that's true. I mean, yellow fever, I think, has an IFR, infection fatality rate of like 3 or 4. Now compared to 0.3 at its worst.
And it's not only yellow fever. If you go to India, you got to get a chikungunya virus.
That's true. That's true. India doesn't. India has a list of recommended vaccines, but it doesn't have anyone that is mandatory. Now, of course, most tourists do take most or all of the recommended list, and it's not a bad idea to do so. But if you don't want to, then you don't.
If you don't want to, what about personal responsibility? What happened with that one?
Yeah.
Did it just get cancelled because of this fluffy guy?
Yeah, oh no, we're all gonna cough. Well, tough. Right? And there's another aspect to keep in mind here. Why would you go to Canada? The whole country is closed anyway.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up. What's the point of going to Canada where you're gonna get chased around by the police for not isolating or going into an unsafe area, or not respecting social distancing and anything else?
Or daring to believe in God. We'll speak about that immediately, also in Canada, right? Now, I don't believe in God, but still I would prefer to go to countries where believing in God is permitted. Because I don't, but maybe some of my friends do, so I would like to go. When I go to a place, I rarely go alone. I pick up 1 or 2 friends with me, and I don't want them to be run around and me acting as a bad bodyguard to try to chase the police away. So again, why would anyone go to Canada today or next month or 2 months from now or 3 months from now or 5 months from now for that matter? Why? Give me one reason. If I were to have very close friends now in Canada, I would advise them, which we did with Courage, advise them to leave and help them to leave as soon as possible and never come back. It is what it is. Yeah,
because the Canada, this road to totalitarianism hasn't started with Trudeau. It started with Harper back in the
No, it started with Pierre Trudeau. I'm sorry. It started with Pierre Trudeau, this guy's father.
Oh yeah, indeed. Sorry, my bad formulation. It got accelerated under Harper because he, and that's the reason why he got booted out, and the Liberals started winning in the second to last election, but then the
current year happened.
Exactly. Current year plus 5.
Now we're in current year plus 6. But yes, the reason Harper lost in 15 was because of some of these totalitarian excesses, with financial surveillance and even physical surveillance, a lot of electronic profiling and all sorts of that crap.
I've seen personally what that one did, because I got one. Because the first time I applied for my visa to go to Canada was cancelled on the grounds of this electronic surveillance.
You got cancelled by Canada? Did they say sorry at the end?
No, they didn't say sorry. They just gave me a letter saying that I didn't saying that I didn't show any evidence that I was gonna leave Canada. Yeah, like I was gonna remain there. Well, truth be told, it was a good idea that they actually cancelled me years later, looking in retrospective. That's
what I said to the Canadian Border Patrol in 2018 when we drove into Canada. When they asked about when will I leave, and I said, I do not intend to stay here for more than 3 days, because otherwise I will become dangerous for both myself and your society. who in his own right mind will want to stay here for more than 3 days? So I'll be out by tomorrow evening, most likely. And that's exactly what I did. I only stayed there for 2 days last time around.
Yeah, and the paradox was that I didn't have that much of an issue issue because I went to Quebec. I didn't go anywhere else except Quebec, and even when they were more insane back in 2012 because the separatists were still in power at that point, they weren't as bonkers as the CBSA was, which were normally Anglo-Canadians. Employed at the airports. The Anglos were the more cancerous compared to Quebecois, which is saying something.
Yeah,
it sets a new lower bar.
Yeah. But I suspect that there will be Canada and portions of Israel, because even in Israel the whole vaccine passport kind of got flattened entirely. But don't tell that to the rest of the world, because they don't like it. But I suspect that they'll pretend to enforce it for a short while, maybe by autumn, maybe even earlier than that, and then they'll just whatever, right? Because again, it's very expensive to maintain it, and Canada in particular has a lot of and it's very open to immigrants from poor countries who just don't have a phone. There you go. What you gonna do? Force them all to print it where? In the airport? Ow! Hey, all of this is bonkers. It's insane. And that's one of the reasons why if there will ever be a common approach to vaccine passport in Europe, which I still strongly doubt that there will, because I'm looking at the debates in all sorts of parliamentary commissions, and they're all stuck into kind of the same question, namely that, look, half of our population, or a third, it depends on the country of Europe, but the most smartphone-ready country in Europe is Sweden, and even there, 25% of the people don't have one, and in most of the rest of Europe is between 30 and 50%, or even more. They don't have a smartphone. There you go. What we do? Oh, well, then it can be printed. Well, if it can be printed, that means it can be forged. Now, how do you connect that one to that?
We've seen that pirate example in our country with with that cute SHA-1 encryption key.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to forge that one, it's so goddamn easy, and there's tutorials on the internet on how to do it. It's easy. There you go.
Yeah, and it's even more difficult in countries that treat religiously privacy of medical data. For example, in the case of Romania, the police can never be given the right to interrogate your patient file, see if you got vaccinated or not, because that goes completely against privacy of medical data.
I'm looking forward for the day when a police officer will ask me if I got
if you got stung.
Yeah, if I got the experimental genetical therapy falsely called on TV a vaccine. I have my answers prepared for that, trust me, and they're not gonna like it. And the lawsuit is already written. I'm just waiting for the dates and just pay the $5 fee to file the lawsuit, and the results will not be nice. It just is what it is. But then again, at least in this particular aspect of privacy, really all of Europe is much more civilized than Canada. I mean, Canada is a completely uncivilized place when it comes to these issues. It's not even, it shouldn't even be considered a free country. It's on par with China, really. I mean, it's just not. It's completely uncivilized. And it's not something that starts with Trudeau. It's many years, in fact decades in the making.
Yeah, somewhere around the 1970s.
Yeah, there you go. Sticking around in Canada, Calgary Herald. Calgary street preacher Arthur Pavlovsky arrested and charged after defying public health orders. Speaking of uncivilized countries, Calgary police have arrested street preacher Arthur Pavlovsky after he failed to abide by public health orders again during a Saturday church service during which dozens were congregated without muzzles, with no regard for physical distancing. His brother David Pavlovsky was also taken into custody. Both have been charged with organizing an illegal in-person gathering in addition to requesting, inciting, and inviting others to join them, said the Calgary Police Service in a statement. Is that a crime? Inciting others to join them, is that a crime? Yes, in China and Canada.
Apparently, no, it is.
Yes, in China and Canada. It is important to understand that law enforcement recognizes people's desire to participate in faith-based gatherings as well as the right to protest. However, as we find ourselves in the midst of a global pandemic, we must all comply with the public health orders in order to ensure everyone's safety and well-being, the police service says. Do you do that at your own precinct? You don't. Therefore, nobody else should either. Alberta Health Services obtained a Court of Queen's Bench order on Thursday, which imposed additional restrictions on organizers of protests and demonstrations requiring compliance with COVID-19 safety measures such as masking and attendance limits. Law enforcement agencies can act immediately under this injunction without the necessity of the Alberta Health Service attendance. Alberta RCMPs said in a statement issued on Friday in response to the injunction that there are a variety of ways to enforce this order, including the ability to issue tickets, fines, and criminal charges to individuals who are breaking public health orders by organizing and or attending these events. This can include arrest and removal of any person, I guess, who has a notice of his order and of this order and chooses to act in violation of it. The Calgary police said in a statement on Friday evening the court order was a significant development. Despite pouring rain and preemptive court injunction, hundreds gathered outside of the Whistle Stop Cafe in the hamlet of Mirror Alta for the Save Alberta compound protest. This is in parallel with this religious preacher's arrest. Demonstrators were there to support another protester, cafe owner Chris Scott, and challenge the public health orders meant to curb the spread of COVID-19. A spokesman for the RCMP said the officers took the first 3 hours of the protest to educate demonstrators on COVID-19 regulations and notified them that they were contravening this injunction. On Wednesday, the AHS said it closed the cafe after the agency received more than 400 complaints about the business since January. Health authorities said the cafe is to remain closed until Scott can demonstrate the ability to comply with health restrictions. The AHS said after hearing about plans for the protest that the provincial government would take legal action that would allow the RCMP officers to use reasonable force in arresting and removing any person at the rally who contravenes public health orders. But that didn't stop people without masks from standing together to cheer and clap when Scott stood on stage and encouraged them to fight for their freedom. I've been accused of a lot of things over this. They think it's about the money, they think it's about popularity. I could care less about that. I'm not fine with anyone telling me what to do with my body or how to earn an income. Scott then asked the crowd to follow COVID-19 at the regulations at the rally due to the injunction. 3 hours later, RCMP officers with body cameras began handing out tickets under the Public Health Act to those leaving the area for participating in the illegal gathering. At press time, the event had not dispersed and the police had yet to provide an update on how many people were ticketed on Saturday. Now, Canada is a mental disorder.
So it's not about being afraid of the virus or anything like that. No, it's about the fines. It's about the injunctions and getting hauled by the police like you're some lowly scum criminal.
Yeah, yes, it's kind of like what Miguel said. You know what? Masks are very useful in preventing fines.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, of course, Canada is a mental disorder. Now, the fine print is again in the last two paragraphs. Well, the police had not given any updates, and we don't know how many people were ticketed. I've looked it up; it's impossible to find that information, which tells me that it's kind of like in Romania. We're gonna pretend that we issue fines, and everyone will pretend that we'll care, and eventually, in fact, nobody does. That's usually how these things work, and have started to work almost everywhere, with the exception of places that are brutally insane, like Canada or China. Well, actually, in China, protesting is much more legal than it is in Canada. Let's put it that way. But yeah, as for this particular preacher, the guy has balls. And of course he does because, he's Christian, but he's one of those charismatic neo-Protestants who use half of their calendar is actually the Jewish calendar. They hold their mass on Saturdays. They call it Passover, not Easter. It's a very weird, cult. It is a cult. The guy has been prosecuted under the communist martial law in Poland in the 80s. So, the guy has seen repressive apparatus that was much more competent and with much more reason to be afraid of than these cucks in Canada.
The Canadians.
Right? So as a result, I'm not surprised that this is the kind of person who just tells the AHS to fuck off. I mean, what are they going to do? Oh, they're going to arrest him for a day. Oh, no. I'm sure he was impressed. And I'm sure he'll stop having his gatherings because you arrested him for a day and prolonged his arrest for another half a day because you mishandled intentionally the paperwork, because that's exactly what happened. Oh, I'm sure he'll be impressed by that. Biztos. I like this name. That's why it's called the Court of Queen's Bench Order. I'm pretty sure the Queen doesn't give a damn about that. No. But then again, the English Dominion is gonna English Dominion. Too bad that it's not Dominion enough, so you can have Her Majesty to tell them to cut the crap. So there's that. As for this guy with the cafe, again. This shows that in Canada, just like in most of Europe, how should you call it? The powers that be, those that are in power, essentially, the bureaucrats, because those are the people that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the Prime Minister or the Minister of Health or any of these very visible elected figures. No, I'm talking about the bureaucracy, the deep state.
The deep state.
Right. Most of those are incapable, that's the word, incapable. They're not doing it intentionally, but they're just stupid in public because they're incapable of thinking that there can be such people like this Scott whatever dude who will do things because they believe, Chris Scott, who will do these things because they believe that in principle they're right. Right? Most of the people who comprise what was and is oftentimes referred to as the deep state, they're just incapable of thinking that such people can exist. They can only think in their paradigm, which is someone does something in order to get a position in the bureaucracy or make more money or out of one of these very pecuniary interest. They can't seem to think that some people actually do not have a pecuniary interest, and they have a more principled
approach.
Interest. Principled interest. My interest is freedom. No, I don't want your money. I want my freedom because that's more expensive. I'm just saying. Now, should these protests continue? Yes. The problem with Canada is that their protests are just very small. I mean, with the exception of Quebec, which had glorious protests, all of the rest of the protests that I've been able to find footage from in Canada were smaller than the ones that we had here. And Canada's population is bigger.
And even more than the ones you saw in the UK. Just to prove an example from the Anglosphere.
Oh no, the protests in the UK were glorious, and I think they were not the biggest in Europe. The ones in Germany were the biggest in Europe, but the second biggest were the ones in the UK. Yes, I mean they. In addition to those huge marches in London, Bristol has had protests almost daily. Even now, when there was relaxation of the measures, they're still as big as they are, and they're not stopping. Guess who those people will be voting next time around? I'm just saying. That's a constituency waiting for a party, and the party will come, whether you like it or not, and you're not gonna like it, because that's the thing. And this is the aspect that either the politicians did not calculate, or they did and they thought that it's not going to be that bad. One of the two. But none of them thought that the crowd will be big. They all thought that the crowd will be just as small as it was at the previous pandemic abuse, which was in 2009. And they thought that it's probably going to be the same 1,000 people. Well, tough luck.
He missed a few zeros.
This time around, it's not going to be like the previous times around. It could be because the scale of the abuse is 100-fold bigger than the previous one. It could be. I don't know the reason. I'm not very good at politics myself. It could be. I could be wrong, but yeah. So you get arrested for organizing a religious mass. Speaking of which, you all like the example of Israel. What do you think happened to all of those Orthodox synagogues? Yeah. Nothing. Nothing happened to them. yeah, sure, the police came in and said, well, yeah, you should be keeping distance, and they all said no.
Yeah, but at least the situation in Israel is a bit different because the current regime is in power because of the with the blessing of the ultra orthodox. Otherwise, even Bibi would disappear if he would have pissed them off hard enough.
There you go. What I'm saying is that all of these kinds of communities, whether they are religious communities or bars or whatever, everyone interested in getting rid of whatever remaining COVID-19 regulations still are, they should make themselves one of the constituencies necessary to keep the regime in power. Basically, get your own bargaining chip. Because in every community, in every instance, at least in Europe and North America, where you have a constituency like that, suddenly the pandemic is not a big issue. In countries and areas where you don't have a community like that, the pandemic is very serious and you all need to stay at home and otherwise you're going to cough and there are no more ICU places and all sorts of that crap. All of it wrong, by the way, intentionally wrong. Get yourself these kinds of constituencies. It's not difficult. Because if it were difficult, nobody would have been able to pull it off. But obviously, it's not difficult.
Yeah, but in this scenario, at least the constituency where Pavlovsky preached, this is something that I haven't observed because I haven't been to the US. But thankfully, Miguel helped with this perspective. When it's about building a church in North America, Canada, or US, doesn't matter. They both function the same way. The entire community gathers around and contributes in some way or another, whether they build it physically or they contribute money or resources, in order to build it, which makes the community itself even more
tight knit.
So when you haul off the preacher, which happens to be also Polish, and having seen legit communist oppression, which, let's remember, communists were anti-religion of any sorts. Any religion but the state was absolutely verboten. So you not only piss him off, but you also piss the community off, which is definitely made of even more Poles from the same cult.
Yeah. As you were speaking, I was trying to imagine what would have happened if the police had arrested Theodosie here.
Oh boy.
I mean, I'm just saying, right? We spoke about Theodosie on this program several times. Last time, I think it was in January, after January 6th, I mean, only once, I think it was in September or October, the police got into his church, but harassed a little bit. By a little bit, I mean less than 3 minutes. A few of the attendants, right, the believers. And this guy stopped. He was during the mass. He stopped, got out of the altar, and he just made a sign like that. And suddenly, like 15 or 20 phones started taping. And he politely asked the police, "What the hell is going on?" And they were like, "Oh, but my COVID-19 measures." No, you get lost. Now I don't care about your opinion about COVID-19. You get lost. And they did. And they created a little bit of a scandal. The police, created a little bit of a scandal in front of the church, but not inside. And, after the mass, the guy just went very calmly to the local politicians and had a small conversation with them. Nobody knows the content of the conversation. But the thing is that suddenly the police forgot where this church is. And keeps on forgetting to this day, and nobody wants to remember where this guy's church is.
But there was also that funny threat that not only the police but also the gendarmerie will no longer be they will no longer receive.
They won't be getting the communion.
They won't be getting the communion, and they will no longer receive the blessing at all from the diocese. Yeah,
but in fairness, that's a much more. It's a stronger threat here than it would be in Canada. That's one aspect. But probably the more important aspect is that here, most of the religious communities, not just the Orthodox one, the Neo-Protestants too, they do keep and they upkeep a lobbying arm. They do have a political lobbying arm. Of course, the Orthodox one is much stronger because, well, in theory, they cover 85% of the country, in reality about 50, but still, it's a big one, obviously. But they do maintain that. Whereas in Canada in particular, because that's what surprised me, I'm like, okay, this guy is obviously has balls, he knows exactly what he's doing, he'll be fine. But what about the rest of the religious communities? None of them, not a single peep, and the answer is yes. Because at least as it looks like from the outside, and maybe I'm wrong, I hope I'm wrong, but at least as it looks like from the outside, religious communities in Canada don't have a political lobbying arm. Terrible. Build it. Again, it's not difficult. You just have to want it. You can will things into reality, but you have to work for them, and the first step to working for them is to want it. I mean, in the U.S., for instance, some of the Catholic dioceses had no problem in lobbying against the state, suing at the Supreme Court and whatnot. What about the Catholic communities in Canada? Not a single peep.
Or any Christian community.
Christian community, for that matter, right? Terrible. That's the thing. That's the thing with liberty in general. As I said in 2015 in my video, "How can liberty win?" And the answer, trigger warning, is it can't. You just have to successfully defend it every single time.
Yeah, it's an ongoing battle.
Yeah, and failing to defending it, well, there is a term in English for that: dereliction of duty. You have a duty to defend it. Nobody will defend it for you. You have to defend it for yourself. Staying in the Americas, but though going further to the south, BBC, Colombia withdraws controversial tax reform bill after mass protests. Colombia's President Ivan Duque has withdrawn a controversial tax reform bill following 4 days of huge protests across the country. In a televised statement, he said his government would work to produce new proposals and seek consensus with other parties and organizations. He had previously insisted tax rises were needed to respond to the economic crisis generated by the cough. But tens of thousands of people took to the streets in anger at the bill, and they had very nice political debates in the streets for that, and the people disagreed. Unions who organized the protests said it would disproportionately impact the poorest people who are already struggling with the economic impact of the COVID-19. President Duque, in his statement, acknowledged it is a moment for the protection of the most vulnerable, an invitation to build and not to hate and destroy. It is a moment for all of us to work together without paltriness, he added. A path of consensus, of clear perceptions, and it gives us the opportunity to say clearly that there will be no increase in VAT for goods and services. Colombia's gross domestic product dropped by 6.8% last year, in deepest crash in half a century, and the coronavirus pandemic has further driven up its unemployment rate. The proposed reforms would have lowered the threshold at which salaries are taxed, affecting everyone with a monthly income of $656 or more. It would also have eliminated many of the current exemptions enjoyed by individuals, as well as increasing taxes imposed on businesses and other number of goods covered by value-added tax. The proposals caused outrage among many Colombians, who say they are already struggling to feed their families during the pandemic. Many middle-class Colombians and members of indigenous groups also joined the protests.
Well, as an update, those anti-tax protests turned into a complete shitstorm, to the point that is something which I haven't seen since the Egyptian revolution, when Hosni Mubarak disappeared from the leadership, where all the internet got cut off. Nobody could communicate within the country or outside of the country, and pretty much it turned into a Venezuela tier scenario where the security forces started shooting people on the streets.
Yeah, it's Colombia. I mean, I'm sorry if I'm not surprised by that. On the other hand, what struck me with this one is like, hold on a second. You guys don't pay tax, you don't pay tax on a monthly income that is $656 or less?
Holy shit, I want that law.
Let's move there. Are you kidding me? I mean, here, even if you make more than $120 a month, $120 a year, 600 lei, that's the per year, that's the grace portion, right? You don't pay taxes for that, and anything above that you have to pay taxes for it. So 656, that's great. Let's move there. Right, 656 per month. No, not bad, not bad, not bad. You could have a very decent living in rural Colombia for that money.
Yeah, we got to teach the Colombians the ways of the black market.
So they went to the streets because the president wanted to lower that threshold a little bit more. Based Colombians, yeah. Taxation is theft. As for the whole movement becoming a shit show, yeah, well, yes. I mean, if you involve the unions, it's gonna be a shit show. Unions plus South America, that doesn't really bode well.
Yeah, plus the generalized poverty, because as somebody living close to that area told us, the entire shit show it began with this tax reform, which didn't go well, but there were also much older wounds related to poverty, and all government shenanigans also related to protection racketeering.
Yeah, let's not forget that the current political zeitgeist in Colombia is essentially a post-cartel order. It all draws its legitimacy following a truce, essentially, between the government and the cartels, which ended the apparently never-ending civil war with the drug cartels. So the drug cartels decided to, okay, fine, we'll play ball a little bit, and that, of course, made things better and threw the country into a spiral of very solid and continuous economic growth. And now you have this shit show. Well, we'll see if the post-cartel order is able to withstand this shock. Maybe they will. You know, there have been, I think 2 years ago or 3 years ago, there was a similar kind of big igloo which threatened the post-cartel order, and the order withstood the challenge. So maybe it will this time around as well. But I wouldn't be terribly surprised if it won't. And the reason is being that we've already seen that in Italy. If the government exaggerates with COVID-19 bollocks, immediately portions of the country get taken over by the mafia. Right? And in Colombia, okay, the cartels are no longer de facto ruling the country, or portions of it as they used to, following the truce, but the infrastructure is still there. And they can get back to the old ways relatively easily, especially if the government decides to be stupid in public and piss off the already thin support that it has in the formerly known as the areas formerly known as cartel area. Right? I'm just saying. No, I could be wrong. But what if I'm not wrong? Oops. I'm just saying. In general, however, it was funny to watch, right? The socialists suddenly figure out that once they personally have to pay for socialism, oh no, taxation is theft, don't tread on me, really? Really?
Yeah.
Where were you the last 5,000 billion times when we kept on saying, look, taxation is theft? No, seriously, it is. Okay, sticking around, well, it's more like Central America, whatever. NPR, one of the world's poorest countries, has one of the world's lowest COVID death rates. Gee, what could possibly be the case? Haiti has one of the lowest death rates from COVID-19 in the world. As of the end of April, only 254 deaths were attributed to COVID-19 in Haiti over the course of the entire pandemic. The Caribbean nation, which often struggles with infectious diseases, has a COVID-19 death rate of just 22 per million. In the US, that would be 1,800 per million, and in parts of Europe, the fatality rate being around 3,000 deaths per million. Haiti's success is not due to some innovative intervention against the virus. Most people have given up wearing masks in public, buses and markets are crowded, and Haiti hasn't yet administered a single COVID-19 vaccine. Dr. Jean-Bill Pop says a combination of factors have kept the death rate so low. Pop played a role similar to Anthony Fauci in the US. The 74-year-old Haitian doctor served as the co-chair of a national commission in Haiti to deal with COVID-19, leading the country's effort to deal with the crisis. But the commission was dissolved earlier this year. Well, that could be the key. The reason mainly is because we have very, very few cases, Pop says. The local health agency he heads, known as Giskio, actually shuttered its COVID-19 units last fall due to the lack of patients. Last June, the country of 11 million was hit with a significant wave of infections. Hospital wards filled with COVID-19 patients. At the time, the country only had 2 places that could test for the virus, so the actual number of infections is unknown. Now, testing is far more available, but Pop says very few cases are detected each day. Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 0, sometimes it's 20, but we're not seeing a second wave as we had thought it would happen. He says the country has pretty much gone back to the way life was pre-pandemic. Schools are open, thousands of people packed the northern coastal Port de Paix for Carnival in February. Most people don't wear a mask. Not only have outdoor markets reopened, they were never completely closed. Sheltering in place and working from home are luxuries most Haitians can't afford. As the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere, Haitians on average earn less than $2,000 per year, according to the United Nations. And most, Pop says, have gone back to work, because if they don't work, they don't eat, and their family doesn't eat, he says. Concern about the pandemic is so minimal that this April, when the Wuhan Health Organization-led COVAX program offered Haiti a shipment of AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccines, the government rejected it. Dr. Jacqueline Gauthier is on the National Technical Advisory Group on COVID-19 vaccination. She says ordinary Haitians and people in the medical community have heard reports of rare but severe side effects from the AstraZeneca vaccine in Europe, and they're in no rush to get that shot. Because COVID did not impact us so badly, she says. People don't think the vaccine is worth it, actually. Gauthier is also the director of the Saint-Damien Pediatric Hospital on the outskirts of Port-au-Prince. The pandemic may have had less of an impact in Haiti, she says, because it's a young country. The average age is 23. COVID-19 infections tend to be less severe in younger people. It's also possible, she says, that a significant number of people who were infected by the virus last summer showed no symptoms and built up immunity. Also, houses tend to be open with plenty of ventilation. Airflow can knock the pathogen out of the picture. Whatever the reason, she says, COVID-19 hasn't become a daily concern for most Haitians. Also, there are many other major problems the country is facing. So people don't see COVID as our major or as a major problem for us. And who can blame them? The daily problems facing Haiti are many. There's poverty, there's political instability, wild fluctuations in the value of the local currency, corruption, armed gangs. Diarrhea remains a major killer of children. And kidnappers, she claims. Yeah, there's a huge problem with kidnaps in the country. So Gauthier was fairly sure that Haiti had dodged the COVID-19 bullet. Then she saw the catastrophic COVID-19 wave in India, coming after a span of time when it seemed the country had been spared the worst of the virus. Now she worries that a deadly surge may be in Haiti's future too. We don't know, she says. This disease is full of surprises. Now, let's take a bet. There will be no deadly wave in Haiti. Shall we take that bet? Who's in for it? How do I know? Well, the average age is 23. Yeah, that's how I know.
Yeah, and not only that, but even if they tested, even they admitted they had only 2 places that tested. But let's be honest, not even the government, not the population could afford. It's pretty much the same case as it was in Brazil. People went back to work because if they don't work, they don't eat.
Yeah, and starvation has a case fatality rate slightly higher than COVID-19.
Yeah,
like almost 100%, right? I mean, there are very few people who survive a long episode of starvation. Yeah, sure, some of them do, but very few of them. Now, no, they said that at the beginning they didn't have places to test, but now test is widely available, and yet still nobody, or almost nobody, right? The days with 0 or 2, which is nobody, statistically nobody comes up with a positive test, which tells me that either a lot of the population has, yes, pre-existent immunity, which is one of the huge flaws of the dealing with this cough, namely that the Wuhan Health Organization told everyone that the assumption is that nobody has pre-existent immunity, as if nobody had ever gotten a cold before. It's ridiculous and anti-scientific. So maybe, very likely, many of them have already pre-existent immunity, either with this one specifically or previous pathogens that resemble this one. Or yes, the average age being 23, that means most of those who will get it or have gotten it, they didn't even notice.
Yeah, just like it happened in so many other countries in Africa, which also have a very young population.
Yeah. And well, in Europe it's 3,000 deaths per million. Now, in addition to the fact that Europe, just like huge portions of the United States, measured the number of deaths associated to the pandemic in a very, very liberal way, that is to say, to include suicides and motorcycle accidents
And falling off
a ladder and things of that nature, right? But so in addition to that, there is also the very, very easy to observe statistical aspect called Europe is the oldest continent on the planet. There's a lot of old people on this continent.
Yeah, and
when you have a pathogen that has an infection fatality rate among over 75s of 15%, but a 0.00000022% among under 25-year-olds.
And these are the CDC numbers. We're not we're not pulling them out of our asses.
Right. So when you have a pathogen like that, of course, in countries where the average age is 23, you'll be having roughly nobody dying from it. Whereas in countries where the average age is 43, like Italy, you have a lot of them dying. It's not rocket science, right? I mean, it's basic mathematics, 9th grade mathematics, essentially. It's not complicated. It doesn't require a degree in probabilistic science. It doesn't, right? It's very easy to notice. But it seems to me, and maybe I'm wrong, we'll see. In about 6 months we'll know whether I'm wrong or not. But it seems to me that the best place to be in since March last year and until at least October this year, if not October next year, it depends on a lot of factors, is to be in in one of these places. Tanzania, Haiti, Egypt. Places who can't afford institutionalized hypochondria.
Yeah.
Because again, in Tanzania, the tourist season is fully open. In Egypt, like half of Romania is in Egypt right now. Well, I'm exaggerating with half of Romania, but by official numbers, they have like 800,000 tourists with a Romanian passport today in Egypt. Before the pandemic, almost nobody went to Egypt from Romania. Almost nobody. A couple of thousand, maybe 10,000 per year. Now we have 800,000 in May when it's not tourist season.
It's because
it's the closest country to Romania that doesn't have institutionalized hypochondria. That's the reason.
The most that they do is they don't even test you on the airport because because I dug in to see what exactly are the conditions to get there. Technically it says there on some public health order that you would have to either arrive with a test or get yourself tested, and you have to pay $50. But $50, that's pretty much the bribe to get into the country. You don't even get tested. It's just an excuse of the state to get a bit more money into the coffers.
You pay $50 for the paper that says you're healthy.
Pretty much that.
You can cough so badly that someone can hear you from 3 kilometers away, and you're still negative for the COVID-19 test in Egypt. So there's that. And of course in Egypt, just like NPR describes in Haiti, of course there is no such thing as masks, there is no such thing as distancing.
Good luck enforcing masks in a city
in Cairo.
In a city like Cairo, which is pretty much the size of your average country in Europe.
Yes, and most of Cairo, especially the old part of the city, although the newer parts aren't that far off either, were built with crowded in mind. They're built to be crowded. You don't have room to have distancing in those places. It just doesn't exist, period. And it cannot be done. And to their credit, the military dictatorship in Egypt, they're like, look, we can't do that, period. We won't even try. Which makes sense that they figured it out that they can't do it, because a military regime has, by its design, a lot of experts in logistics in it. And we're coming, I'm sorry, what? No, that's not doable, sir. And there you go. I haven't looked recently to the numbers in Egypt, but I suspect they aren't that big either. right? I suspect there aren't piles of bodies on the streets in Egypt. And of course in Haiti, obviously there aren't.
There may be piles of bodies in Haiti, but definitely not due to the cough.
Well, as I said, diarrhea is a huge killer of children. You know, that's a. By the way, diarrhea. Now that's a serious disease, right?
Diarrhea is actually a symptom due to cholera, which also is an issue in sub-Saharan Africa and other black majority countries which do not have access to clean water. That's a fucked up disease.
And soon enough, Los Angeles. Last year or 2 years ago, there was that piece of news with the top public health expert of Los Angeles saying, look, third world cities are laughing at us.
You get the Black Plague, you get cholera.
Tuberculosis made a huge comeback in LA. In ways that even the most TB affected countries of Europe are still looking better than LA on the per million statistic. But yeah, it seems to me, and again, maybe I'm wrong, but it seems to me that the best place to be in the world this year is one of these countries: Tanzania, Egypt, Haiti, the sane part of Brazil, right? I'm just saying, and it reinforces. I used to get a lot of flack for this until 2020. I would routinely get flack for promoting these kinds of countries and intentionally downplaying first world countries. Now you understand why. Because exactly that was always my argument. Look, if things go badly, those are the places to rely on, and not the very civilized West, allegedly. Right? I don't consider the West to be civilized, but that's a debate for another day. So yeah, maybe it's just a cough. I mean, have you all considered maybe it's just a cough? And again, at least what I can appreciate is from this lady, Mrs. Gauthier, who is at least very honest and said, look, we don't know. Finally, someone being honest in public and saying, look, we don't know. Because up until about February 2021, we don't know was the most honest public health advice that was never heard. Right? Only in February 2021 it started to be heard with the huge downfall of new infections in India.
Yeah.
And when finally the public experts had to come and say, we have no idea what we're doing and we don't know why isn't anyone coughing anymore and why is that happening. And now they're all coughing again. Why is that happening? I don't know. Could be the vaccines. Could be a different change in the climate. I don't know, something happened. Or it could be that the virus swept through the rural areas and is now back into the urban ones.
Yeah, in the case of India, it could definitely be a change in the climate because right now, it's still right now. It's still the rainy season when it's cold in India. Okay, not cold by European standards, but it's cold by India standards. And this virus, just like the vast majority of colds, are the most active during cold-ish weather.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't pretend to know, but what I do pretend and expect from people who call themselves experts in public health to be able to say in public, we don't know. And back in 2017, I made a video called The Virtue of Saying I Don't Know. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of countries, although by no means all, and by no means the majority, but a lot of countries in the world have fucked it up so badly with this fluffy cough. Because their bureaucrats, because Fauci is a bureaucrat at the end of the day, so are all of the public health experts in Europe. They're all getting stipends from the state, and there are a bunch of fucking bureaucrats that nobody can remove. Well, they can, but it's very difficult. They all started from the premise that they know, which is a very, very, it's institutionalized hubris. And hubris is a sin, kids, right? They started from the premise that, look, we're the experts, and of course we know, and we're going to do this, and look, no, you don't know either. And instead of saying, look, we don't know, these are the precautions that we have in mind, we hope that they work, and if they don't, we're going to change them, but generally, based on what we know so far, this is probably how we should do things, and have a more humble attitude. If they had had that humble attitude, then probably more people would have cooperated with the public health guidance. But if they failed to do so, and they did, institutionally and in a generalized fashion, now nobody believes it. Well, again, of course, there are individuals who are neither idiots nor paid to be stupid in public and sing the pandemic tune. There are people who genuinely believe and still trust these idiots who call themselves experts. But they are statistically speaking insignificant. Right? So when I say nobody believes that, I don't mean that in an absolute sense, but as a statistical norm.
Yeah, as a timeline, the way I've seen the way this entire situation evolved, it started as a panic, then it turned into naivete, then they turned into arrogance, and now we're in the hubris stage.
Yeah, and soon enough we'll be in the clown stage, because you know it's coming. You know it's coming. Although it's already here in Romania, but in other countries you guys are still behind the curve. But and you're not flattening the clown curve. Trust me, you're not flattening the clown curve.
It is generally difficult to remove these bureaucrats like the Faucis of the world. But now, once you get to the clown stage, which you will get to during this year, probably in the summer, or at the latest in the autumn, that's the moment where you have to ask for the heads of those people, because they're the ones that dictate the measures to politicians. The politicians, whether they were malevolent in the cases like Belgium or naive like most of the planet, they still have to pay politically for decisions they did, because the general trend was to turn the countries into
hospitals,
into a mixture of hospitals with insane asylum and the police state mixed up together.
It's kind of like a psychiatric ward, essentially. It turned countries into mental asylums. At some point, again, friendly reminder for everyone, I'm a founding member of the international community of the people who support the virus, right? And as a result, I hashtag Team Virus for the win. I really hope that this fluffy cough will create a fourth wave, because everyone has to taste the clown stage as well. But in the case of Haiti, I'm afraid I will be disappointed. The committee will be disappointed. I really don't think that there will be a deadly wave in Haiti. Now, you can manufacture one, right? If Haiti becomes kind of like some health departments in some US states and starts counting auto accidents and suicides and deaths by cholera as COVID-19, then sure, you'll be having a deadly wave. It's just that it won't be the case, it won't be due to COVID, but it only, on paper, it will be attributed to.
Yeah, will be interesting. How exactly do you prove shitting yourself to death to be a COVID symptom?
Oh, that's easy. That's easy. I mean, it already is part of international health guidance that diarrhea can be a symptom of COVID-19. And you can easily argue that, well, in Haiti, the virus has mutated. There you go, a new variant that actually makes you shit even more. And, eventually you shit yourself to death, and that's why you died of COVID. So, kind of like that meme with the horse carriage. You have died of COVID. You should have shit less. That's how it works. That's how it works. I suspect that this won't happen either in Haiti, because if these are the public health experts who are like, man, we don't know, and quite frankly, we don't really care, it's hard to replace those people, because I'm pretty sure there isn't an abundance of public health experts in Haiti. And even if they are, they're busy with more serious public health concerns, of which there are plentiful in that place. So yeah, it is what it is. All right, let's take a break. Let's listen to the March of the Templars, and then we'll be back with Europe. Right, we're back. You've listened to the March of the Templars. I'm probably going to get a copyright strike for it, but it's totally worth it because it's a good song. Okay, Europe. Sticking around with discussions about this fluffy cough, the Marxian NHS COVID jab booking site leaks people's vaccine status. NHS Digital is revising its process for booking COVID-19 vaccinations in England after the discovery of a seriously shocking failure that leaked medical data from the site. Shocking, I know. Now, it was by design, you fucking idiots. The website lets users make appointments using their NHS number or, if they do not have it to hand, some basic identity information, but in the process, users' vaccination status is disclosed, allowing anyone who possesses basic personal details of a friend, colleague or stranger to find out what should be confidential medical information. Employers would therefore, in theory, be able to trivially find out which of their staff had been vaccinated, for instance, while others may feel under pressure not to get the vaccine for fear of criticism from anti-vaccination friends or colleagues. The latter is a false problem. The problem comes because of the different responses to the vaccination website gives to users based on their vaccination status. For users who have not had any jabs, entering personal details takes them straight through to a standard screening page, while for users who have had their first shot and booked their second, they are presented with a screen asking for their booking reference to continue. But for those people who have received both vaccinations, simply entering the basic biographical information takes them straight to a page that says you have had both of your appointments. Worst of all, for those users who have had only one jab through a GP and have not booked for a second, the screen lets them book their follow-up then and there without any further verification. This is a seriously shocking failure to protect patients' medical confidentiality at a time when it could not be more important, said Silke Carlo, the director of a privacy group Big Brother Watch. This online system has left the population's COVID vaccine statuses exposed to absolutely anyone to pry into. Date of birth and postcode are fields of data that can be easily found or bought, even on the electoral roll. And now you wonder why I never disclose my date of birth. This is personal health information that could easily be exploited by companies, insurers, employers, or scammers. Robust protections must be put in place immediately, and an urgent investigation should be opened to establish how such basic privacy protections could be missing from one of the most sensitive health databases in the country. And the answer to that is by design. A spokesperson for the National Data Guardian for Health and Social Care, who regulates the use of medical data, confirmed the concerns. The Office of the National Data Guardian has been contacted by 2 individuals about the way that the coronavirus booking website works, she said. It is important that it is as simple and easy as possible for people to book their vaccinations, and we understand that the website has developed to support this aim. The NDG has contacted the organizations which run the website to ensure that they are aware of the concerns that have been raised and will discuss with them the twin important aims of protecting confidentiality whilst maintaining easy access to vaccinations for the public. Much respect for using the term whilst. NHS Digital said it was working to reverse the pages, and the spokesperson said the online book a coronavirus vaccination service has enabled millions of people to book their vaccinations quickly and easily, with over 17 million first and second dose appointments made in over 4 months. The system does not have any direct access to anyone's medical record, and people should not be fraudulently using the service. It should only be used by people booking their own vaccines or for someone who has knowingly provided their details for this service. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
You should not be using it. Kids, in IT, on the internet, if something can be done, something will be done. For sure. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. It's not even a question of should. No, if it can be done, it will be done. It's that simple. If something can be used in a malfeasant way or fraudulently, as this individual calls it, it will be used fraudulently for sure.
Oh yeah.
Now, this is what I was referring to when it comes to techno-optimism, right? Going back to the discussion with vaccine passports in Canada, or the attempts by the European Union, which I'm looking forward to see how they spectacularly fail, usually in this kind of shit, this kind of bullcrap. Yeah, that's what happens when you rely on something that is not on paper and is not built with privacy in mind.
Yeah, and it even surprises me just how easily abusive can it be, because if you would have asked only for your NHS number, which I still remember mine, and if you asked for a postcode, then it would have been a much more simpler system, because the only people that know your national insurance number would be either you, your family, and potentially your employer, because you're supposed to give it. But it's been made intentionally. Not exactly intentionally, but they didn't see the way to abuse it. Just as this article mentions, it could have been made so much simpler, because, just as I said,
disagree. I think this was all intentional. And the reason I think this was all intentional is because I have yet to see any place in the world that has tried or has implemented any of this crap where you would see a service that is built with privacy in mind. None. All of them are intentionally built to be leaky and to erode your privacy. Because the stake for the companies that create these kinds of tools is not money. They're not making much money for developing the service. No, the stake for them is the data. That's the currency they're interested in. So of course they're not going to make a tool that is very mindful of the privacy of that data. No, of course not. Because what's the point?
Well, it couldn't be the case. Since there was definitely a private company that made this, they could have built the state a sufficient sum of money so that they could do just like the federal government does in the U.S. A cost plus sort of remuneration.
And how does that work? How many times have the data, IRS data of tens of millions of American taxpayers got leaked? How many times just in the last 5 years alone?
Yeah.
Sorry, no. Again, I strongly disagree, and I'm not disagreeing out of some conspiratorial thought pattern. I disagree as an expert in data privacy and big data and data centers, and based on recent history. Right?
Yeah. Or most likely there was a convergence between interests.
A conjuration of interests, yes.
Yeah, the convergence was NHS wanted it to be as simple as possible. And then the company just said, okay, we're gonna make just as you wish it.
Yep. And it's the case with many contact tracing apps, whose data again got leaked, and almost, if your country has had a contact tracing app and you were stupid enough to have used it, look up your own data on the dark web, you'll find it. All of them got hacked and leaked. All. Not a single exception. I don't have if I were to buy all of it, it would be more than $50,000. So of course I didn't buy all of it, but I bought the cheapest ones. And no, it's all of them. All of them. And again, it's not that one company is exploiting it. No, all of them.
All of them are doing the same.
Yeah, because again, the data is available on the open market. You know, installing a browser to get you to the dark web is a trivial thing to do, and buying a quarter of a Bitcoin so you can buy all of it's again a trivial thing to do, right? And it's available basically for everyone, anyone that is willing to pay. And again, for some countries, it's not even a huge amount. Right? I mean, if you want the data for South Koreans, about $3,000. There you go. Every single sucker who used the COVID tracing app, his data is forever for anyone willing to pay $3,000 for the data for the entire country. And then just, Control F and look for... I'm serious. And it's all of it. Ditch your smartphone. Don't use these kinds of services, ever. Especially if it is state-owned. If it's state-owned, and then it's double plus dangerous. Because again, bureaucrats, most of the NHS bureaucrats are boomers. They don't even know these problems can even exist in the first place. They can't conceptualize them. Because they were born long before these things were even possible in theory, let alone in practice. So some of it is not necessarily bad intention, it's just these people have no idea what they're doing. But then again, it is totally deserved, because the people who introduce their own data into these kinds of platforms, they also have no idea what they're doing. So, they're getting what they deserve.
Yeah, they're either techno-optimistic or just simply naive. Most of the cases, it does go into the naivete territory, or if a bureaucrat, just like it happened in the case of South Korea, they recommended to use a contact tracing app, and obviously the general population swallowed that one.
South Koreans are incredibly techno-optimistic as a population. Or you have it forced with a peer pressure way, like it happened in the UK and in that, what's the penal colony? Australia.
In Australia, yeah.
Right. In Australia, you had the official news, right? News.com.au called everyone an anti-apper, who is a danger to society because they're refusing to download the COVID tracing app. I'm serious. This was a real article published in May 2020 in Australia. That aged well.
Not.
In addition to the fact that in 0% of the cases anywhere on the planet, the apps have made zero difference, epidemiologically speaking. Right? It didn't even work in fucking Iceland, where there are fewer people than in my neighborhood. Even there, manual epidemiological inquiries were better than the app itself, and the app succeeded in finding zero COVID cases that were not found via the classical way, right? With paper and phones. Those tend to work. As for the same thing, right? Booking vaccines. What's the problem with using a phone and just calling a call center and book it? Why does it have to be all online?
Yeah, and then even more surprised because UK is nowhere even close to be one of those techno-optimistic states, and a lot of boomers, which were the ones that were really scared of the coup, and I've seen it since the first pandemic, because they were the most panicked with very few exceptions, were the ones younger than the 65. Which means great part of the population, they were as panicked, on par or even more panicked than the old people. So rest assured, the most technologically advanced thing you can find in their houses will most likely be the TV, and that's it.
Yeah.
And so they will still use a normal phone with a handle and the cable going to it, hooked up to the telephone line, and that's it. And we're not talking about even something as a Nokia 3210. No, just a simple landline phone, and that's it. So it's amazing the way these things happen. It's definitely the honking 20s.
The honking 20s for sure. Unfortunately, with the exception of Germany doesn't have this kind of crap. All of the rest of the countries of Europe have a sort of an app to use to book vaccines, and with the exception of Romania, which at least the app is run by the military, everyone else has it, externalized with various small companies, which makes it very ripe for leaking. That doesn't mean that the Romanian one won't get leaked. It probably will, but slower, right? Slightly slower. And it's gonna be a blast for anyone dealing with big data. And it's going to be terrible for your privacy. So make sure your data is not in there. That easy. You want to get the shot? Fine. Use the phone. The physical phone. You call a doctor, make an appointment, you go, you get shot, you get out. And get the evidence on paper, not on any electronic app. Easy. Paper is harder to hack. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you gotta be in person in order to hack that paper.
There's a reason why, even though we have very fast internet, there have been very few cases of high-level hacking in this country. And the reason being that most of our bureaucracies are still entirely on paper. So, if you want to hack them, you have to physically break into their headquarters and steal in huge wardrobes of paper, and then sift through it at home, take pictures, and publish them. That's how you make a leak.
Yep.
Whereas in places that allowed, that's the word, allowed, the electorate allowed things to become fully electronic or mostly electronic, you'll keep on having these kinds of scandals. And there is an entire lobby worth trillions of dollars whose entire job is to commoditize your privacy, to commoditize your habits, commoditize your data. And it's your responsibility to make sure that doesn't happen. But, you know, if you are one of those NPCs, oh, but I don't have anything to hide. Great. Can I have a clone of your hard drive? I'll decide what you have to hide or not. Speaking of honks, Fox News, Romania uses Dracula's castle as COVID-19 vaccination marathon site. Romania is trying to step up its coronavirus vaccination efforts by utilizing Dracula's castle as a vaccine center, offering perks to entice the more hesitant citizens. Citizens can go for a vaccine at Bran Castle without an appointment, and they will receive a vaccinated at Bran Castle diploma along with a free tour, according to a Facebook post by the tourism office. The famous Bran Castle has been called Dracula's Castle as it best fits the description of the famous Dark Lord's home in Bram Stoker's novel, even though Stoker never visited Romania, according to the castle's website. The vaccine marathon will distribute the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine and will occur every weekend in May during the day. The Romanian government has utilized other national venues to entice its residents to get the shot. The National Library in Bucharest is another such marathon site, according to the Marxism. These centers are for everyone who wants to get vaccinated but doesn't feel like making an appointment online, Beatrice Mahler, the director of Marius Nasta Hospital, told Agence France Presse. Romania has suffered just over 1 million cases of COVID-19 with around 29,000 deaths. So that would be Bran Castle, that would be this one. So, of course, you know. Now, inside information from Bran Castle. About half of the people that the government said they got the shot at Bran Castle didn't. They got a paper that said that they got the vaccine, but that will be pretty much and I suspect this piece of information will never be made public because it's to everyone's disadvantage, including my own, but you know, I'll just let it flow around there. What this article doesn't say is they say, oh, it's a free tour. No, it's a free tour only to the medieval torturing instruments section of the museum. Is that a sign? Are you trying to tell us something? Blink twice if you're okay. Just like one of the national theaters will be hosting, what's it called?
Pilot events.
Yeah, a pilot event, but I'm trying to the title of the theater play, Dineu cu proști, so that would be
a dinner with the dumb.
Dinner with the stupid, with the dumb people, right? Which will be, of course, exclusively for vaccinated. In reality, it won't. But what I'm saying is that there are all sorts of these honk moments in Romania, right? So you get a free tour on the medieval torturing instruments section of the Bran Castle if you get the Pfizer-BioNTech shot. You go to the dinner with dumb people if you get the Pfizer-BioNTech shot. You get to listen Titanic style of music at the National Opera if you get the Pfizer-BioNTech shot at the National Opera. I'm just saying, is something sinking?
Probably some bureaucrat is shitting himself laughing with all.
I'm pretty sure I personally know a few of the bureaucrats who are just shitting their pants while laughing at this moment. Bureaucrats in this country, I mean, people of the deep state. But yeah, it's all honk. It's not honky-dory, it's honk. It's just honk. The whole thing is entirely honk. The whole vaccination campaign in this country is honk. I expected it to be honk, I just did not expect it to be that honk. I was expecting these levels of honks to be reached somewhere in late July, but here we are, mid-May, and it's already quite honk, so it's only going to get better from here on. As opposed to other places, here, if you really want it, if you want to experiment gene therapy on yourself, for free, of course, you can do it without any appointment, and you no longer need the online app and whatever. But guess what? Most people don't. Oops. What you gonna do about it? And even the biggest shills for this experiment, they're like, yeah, well, we can't do it in a mandatory way because that raises constitutional problems. But and they try to think of ways in basically to break the Nuremberg Convention, because that's what it is. Because the Nuremberg Convention doesn't just say about mandatory vaccines; it also talks about institutionalized coercion. Right? And I'm looking forward for as many of these pilot events as possible. I'm gonna get tickets and get in there and politely ask them, look, no, of course I didn't get the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine. I'll never get it. And they'll say, well, then you can't get in. Great. Here's a piece of paper. Here's a pen. Please write that down. Here's my ID. Please write down that you're not allowing me here because I didn't get that Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine. Please, by all means, write it down and sign. Thank you.
That moment when you're just as bad as Dr. Mengele, which is the reason why the Nuremberg Convention is exactly that part with institutional coercion and
mandatory experiments.
Mandatory experiments.
Yeah. So, I'll be looking forward. Again, I have some of the lawsuits already written. I'm just waiting for the right moment to file them. And I will. Because I'm one of those motherfuckers who doesn't give a shit. What you gonna do? Call my employer? Ban me on YouTube? Report my Facebook page for a billionth time? And what you gonna do? Are you gonna jail me? Oh, great. If I end up in jail, most of the data that I'm waiting to publish will be automatically published. That would be fun.
That sounds an option.
I'm just saying. Same thing happens if I get killed. All right? It just gets automatically published. All of it. Good luck. Or you could stop being stupid in public. Just today, I think, it's Wednesday when we're taping, our version of Fauci, also a foreign dude who's idiot, kind of like Fauci.
And maybe Palestinian as well.
He's Palestinian, no, I think he's Syrian. In any event, he said that the biggest trouble is that nobody's coughing anymore, because, it's warm outside and the cold doesn't get transmitted as easily when it's warm outside. Who would have thought? Shocking, I know. And as a result, even fewer people will be willing to experiment gene therapy on themselves, and that's going to be terrible. So, it's quite fun. It's quite fun to watch. The whole vaccination campaign in this country is absolutely glorious. But, for those who really want it and who really have faith in the dubious process that got this shot on the market, which, by the way, is under temporary authorization, expires on August the 31st. For all those who still want it, we're open for tourism for vaccination. Anyone in the EU, just get in. Just kind of like Serbia, right? Serbia, same thing, right? Serbia boasts a huge number of people vaccinated. Yeah, half of them are foreigners.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, it's even more hilarious that all the countries from the civilized part of Europe, which is Western Europe, actually has such disastrous campaigns. Who would have thought? It may be a logistical challenge to carry something like a vaccine that has to be held at minus 80 degrees.
Yeah,
when even the US was lucky because it had one company on the entire bloody continent which could carry, and pretty much they had to dispatch military logistics because you don't trust logistics with anyone else except the military if you really want to do something national.
Yeah, but in Europe, very few countries enabled the military option for this one. Italy did. No, Italy, Romania, Poland. Hungary didn't because it's a small place. And of course, most of the outbreaks are in Budapest anyway and don't really need. Serbia, same thing, not much. But again, Serbia vaccinated, half of the people vaccinated in Serbia are foreigners.
Yeah, and the majority of the vaccine tourism which is a term we're going to brand here on the couch, was in Serbia and in Turkey.
Yes.
of people from Western Europe who could go get vaccinated because they couldn't get vaccinated in their own countries.
3 weeks ago, now we joined the market as well. Even the press was highlighting how many foreigners were at one of these vaccine marathons. I think it was the one in Timisoara. Like a third of the people who attended to get the shot there were foreigners. That's fine. I mean, again, I don't have anything against people willingly going and taking in the shot. You know, that's how we develop science. We test on plebs.
We test on guinea pigs
and see what happens. And if it goes well, then we give it to normal people as well. But if it doesn't, oh well.
Yeah, then
rinse and repeat.
we are big believers in personal responsibility. If your personal responsibility is so low that you're gonna submit yourself to experimental gene therapy, then congratulations to you.
Yeah, because you know, if all goes well, then the technology can be used for literally the cure to some forms of cancer. So you know, I'm not against it. What I'm saying is that do it in an informed fashion, right? You know, and that's the problem that I had with the vaccination campaign in this country, because it took a few months until they started being fully honest. Because I'm like, look, inform the people that it's an experimental product whose experiment ends in 23. And, you know, if they still want it, great, not a problem. But if they don't, stop being stupid in public and call everyone an anti-vaxxer for not wanting to be a guinea pig for an experimental product. You know, on the open market, in the phase 3 of trials, volunteers are paid at least $500, $5,000 in the second phase, and $500 on the third phase. So that's why Serbia and the United States are the most advanced in this one. Serbia gives them, I believe it's like $50 or something like that for people to get the shot. Well, in Serbia, purchase power parity, that would be about 200 in the US. So it's good enough. And in the US, they give between 100 and 300, and employers give to their employees between 500 and 1,000 to get the shot. Okay, that's fair, right? You know, a volunteer in an experimental phase in the third phase of a trial of a new drug gets between 500 and 1,000, usually 500. That's fair. But what I'm saying is, be fair to people. But yeah, you know, the value of a torture chamber tour at Brand Castle, it's not that big, right? So the ticket there, last time I was there, last year actually, in May last year, was the last time I went to the Brand Castle. The ticket for that was like 30 lei, so that would be $7 or something. Not good enough. Nah. Still have a lot of work till the minimum 500 necessary to be equivalent with the open market. All right, enough COVID-19. Well, not really, because almost all of the news in Europe is related to COVID-19 in one way or the other. Reuters, founder of Spanish leftist Podemos party, Pablo Iglesias, retires. Did we predict that last time? Didn't we?
Yeah.
Ponytailed Spanish politician Pablo Iglesias abruptly retired from politics on Tuesday night, a month after stepping down from his post as deputy prime minister of the central government. The 42-year-old founder of the leftist Podemos party made a surprise move a few weeks ago, yeah, surprise my ass, to run in the capital region's elections, which ended in a landslide victory for conservative candidate Isabel Díaz Ayuso on Tuesday night. I'm leaving all party politics. I won't be an obstacle for the renewal of leadership of our political force needs, Iglesias told reporters late on Tuesday after learning the results, which he described as a tragedy. We have failed, he said. Although Iglesias has already announced he would not run for prime minister in the next national elections due in 23, this announcement precipitates his departure from Spanish politics, which he helped transform in the last decade. Iglesias founded Podemos in January 2014 to rally the vote of Spaniards, all outraged by austerity measures imposed following the 2008 financial crisis. In May 2014, he won a seat as a member of the European Parliament, and then his political rise was meteoric. Podemos broke the two-party dynamic in Spain, where the socialists and conservatives of the People's Party have alternated since the 1980s, paving the way for other minority parties to gain footholds in Spain's parliament. In 2016, Iglesias achieved his best result after creating an alliance of left-wing parties called called Unidas Podemos, which won a share of votes that brought them hot on the heels of the historical Socialist Party. But Iglesias' radical vision of a progressive overtaking of the mainstream left-wing never fully materialized, and in 2019 his failure to reach an agreement with the Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez forced a repeat election. Eventually, Podemos and the Socialists formed Spain's first coalition government, but a year and a half on, having announced his retirement, Iglesias has tapped Labour Minister Yolanda Díaz as his successor. Right, so yeah, there were regional elections in Madrid. It wasn't a tragedy, it was a flattening. Like, Podemos didn't even get a seat in the regional parliament.
Gee, I wonder why.
And Partido Socialista Obrero Español got a flattening similar to the one yours truly has had something to do with in 2014. In 2014 we flattened them because of the gender violence law, la ley contra la violencia de género. And this time around, I wasn't personally involved, but people that I know were. It was because of the COVID-19 policies. This is the part that Reuters doesn't mention here, and in a way it makes sense because it's only about Iglesias himself, not about the whole political construction. The left-wing alliance, so that would be Podemos and PSOE, Partido Socialista Obrero Español, the Spanish party, workers' party, essentially, they imposed the toughest measures in the West, period. They made Franco look like a Democrat. Like a progressive Democrat, essentially, in comparison to the sanitary fascism imposed in Spain by Iglesias and Sanchez, by the idiots of the left. So, yeah. And in Madrid, the regional government, the previous one, was always a thorn in the eyes of the central government, because the conservatives, who were having a very slim majority at the time, kept on suing the general government and winning in court against the isolation measures. And when the election was due, which was 3 weeks ago-ish, 2 weeks ago, they went to the voters and said, vote for us in a bigger share, and we're going to flatten the COVID-19. And the voters did. And now it's a problem, because suddenly the entire narrative around this fluffy cough in Spain is thrown into a cloud of, what is the term? Well, illegitimacy. Because they were illegitimate. All of them were illegitimate. Most, if not all, now I'm an extremist, so I always say all, no exceptions, all of the policies related to this Wuhan cough are illiberal, useless, immoral, illegal, and illegitimate. All of them. There is no such thing as, oh, but people wanted them. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Yeah, sure, a minority of 10% maybe. Maybe. But so what? There is always a minority of 10% of people who want all sorts of fucked up shit. Does that necessarily mean it has to become governmental policy? No.
Yeah, well, this is just the start of parties all across the planet, and especially in Europe, since we're at it, are going to pay politically for the decisions that they did, whether informed or not informed, and the culture is reporting the news again before they happen.
Yep. And with few exceptions, anyone who happened to be in power during the COVID-19 scare, I'm not willing to go say hoax, but scare. Well, the scare around it is hoax, but the cough itself is not a hoax. It exists, it's fluffy and makes you cough. And 0.3% die. That's terrible. But just because that is true, that doesn't justify, especially like what's in Spain, right, with 12 hours a day curfew and shutting down the vast majority of businesses, and not just bars and restaurants, like entire factories and things. That's insane. And there is no way to justify it, and there's no way you can convince me ever that that's anything other than insane.
Yeah, and 60,000 euro fines because you open your
Yes,
restaurant.
insane. insane. That's the word for it. And there's no way you can describe that other than sanitary fascism, right? And trying to convince anyone that that's not true makes you part of the problem, capital P problem. And yes, many of y'all who happen to have been in power, and I say y'all because I know a lot of officials of various governments watch this so far, many of y'all should be hunted. Preferably physically as well, but definitely politically. And you will. Oh, you will. For sure.
Watch those bullets that you received the last time end up in a weapon.
Yeah, at the very least, Pedro Sanchez is for now secure in his power. But, the PSOE coalition that leads the national government. But, that means you will be empowered to deal with the after effects of the financial crisis you created. And you will not be able to manage it, just like you weren't able to manage the previous
one.
The previous two.
Fair point.
Right?
Yeah, I forgot.
So you won't be able to manage this one either, for sure, willing to bet. And as a result, by 2023, Partido Popular, the mainstream conservatives, will be the junior party of Vox. I hope I'm wrong, because Vox is not prepared for such a huge share. They're not prepared to govern the country in that configuration. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope Partido Popular will be the main partner, just because Vox is much better as an influencer rather than a leader. But if things go on like they are going now in Spanish politics, there's a strong chance I'll be proven right. And of course, PSOE will get another flattening like they got in 2014.
Yeah, towards the single digits, somewhere around there.
Yes, and Podemos, of course, will be gone.
Will be non-existent.
No, they'll be relegated back to where they belong, namely a marginal regional force. They'll probably still maintain most of their voter share in Catalonia, but national voting, national power, probably not. Probably not. And it's something that Iglesias is correctly noticing, and probably is trying to preserve whatever image he has, and maybe come back as a savior after the disaster that will be 2023 for their party. So in 2024 for the Euro elections, so he can run again as a savior of the party. I'm pretty sure that's the calculus. That's exactly what I would do if I were him. And I know Podemos has very smart consultants. A smart consultant will probably advise his client kind of like I did now, right?
But then there will always be, which is one of the reasons why we make these shows on YouTube. It's so that we have them in storage just in case we're gonna need this information for the future. Yeah, you remember back then, several years back, when you absolutely got shuddered in the polls. Well, I wonder why that happened, and we'll make your lecturer remember why that happened in case they forget.
Yeah, but kind of like I did a few days ago when I pulled from the archive the video that I made in 2015 called "The Upcoming Franco-German
Collapse."
I predicted there that the military will be very much anti-state if the whole kissing up to Islam and the Islamophobia will be mandatory, and at some point eventually someone will crack down on Islamo-leftism and hold on a second, that's actually happening now. Kind of like the same thing, right? So now I'm telling you how Spanish politics will go. And at least when it comes to France and Spain, I'm relatively well informed. I'm not that informed on Portugal, for instance, so I'll never opinionate in public about Portuguese politics that much. But with Spanish politics, I am informed because, again, I was involved in several election campaigns, and I suspect I will be involved in the 2023 one as well. Unless I get shut down physically for disagreeing with, experimenting on people with gene theory. I suspect that is the case with Mr. Iglesias. I think his consultants are smart enough to tell, look, this is the time for you to step back. Sit around, wait this one out, the disaster will come, and then you can be the savior once again. By that time he will be 44, 45, whatever, he'll be wiser, and he'll be able to pull another one-off.
I wouldn't bet on him being wiser, because if he was really wise, he would.
Propagandistically speaking.
Propagandistically, yeah. Well, I thought you meant as an individual. As an individual, you can't call anybody even smart if said person is still touting the communistic ideals after the age of 25.
Yeah, that's true. But you know, the only smart people in Podemos are you know, the Iranian terrorists who fund the party because they're getting their money's worth,
yeah,
and the consultants who are just doing their job, right? Those are the only smart people.
The ones who do it for a paycheck.
Those are the only smart people in Podemos circles. Everyone else, no, of course not. I mean, seriously, to be unironically for Podemos, that's stupid. But then again, on the sofa, we believe in the absolute right of the people to be stupid in public. So, you know, of course they should have the right to be stupid in public.
In this day and age, all stupidity is voluntary.
Yep, but they're not entitled to votes. That's what I'm saying. And the Spanish left, whether they wanted it or not, whether it was naivete or intent, I don't care. The Spanish left fucked this one badly with the whole COVID-19 thingy. You know, without COVID-19, probably they would have won the Madrid elections, or at the very least maintained their share, right?
Yeah, not get an absolute beating.
Yeah, I mean, the socialists got half of the seats that they had before, and Podemos got helicoptered into oblivion. I mean, you know, these kinds of, admittedly, Spanish politics is probably the most malleable in Europe, or second most malleable. These kinds of earthquakes happen relatively routinely, and have been happening over the last 20 years. It's true, before the year 2000, basically it was PSOE and Partido Popular, and that would be pretty much it. And with a junior partner, maybe the political arm of ETA, Baidu, I think, Baidu, whatever. And that would be pretty much it. That was Spanish politics for you 101. But since the year 2000, these kinds of smaller parties have become a thing, and a very common fixture of the political stage, both on the regional level and on the national level. And this will not change. Again, we've made the prediction that fragmented parliaments are the near future. It's coming. It's coming. Speaking of earthquakes in politics and fragmented parliaments, your active Swedish opposition strict on immigration edges closer to forming the next coalition. Swedish opposition parties released a joint statement on Sunday, April the 2nd, advocating a tighter immigration policy if approved. The statement could reverse the traditionally liberal treatment of migrants and pave the way for a right-wing coalition government. The four parties, including Moderate Party, the Christian Democrats, the Liberals, and the National Populist Sweden Democrats, are demanding stricter language requirements for permanent resident permits. They also want it to be more difficult for relatives of people living in Sweden to obtain residence permits, proposals which may be put to the vote before Parliament in June. The joint statement can also be interpreted as a Trojan horse and could be seen as an effort to oust the ruling minority government of Socialdemokraterna and the Greens at any cost. Analysts and local media agree the next government after elections in 22 will be forged by the Moderate Party, the Christian Democrats, the Liberals, and the Sweden Democrats. If the current opposition were indeed to take over the reins of government, Moderate leader Ulf Kristersson would likely be appointed Prime Minister. Being accepted for the first time as a signatory in a joint statement and being seen as a party in a future coalition government can be regarded as a triumph for Sverigedemokraterna, as the party is edging ever closer to power. Well, actually, that was May the 2nd, not April the 2nd, the article. In any event, it's a continuation of the discussion that we started 2 episodes ago about Sweden Democrats, you know, step by step, long march through institutions until we get to power. Yes, Jimmy Åkesson for Minister of Justice. Because everyone was expecting him to eye the seat of the Prime Minister. No, Minister of Justice. Because that's what controls immigration and also controls the judicial system, which currently is very, 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 very lenient on what they call New Svenskarna, the new Swedes. And that has to be reformed. It's not just Poland that has a justice problem. Sweden has a justice problem as well. and it should and can be solved the Prawo i Sprawiedliwość way, which is by physically removing, by firing, of course, physically removing all of the corrupt judges and replacing them with SD apparatchiks, who will be a little bit fairer to the general society, by being slightly harsher to svenskar. I'm just saying. But I do remember once upon a time, about 6 years ago, or 7 or 5, where it was inconceivable for such a position to come up from Sweden.
Yeah, that was a far-right radical position that the Sweden Democrats will turn the tide.
Yeah, and 6 years ago, Sweden Democrats themselves would not have dared to say in public, you know what, we should restrict the permits even for the relatives of those who already have Swedish citizenship. That, not even SD would have dared to say this in public. This was a talking point only for the Nordic resistant movement, which is a legit fascist movement, right? Only those people would say that, right? And Sverigedemokraterna would have, at least of all the liberals and the center party, no, of course not. Those people would have never said that in public. Now there you go. The liberals and the moderates and the Sverigedemokraterna on the same joint statement. Yeah, actually, we're going to do that for sure, and they will. By the way, they will. I mean, this is just coming. I mean, so yeah, that's why I keep saying, patience and tobacco, long march through institutions, never stop, never relent. It's doable. The Overton window is not unidirectional. Never has been. Because nothing is inevitable in politics and nothing is unstoppable. No, everything is stoppable. But yeah, if you stick around and go full black pill, there's nothing can be done, man, the system will always win, and all sorts of NPC bullcrap that many of y'all keep on swallowing, yeah, if you do that, then yeah, no, nothing is stoppable and everything is inevitable and yada yada yada. But if you just for a second drop that nonsense and start working, well, who would have thought? Even in places like Sweden, you can find these kinds of things. The 2022 elections in Sweden are going to be quite glorious. The only question right now, and again, this is even, Aftonbladet, which is a news outlet of Socialdemokraterna, of the left, even they say that the only question is how big will be the coalition majority, right? Will it be 52 or 53 like most people expect, or 63, right? Because both Moderaterna and Sverigedemokraterna have increased their voter share quite significantly over the last 3 years. Again, nothing to do with the pandemic. They've been on a growing trend since before that, and the pandemic didn't change anything. The trend continued unabated. And the liberals have had some change in the leadership, and suddenly now Liberalna is no longer that party that proposes the legalization of necrophilia. Now they are a little bit more concerned with, more reasonable issues that actually impact the Swedish society. And not just a tiny minority of degenerates at the edge of the society.
Yeah, and it all happened because the SD did something that a lot of other right-wing parties didn't manage in doing. They didn't concede, even though, you definitely read it because you know more Swedish than I do. They got absolutely shut on for a long time.
Oh yeah, up until 2014 or 15, there was that thing called the corridor of opinion, and Sverigedemokraterna in general and Jimmy Åkesson in particular were Voldemort. You would never talk about Sverigedemokraterna. Period.
He was he who shall not be named.
And he who shall not be named. How do I know this? Well, go back on this channel in 2015. I think it was among the first 50 videos that I made. I made a reporting from a gay pride parade organized by Sverigedemokraterna in diverse area, in utanförskapsområden, as they call it, alienated areas. No-go zones, ghettos. Yeah, that would be okay. And they basically that's when they decided, maybe someone helped, maybe. Let's turn the tables. Let's use their narrative against them. Well, you're all for progress. Great. Let's do that where it's the least progress in our society. That would be utanförskapsområden, the marginalized areas. And the press tried really, really hard. The mainstream press in Sweden tried really, really hard to avoid talking. It was like the event that never happened. Until it became so huge on social media that they had to say.
I still remember that gay parade. Where was it exactly? Was it in?
They held in Rinkeby and Tensta.
In
Rinkeby and Tensta. Rinkeby would being little Mogadishu essentially, and Tensta being greater Mogadishu. I mean, admittedly, Tensta is a bit more diverse. Rinkeby was at the time like 95% Somali. Nowadays it's more like 60% Somali, and it's surprisingly or not, a lot of native Swedes moved to Rinkeby, and it's a much more peaceful place today. Well, it was in June 2020 last time I was there, because I discussed COVID-19 with the Somalis there, and they were all laughing about how the rest of Europe is treating it.
Yeah, but even then, especially in Aftonbladet, which is read by quite a lot of people still. In Sweden, it was up until early, not exactly, the middle of 2020 when talks about immigration has started appearing, and probably it's not a good idea. And when I read that one after that, it was like, holy shit! If they start, as they changed the narrative so hard that even after that started admitting that immigration is a problem, then you could hear the Overton window moving to the right.
Yes. It took a long time, and how did they do it? Because that's important. That's the lesson that needs to be drawn from all of this that we're witnessing on the Swedish political stage. How did they do it? They created their own institutions, right? So that's how you got. Nyheter Idag came in much later, but before that, Fria Tider, right? The Freedom Times. So you got Fria Tider, you got Nyheter Idag, News Today. Then they pushed their people into other publications and converted those into right-wing publications. I'm looking here particularly the most glaring example being Göteborgs Posten, the Gothenburg Post, where Alice Teodorescu was pushed as general editor, editor-in-chief, director, whatever. Then they also amplified voices of people who are not sympathetic to Sverigedemokraterna as a political party, but they were sympathetic to most or some of their ideas. And I'm thinking here of people whom I really don't like for instance, the economist Tino Sanandaji, a great economist of Persian origin, but terrible as a human being. But they amplified his views because, Tino Sanandaji was like, I'm neither for or against immigration, but here's what economic data shows. And obviously the economic data looked horribly, obviously. So they amplified that because you cannot attack Tino Sanandaji and call him a far-right bigot and a racist. It just doesn't work that way. They also amplified people who in public continued to criticize Sverigedemokraterna, but at the same time expressed Sverigedemokraterna's ideas in public and in the parliament, in the Riksdag. I'm thinking here of Hanif Bali, for instance. Hanif Bali, who in 2019 at one of those political week events, Political Veckan, he took a picture of himself with milk and doing like this. And of course, it had exactly the intended effect. All of the left-wing publications in Sweden started calling him a Nazi and a fascist, and before they knew it, even their own supporters were laughing at them. Are you seriously? So, the Muslim Persian is a white supremacist. What? And that's how the narrative died. Their narrative, the left-wing narrative. That's how it died, because it became so out of touch and so... even some of their ardent supporters. And then, towards the latter part of the process of shifting the Overton window, they even went across the aisle to places like, this is happening now in 2021, places like ROX. ROX being the Riksorganisationen för kvinnor och tjejer i Sverige, the National Organization for Women and Girls, something like that. It's a militant far-left feminist organization It's one of those organizations that literally hates men. Well, I'm serious. And
but question: are they also TERFs?
yes.
Ah.
And grabbed those to forward the messaging of, look, you know what, immigration is a danger for women. And wrong-footed the left in so many ways, because you can't really tell rocks that they're a bunch of patriarchal capitalists, right? Because they're commie feminists, all of them. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. You create your own institutions, then your people go and subvert others, and you never relent. You never compromise. Especially not when you're charging and you're at the start of your long march through institutions. I mean, Sweden Democrats can only now start to compromise. Well, not now, after the election. When they're in government, that's when they can be in the position where maybe they can compromise on certain issues. Maybe. But until then, no. You pick up a message, especially if it's a commonsensical one, like, look, Sweden cannot have a big welfare state and mass Islamic immigration at the same time. We have to pick one. Or, look, Sweden cannot afford to pay pensions to people who have never worked and contributed into our system, because all of our pension funds are bankrupt, which is true, by the way. Go back to December 2019, I made a video in which I demonstrated the atrocious situation in which Sweden was finding itself in. And again, that was before the pandemic.
Yeah, they ran out of money. I don't remember, was it in August or September that year, several months before the year ended? And they had to obviously take a loan, because you can't run with the bankrupt system.
Yes, and again, that was before the pandemic. Right? Nowadays, with some of the, although admittedly, because they dealt with the pandemic in a honestly liberal way rather than leftist way, like most of Europe, their drop in the GDP was the smallest in Europe. And I'm pretty sure that the numbers for the next quarter will show the fastest and consistent recovery. So at least that much. But still, it's still another loss introduced by the pandemic, which means that currently the economic situation is even worse than it was in December 2019. Maybe not by much, but still pretty bad. By 2022, it will also be probably not much better than now. And as a result, this is a very commonsensical point. Look, we cannot pay pensions to people who have not paid into our system because we're already in the hole. And what they did correctly, and what in many other countries I'm seeing right-wingers finally coming to grips with this, but it's still taking too many of us too long. But you have to come to grips with it. It doesn't matter how many times they call you a racist or a fascist or whatever. Don't bother. Don't take them seriously. Keep on marching on. Refuse to shut up. Refuse to be ashamed for your ideas. You just have to say no. No, I'm right, you're all wrong. 1 billion times a week, every week, for several years.
Yeah, but to the credit of the leftists, this is the same thing that, yeah, it's actually a bad thing that in the case of Romania, it ended up happening, the same accusation of being called a racist or a fascist or Nazi or Nazi, it diluted the word so much that it's been already observed in the past 2 years that it started meaning nothing, and it started meaning nothing, especially to the right sort of people.
Tough. This would have been a serious discussion if we would have had it at the beginning of the process. And we tried to, but the left refused to have the discussion. Namely that, look, if you're going to label anything racist and homophobic and fascist and whatever, you're going to, those words will lose their meaning. And the left didn't care. Well, tough. And yes, there is a risk at some point to have some legit fascists and legit racists coming up. And you will not be having proper terminology for those and proper labeling for those. But as we routinely say, borrowing from American wisdom, we'll cross that bridge if and when we get to it. Because it's too late to have the conversation now, because these allegations have lost their meaning, and it is what it is. Kind of like it happened with Putinism in Romania,
Putinism,
right?
yeah, that's exactly the example I was thinking of.
Yeah. at some point these things go pizdoi na krycia, and that is what it is. There's nothing you can do about it, because again, you can only control your own institutions. You cannot control what the left does. And if the left decides to be consistently stupid in public, the best thing to do is to try to exploit that to your advantage, because you cannot stop them from being stupid in public. And that's what the Swedish left is learning now. Basically, over the last 3 months or so, there's a lot of introspection on the Swedish left, and we're like, we've been stupid in public for a decade, haven't we? Well, that's gonna cost. And the cost will not be. Yeah, sure, but Löfven will probably suffer a defeat. Socialdemokraterna will go to opposition for a while. They've seen this movie before. The previous economic crisis in 1991. Right, when Reinfeldt won the election with the slogan "Svenskarna är mentalt handikappade." Swedes are mentally handicapped. No, I'm serious. That's the winning election slogan in Sweden 30 years ago. But what I'm saying is that Socialdemokraterna and the Social Democrats have seen this movie before. But it will be devastating for the new star of European left. That will be Miljöpartiet de Gröna, the Green Party. Miljöpartiet has a strong chance of not getting into the parliament in the first place, which again was very close to happening last time around in 2018. It didn't, unfortunately. They barely got over the threshold, but this time around, it's gonna be more difficult. And that's important. Why? Because over Sweden, unfortunately for them, they're in the European Union. That means they send MEPs. And considering that Germany is about to give rise to a huge green movement, the fewer of those in the next European Parliament, the better, right? So if Miljöpartiet gets flattened in Sweden, that means -2 or -3 MEPs for the Green Alliance in the European Parliament. Great. Right? If your country has Green Party in it, try to flatten it. Even more so than the mainstream left. Because at least in the mainstream left, you can still find some reasonable people to talk to. But in the Green parties, no. Those places are cult. So yeah, it'll be fun. All right, moving a little bit further south from Sverige, Remix News. Well, this one is a sort of an opinion piece, but it is very well written. The sorry state of German democracy. He who takes in half of Kabul, Grozny and Raqqa should not be surprised if he creates similar conditions in Austria, remarked Evgeny Dönmez, a former politician of the Austrian Greens, on Facebook the other day. There you go. Dönmez, who is himself of Turkish descent, was outraged by the fact that a woman was killed in Vienna, and as he wrote, the fact is that most of these murders are committed by foreigners in Österreich. He also criticized his former party separately, pointing out that there are enough killers in the country and there is no need to import any more, only to have them lock them up for life with taxpayers' money. Dönmez paraphrased the famous German journalist, the late Peter Scholl-Latour, who said, he who takes in half of Calcutta does not save Calcutta but becomes Calcutta himself. The warning is also relevant in Deutschland, as it is not only the Austrian Greens that have been removed from reality. This problem becomes clearer due to the fact that the Greens are currently Germany's most popular party. According to a survey by Bild am Sonntag last weekend, the Greens stand at 27%, while CDU-CSU Christian Democratic Alliance, which once scored much higher, stands at 24%. They get flattened. They are distantly followed by the Social Democrats, the Liberals, the anti-immigration parties, and the far left. But what makes the Greens so strong? On the one hand, of course, there is the misery of the CDU-CSU, internal strife, a long and hesitant process around who to select as the chancellor candidate, and corruption scandals of politicians profiting from the epidemic. But there is also something else. Just yesterday, Jan Fleischhauer published an editorial in Focus Online about how the fans of the Greens and their chancellor candidate Annalena Baerbock are uncritically supported by the German press. Fleischhauer said the press loves everything about Baerbock, even forgiving her for having no meaningful experience other than party politics. It's not new that the German mainstream media is predominantly liberal, with a much higher proportion of them voting for the favorite of the urban intelligentsia, the Greens, than is society in general. The author noted that many editors secretly regret that even people whose opinions are wrong are allowed to vote, and if only the average person was as far-sighted as liberal journalists, they wouldn't have to constantly educating them on how they should vote. Recalling the relevant headlines, the Tagesspiegel even suggested that the country might not be ready for Baerbock yet. It is as if the maturity of a society should be measured by whether it votes for the favorite politician of liberal journalists. The strength of the liberal elite is indicated by the fact that the alleged people's parties are also seeking their favors. The CDU-CSU expects to have a good chance of forming government with Greens, but if they continue to slide down the slope, they may be left out of entirely. Yet the liberals love each other better than center-right people's parties, no matter how hard they try to court them in the western half of Europe. The tension between the elite and the majority of the CDU-CSU is quite obvious. One should only remember how upset the media was when one of the local organizations nominated Hans-Georg Maaßen, a former head of Germany's Federal Domestic Intelligence Agency, as a candidate for a member of the parliament. Maaßen's crime? He harshly criticized the country's official immigration policy while serving at the intelligence agency. He ended up commenting on the criticism of his nomination, saying that it was the membership that decided on his nomination, not the establishment. That should always be the case. Just as Western Europe has slowly adopted the Hungarian position on a number of issues, they could also try to listen to people's opinions. There is nothing evil about freedom of speech, after all. And see, this is where you're wrong. You see, freedom of speech is dangerous. Especially in Deutschland, right? Now, of course, this is written in a more dramatical fashion, but what the author is saying is true. The Green Party, if only the journalists in Germany were to vote, the Green Party would be having like 65 or 70%.
Yeah, landslide victory.
Oh, that's the straight out constitutional majority. They could they would make that mustached Austrian guy look like a joke in comparison, right? That's what 70% would mean in a country like Germany. So the press, whenever half jokingly, whenever everyone non-insane says die Lügenpresse, they're not joking. And
the press in Germany is atrocious by many metrics.
Yes. I mean, in the past I would avoid places like Bild or Der Spiegel, but now those are the only places that are not fully insane yet. Why? Because both of those, their newsrooms have fewer Greens. Right? They still have more Greens than the general society, but not like 3 times more than the general society, but more like 1.5 times more, 50% more. Still a lot, but fewer still, and it matters. It really does matter. And I think it was in 2018 when I published a video called Die Lügenpresse is Real, in which I presented a study made by academics in Germany that showed that the press is completely disconnected from the majority of the German population. It's not a new phenomenon, it's just it's as bad, or if not slightly worse now than it was in 2018. Nothing really changed, or if it did, it would change for the worse. What makes this important is because most of those who are trying to think about European politics, Europe-wide, EU-wide politics, at least the establishmentarians, they're like, well, we're going to have to sit around and see what comes after Merkel. Right? So a lot of political strategists of the establishment, whether the establishment of EPP or Renew Europe or SND or even the Nordic Green Left, they're all, and to a certain extent the ECR as well, right? The European Conservatives and Reformists, they're like, well, let's see what comes after Merkel, and then we can make a decision on certain issues. The problem is it keeps every one of us stuck into thinking, into German-centric thinking. This opportunity should be used to curtail Germany's power in Europe. Yes, by any means necessary.
Yeah, people keep forgetting that the German problem has been a constant problem for as long as the Germans existed, as early as the days of the Roman Empire.
As long as a united Germany existed, right? Because it's the geopolitical entity that is the problem. Whenever Germans lived in 5 or 6 or 7 different states, oh good. Well, because regular Germans are very nice people, they're very hardworking, they're very nice people. But whenever there is such thing as a united geopolitical entity, mostly inhabited by Germans, that's when it becomes a problem. Whether it was called the Holy Roman Empire or the Third Reich or the current Bundesrepublik, it's always a problem. Whenever it is united, it's a problem. So, maybe disuniting it would be great. They can keep a common currency, sure, but different geopolitics. This must happen. There has to be different geopolitics and different economic interests. Maybe some of you don't know, inside the German establishment, EU institutions are treated as domestic institutions.
Oh yeah, for example, the European Central Bank is pretty much treated like...
At least that one I can understand, because the euro is the Deutschmark. The euro is the Deutschmark.
Yeah, but it's about carrying the idea across. The European Central Bank, which is supposed to be Europe-wide, is treated like the Deutsches Bundesbank.
Yeah, but at least with that one I understand. But it's a lot less tolerable with treating the European Commission as a domestic institution of Germany, or treating most of the European Parliament as an extension of the Bundestag. That's kind of a problem. And it's one of the many reasons, I would argue the main reason, but others disagree, so I'll say it's one of the many reasons of why there is such thing as, well, the European bureaucrats call it EU's democratic deficit problem. Well, yeah, but that democratic deficit problem comes because it's Germany. It's not the democratic deficit problem, it's a German problem. Why? Because Germany is not a democratic country. Let's put it this way.
It's a consolidated democracy.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's a managed democracy. Look up this term on the internet, managed democracy or inverted totalitarianism. All right, they both mean the same thing, and it should be in the dictionary. Managed democracy, a map of Germany, and the flag of Germany, and the picture of Angela Merkel. These three define managed democracy really, really well. And as long as things stay this way, it's going to be continue to be an uphill battle. Just like this Remix News author is correctly noticing, just like other countries have slowly adopted the Hungarian position on a number of issues, read immigration. Maybe they should do the same with freedom of speech and whatnot. Yeah, but it is an uphill battle, and the reason it's an uphill battle is because too many things have been allowed to become German-centric. And uncentering Germany is doable, but it requires political will. How about let's have a president of the European Commission, Andrzej Duda, why not? Or Matteo Salvini. How about that? Would that be doable? Of course it's doable. The next elections are in 24. Until then, most Eurosceptic parties have a great chance of increasing their voter share. But in order to achieve that, every one of us that are doing political operative stuff in Europe will have to start working on this goal. Removing Germany from being what is today to becoming just another EU country, that's a process and requires political will. Sure, it would help if they would also appoint a weak chancellor, which they might. But if they don't, if that lady from Green Party, it would be terrible for the German society for that lady to become the Chancellor of Germany. It would be terrible. I'm just saying, our German fans, get ready, things will be terrible if that lady becomes Chancellor. But for the rest of Europe, that would be great. Because finally, someone that doesn't know what they're doing. Because Angela Merkel, as much as I disagree with most of her policies, she knows exactly what she's doing. She's a very smart individual. Right? Whereas this lady, bareback, whatever, not really. I mean, and maybe that could be the silver lining, right? It's kind of like, when I look at the Green Party, Die Grünen, in Germany, I'm seeing the rise of USR in Romania, right? A lot of naive press, and some of it ideologically invested into it, and others just whatever. Keep on forgetting to cover their scandals, or just forgiving a lot of things that they would never forgive to the so-called establishment parties like the SPD and CDU in Germany, or the Social Democrats and National Liberals in Romania. And once they get to power, there's 1 or 2 months where nothing happens, and then everyone starts realizing, holy shit, these people are really terrible and incompetent in addition to being terrible. And I expect something like that can happen to the Green Party as well in Germany. Although, to be fair, unlike USR in Romania, the Green Party is old, is just as much as part of the establishment as, well, the Social Democrats and CDU. Now, admittedly, it hasn't been in power as much as the CDU has been, but they have been part of governmental coalitions in the past, and they're an old party. They've been around for more than 50 years. Now, admittedly, not with a glorious past. If we are to believe, again, Der Spiegel, which is, I know, it's a very far-right conspiracy theory source. It's one of the most respected publications in Germany, but Der Spiegel was talking to us about the, what was it, 5 years ago, 6 years ago? No, even more than that, 2012. Oh my God, almost 10 years now. Damn, I'm getting old. About the network of kindergartens.
The kindergarten pedophile network.
Yes, run by Green Party. So yeah, the pedo party. Admittedly, they've made a lot of efforts to distance themselves from that period of their history. They even went as far as expelling canonical members of the party because even for things like saying, well, maybe it wasn't so bad. Oh, that's it, you're out. So, you know, they've made a lot of effort to, not necessarily to hide, because there's nothing to hide. It's just out in the open. But still, I mean, back in 2019, last time when I was in Germany, in some places, like the outskirts of Hamburg, the displays of the Green Party, it was the election campaign for the Euro elections when I was in Germany, still had graffitis with pedos on it. I mean, people haven't forgotten in some areas of Germany, and good for them. Nobody should forget that. As long as they don't fully distance themselves from that, they should not be forgotten. But what I'm saying is that those who love liberty in Germany should be backing up the effort to fragment the Bundestag as much as possible. Because if it is fragmented, that means nobody can really censor anyone else. And then you can have at least some free flow of ideas. Now, you can't really have free speech in Germany. Free speech is verboten in Germany. But you can have some freer flow of ideas. And when I say flow of ideas, I'm talking about ideas like this one. Why is Hungary a dictatorship or an illiberal democracy? Because Orban Viktor has been in power for 11 years, but Germany is not, even though Angela Merkel has been in power
for longer.
16 years now?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, soon enough there will be people who will be having a right to vote, all right? Because in some Bundesland, in local elections, 16-year-olds have a right to vote, right? So there are people who have a right to vote who are born after Angela Merkel clinged to power. So, you know, Angela Merkel has been in power for more than some of the voters' entire lives. We call those people dictators. At least in the democratic world. I know.
Yeah, even dictators had a term limit anywhere between 6 months to 10 years. And exceptional individuals were made dictators for life, but Angela Merkel is not one of them.
She's not that exceptional. I mean, I said, look, I'm not saying that, you know, she's dumb or something. No, Angela Merkel is a very smart individual. But she's not
that's the reason why she stood in power for 16 years.
Of course. But she's not that exceptional.
No,
I mean, you know, nobody is so exceptional to be dictator for life. You know, usually those who become appointed dictators for life, they usually do something really exceptional, like, you know, Mugabe, for instance, right? He fought for the independence. Now, it turned out to be a terrible idea, but at the very least, he did something really exceptional. And it was exceptional specifically for him because he was a nerd.
Yeah.
So, you know, a nerd going to war voluntarily and winning, well, that's exceptional. Well, Angela Merkel was just a chemist. Admittedly a good chemist, but come on. So yeah, That's the problem. And, MX News is trying to stick in the mainstream area and say, well, look, it's a sorry state of the German democracy. My first reaction is, what democracy? Why do we keep pretending...
Democracy with asterisk.
Why do we keep pretending that Germany is a democracy? Can we stop pretending, please?
Well, it says it's a Bundesrepublik, so if it's a republic, then it's automatically a democracy.
Well, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea is a republic as well, but nobody's trying to...
Even the North Koreans have a democracy. It only happens that there's only one name at one time on the ballot.
Well, the Socialist Republic of Romania was a democracy as well, because you had the various fronts. There was a lot of diversity within
the front. Yeah.
I'm just saying. The DDR was a democracy as well. Of course, there were other parties as well. It just so happens that none of them got over 0.2% ever, but they existed. It was a nice simulation of a democracy. Well, actually, now Germany is closer to a democracy within the front. I mean, other than sometimes FDP and almost always AfD, all of the rest of the parties are the same party, right? All the way from Die Linke to CDU and Die Grüne and the Social Democrat, the SPD, they're all the same party.
Yeah, they're just very shades of the left.
Yeah, they are kind of the same party. I mean, on all of the topics that matter, that would be mass immigration, control, economic surveillance, general surveillance, sanitary fascism. On all of these topics, they have the same opinion. Now, admittedly, the Greens don't on sanitary fascism. When it came to federalizing the powers to impose measures on COVID-19, the FDP and the Greens abstained. And the measure passed with the votes only from CDU and the SPD. And of course, the far left and the far right all voted against because, well, that's where the votes are. I mean, both Die Linke and AfD do fully expect to get a surge in votes from the lateral thinking community. That's how they call themselves, which makes perfect sense. I mean, if you look at the protests against the corona measures, it's mostly far left and far right.
Yeah. You've had You've had legit right wing at the same time with the Antifas on the street.
Well, the same thing happened in France as well. But I lost the video, unfortunately, and of course it got helicoptered away from the internet. And I know I saved it, but I don't know where, so I can't show it to you unless I miraculously find it when I edit this episode. But there's a glorious footage where Antifas put in a black block to move away the rest of the protesters, so those don't get harmed, and they just paved the way for the guys with the Imperial France flag to charge at the police and burn them.
I remember that video. I've seen it as well.
When shit like this happens, and it happened in Germany as well, and it will continue to happen, by the way, you haven't seen the end of it. When shit like this happens, that tells us that there is something moves at the bottom of the society. Not necessarily moves to the left or to the right, it just moves. It becomes in a flux. And if you can't grasp that flux, you won't like the results. And for now, disgruntled leftists, mainstream leftists, who used to traditionally vote for SPD, many of them moved to the Green Party. Okay, fair enough. But not all of them. Right? Some of them moved to Die Linke or stopped voting altogether. Right? Disgruntled right-wingers so far would move away from CDU to AfD. But what if they stop moving to AfD and then instead start moving to, NPD, for instance? You wouldn't like that. Trust me. You wouldn't like it. How about imagine this, the next Bundestag with Die Linke at 10% and AfD at 17%. And NPD at 5%. Ouch. And Die Grüne at 28%. It's possible. Now that would be a fragmented parliament.
Yeah, that would be a complete shit show.
Of course a shit show, but then again, ever since 2017, German politics has been consistently a shit show. So, but it would be, a shit show through the ventilator, through the fan. Die Scheiße hits the fan. Is it die Scheiße or das Scheiße? I don't know. Ich weiß es nicht Deutsch. All right. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun, and unless many of you all who do activism in Germany, unless you start screaming louder, and yes, start creating your own institutions and infiltrating existent ones, because there is a quick tip. In Germany, there is a law that allows public funding for one NGO that is explicitly associated to a political party. So the far left has one, CDU has one, the Greens have one. AfD still doesn't, but it will soon have, because you have to be in the Bundestag 2 terms in order to qualify for that. Well, make the best out of the next AfD foundation, because it's we're talking about all the way up between 80 and 200 million euros per year. Use that shekels wisely. Make the best out of it. Because, you know, with 80 million euros, you cannot do enough to seize power, but you can do enough to have at least 20% in the parliaments of every Bundesland. Yes, including Berlin. You just have to spend them wisely. I'm just saying. All right, let's take the second break, and then we'll be back with the rest of the world, essentially. The West and the rest. Rancorum Towards Below, a song about the French Revolution, the previous time when something moved. And then we'll be back.
obliterate.
Right, we're back. We've listened to Two Words Below, talking about the French Revolution. Africa. Follow-up of a follow-up of a follow-up of a follow-up. This one is written by an African chap who's an assistant professor at a US university. It sort of sounds like an opinion piece, but it's not. It contains a lot of details that you should be aware of. So especially for those who only listen to the podcast, this will be probably very relevant. So Al Jazeera, what Ethiopia needs is less, not more, ethno-nationalism. The title is imbecilic, but we'll skip that. On November the 29th of last year, Ethiopia's Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed announced the end of his administration's military offensive against Tigray People's Liberation Front in the country's northern Tigray region. The announcement has since proved premature. Tigray's conflict and the consequent humanitarian crisis continues to this day. The TPLF, an ethno-nationalist front that dominated Ethiopia's coalition politics for almost 3 decades before Abiy's rise to power, was responsible for the onset of the conflict that is devastating the region. The conflict started in early November when the TPLF launched sudden coordinated attacks on the northern command centers of the Ethiopian National Defense Force across Tigray. In response, the federal government immediately declared a national emergency and launched an extensive counteroffensive. With the help of the militia and police forces from the neighboring regions of Afar and Amhara, the ENDF swiftly pushed the TPLF forces back and gained control of Tigray and its capital city Mekelle in a matter of weeks. The TPLF, however, refused to accept defeat and vowed to continue fighting. Fighters loyal to the group are still engaged in guerrilla warfare against the federal government. The ongoing conflict has had a heavy human cost. Forces loyal to the TPLF, as well as the ENDF and its regional allies, have been accused of causing an unprecedented humanitarian crisis. Civilians have been killed and many forced to flee their homes and seek shelter in neighboring regions and countries. Hundreds of cases of sexual violence have also been recorded, and citizens in Tigray are still struggling to access clean food and water, according to the UN. The TPLF's guerrilla fighters have also attacked aid convoys and road infrastructures, which worsened the humanitarian situation in the region. While the conflict has had a devastating impact on all Ethiopians, many believe the military counteroffensives conducted by the federal government with the help of forces from neighboring regions were justified. Indeed, had the government not responded to the TPLF attacks with force, the consequences would have been a lot worse for the country. A TPLF victory against the federal army in Tigray could have triggered an endless, bloody civil war across Ethiopia and marked the beginning of the country's disintegration. The federal government and neighboring regional states had no options other than to do everything they can to stop the TPLF's aggression in Tigray before it spilled over to other parts of the country. Despite this, some accused the Amhara and Afar states of supporting the federal effort to contain the TPLF solely due to their ethnic animosity against the group. To understand how Ethiopia ended up where it is today and why the administrations of Tigray's neighboring states did not hesitate to help Abiy's government defeat the TPLF, we need to look at the country's recent past. Launched as a fledgling fighting group in the 1970s, the TPLF led a movement that came to power in 1991 after overthrowing the communist government of Mengistu Haile Mariam. It established a multi-ethnic governing coalition that was dominated by ethnic Tigrayans. The ethnic federal arrangement that the TPLF established and led for nearly 3 decades resulted in unprecedented levels of instability, ethnic violence, displacement, and countless massacres across the country. While the TPLF put Tigrayans before all other peoples of Ethiopia, they were especially hostile to some ethnic groups, such as the Amhara. The group's founding political manifesto... point of information, Amhara is the place that gives the name of the Ethiopian language, which is Amharic. I'm just saying. So basically, the most civilized ethnic group. Anyway, the group's founding political manifesto actually listed the Amharas as the #1 enemy of the Tigrayan people and called for controlling them. After rising to political power, the group unlawfully seized many traditionally Amhara-inhabited territories in the north and northwestern Ethiopian highlands and added them into the Tigray's administrative borders. Since then, many Amharas have been expelled from these areas, and the ones who managed to remain have been barred from speaking Amharic and living as Amharas. Those who tried to question this discrimination and abuse have faced severe consequences, including arbitrary detention, beatings, torture, and even forced disappearances and murders. And under the rule of the TPLF-led coalition, the Amharas faced abuse not only in Tigray-controlled areas, but across the country. In particular, in the Oromia region, which was initially jointly administrated by the Oromo Liberation Front and the Oromo People's Democratic Organization, TPLF's partner in the governing coalition, unspeakable acts of violence have been committed against Amharas in areas such as Arbagugu and Bedeno. The TPLF-led regime condemned these crimes, but did nothing to stop the ethnic-based abuse directed at the Amharas or bring those responsible to justice. Similarly, the Amharas in other regions of Ethiopia have been facing abuse and discrimination since at least the 1990s. It was against this tragic backdrop of growing ethnic-based abuse and discrimination that the majority of Ethiopians from multiple ethnic groups started to protest against the TPLF-led regime back in 2015. When the Oromos and the Amharas, the two largest ethnic groups in Ethiopia, joined forces against the TPLF, they managed to topple the regime and pave the way for Abiy's rise to power. Unfortunately, the ethnic violence targeting Amharas continued even after the fall of the TPLF. In October 2020, the October 2020 massacre in the southern region's Guraferda, in which 31 ethnic Amhara civilians were killed, for example, was not a new eruption of violence, but a continuation of ethnic-based violence and frictions that started decades before during the TPLF's rule. The January 2021 anti-Amhara massacre in the western Benishangul Gumuz region's Metakel zone, in which 81 civilians were brutally murdered, also had its roots in the ethnic tensions that were flamed by the TPLF regime. More than 100 Amhara civilians were killed in another ethnic-based massacre in the region in December 2020. Amharas in these regions are still suffering from dire humanitarian conditions and the constant threat of ethnic-based violence. Since taking power in 2018, Abiy has been working tirelessly to achieve national unity and to help Ethiopians leave the tensions and animosities that were created by the TPLF behind. However, the TPLF and its ethno-nationalist allies proved to be so determined to keep the ethnic divisions within the nation alive that the atrocities have been committed against the Amharas continued unabated. In western Ethiopia, the Oromo Liberation Army, which Abiy's regime labeled as the TPLF's partner in crime, has been directly responsible for the kidnapping of Amhara students, massacres committed in school compounds, the burning of Amhara villages, and the killing of hundreds of innocents and unsuspecting farmers in the last couple of years alone. The TPLF's attacks on Amhara communities continued even during the latest conflict, after the TPLF attack on the ENDF's northern command in Volkite, which was repelled by Amhara Special Forces, retreating TPLF soldiers, and its anti-Amhara youth group Samare targeted civilians in the western Tigrayan town of Maikadra. Mass graves are still being discovered in the area. The Amhara people are not any more or less Ethiopian than any other ethnic groups living in the country. They have no intention to dominate the country or turn it into an Amhara-led nation. The majority of Amharas only want to live in a peaceful United Nation in which they are not discriminated against because of their ethnic identity. This is why the Amharas are being targeted by the ethno-nationalist groups like the TPLF and the OLF, which long for the country's disintegration along ethnic lines. Ethno-nationalists often claim that the Amharas want to return to a pre-Haile Selassie I era, during which Amharas had significant dominance. Sadly, the truth is that the Amhara people as a whole never benefited from any of the old systems that ruled Ethiopia. Instead, they have been victimized by the injustices of past authoritarian regimes. The ongoing conflict in the country is not the result of differing visions of Ethiopia's future, as some claim, but a direct consequence of groups like the TPLF stoking ethno-nationalist tensions and rekindling historic animosities to divide Ethiopia. Point of information here: in this paragraph, the author is slightly full of shit. When the TPLF launched an attack on Ethiopia's national army, the Amhara and Afar regions rushed to help the federal government, not because they want to dominate or punish Tigrayans, but because they want to maintain the country's unity. Well, actually, it's both, but We'll skip that. The Abiy's regime is far from perfect. I myself wrote articles criticizing this administration. But the Prime Minister undeniably enacted important reforms and policies to bring all Ethiopians together and to move the country forward. Abiy is an Oromo, but he's working to further interests of not only his own ethnic groups, but all Ethiopians. For this, he has been targeted by ethno-nationalists and labeled as an Eftegna, which is a derogatory term used to refer to the Amhara. Even some of the Oromo region's administrators, who have long been perceived as natural allies of Abiy, are now working against his reform and unity agenda. To leave this devastating conflict behind and get back on the path of progress and reform, Ethiopia undoubtedly needs to embark on a national reconciliation project. Hopefully the upcoming national election in June concludes peacefully and gives birth to such a much-needed framework. Recent atrocities that targeted civilians should also be documented and those responsible brought to justice. But even before that, what the country really needs is a strong federal government that proactively works to ensure all Ethiopians from all ethnic groups feel safe and secure in their own country. The Amharas, like others who suffered immensely under the TPLF's ethno-nationalist regime, also want a federal government that not only condemns the many atrocities that they have suffered over the years, but also takes action to prevent their repetition. All right, so more or less the historical part was important. Other than that, yeah, it's true. It's one aspect that we did not explore enough in the previous episodes. Yes, Ethiopia is a multi-ethnic nation, like most in Africa. Well, yeah, most. Okay, fair enough, because, well, Algeria is multi-ethnic, but Berbers dominate. Egypt is multi-ethnic, but Arabs dominate. But in Ethiopia, it's not like that. Right? They have at least 3 different ethnic groups that are big, but none of them big enough to dominate, right? Unless it's by force, like the TPLF is doing. Like the TPLF did, sorry, not doing now, but did, and now tries to recoup some of that lost power. Probably they won't, because, you know, it's pretty difficult to fight both the Ethiopian army and the Eritrean army and maybe another one. The thing is that laying the blame on ethno-nationalism is not exactly helpful. It's not helpful from an intellectual perspective, and it's definitely not helpful from a practical politics perspective, because, well, how should we put it? Unlike most of Central and Southern Africa, in Ethiopia, politics is not exclusively played along ethnic lines. It is also played along some ideas. And there are a few fault lines there. Federalism versus local autonomy. Marxism versus non-Marxism.
Yeah.
And yes, the third one would be flower power, national unity versus each one with his own identity, USSR style of governing. So, yeah. What this author is saying is basically they should all be playing this time around in June. They should all be playing along the national unity versus everyone with his own identity separately, and forget about all the rest. Maybe that could help in theory, but as usual, the theory is one thing, it's the practice that's killing us. Right? That's how a Romanian saying always goes, right? The theory is one thing, but the practice is killing us. Right? The original proverb was about communism, but oh wait, this one is about communism as well. Because that's the thing. If the electorate were to look at things the way this author is proposing, then that would mean in some regions they would have to, well, more or less vote for the Marxists. The electorate is, thankfully, slightly smarter than that. And as a result, they won't. Because, well, almost 100% of the people having a right to vote in Ethiopia, they do remember how things used to be when the country was run by a Marxist regime. And guess what? They didn't like it. And as much as many of these intellectuals, especially African intellectuals who end up in Western universities, they really like to say, oh, well, it's all ethnic divisions. No, it's not. It's also economics. And yes, there are many unresolved ethnic disputes in Africa. In fact, most of the conflicts over the last 40 or 50 years on the continent
have erupted on
based on ethnic
grounds.
tensions. Based on ethnic tensions. The one in Rwanda was ethnic tension.
Yeah, remember the Darfur crisis.
The Darfur crisis. The War of Independence of Zimbabwe was ethnic based. The current political crisis in South Africa is ethnic based, although nobody admits that in public because it's haram.
The rupture between Sudan and South Sudan is also ethnic
based. Well, actually, it's ethno-religious there. But more or less, yes. So, and the way this author is portraying it is, quite frankly, patronizing, because they'll say, "Oh, but they're all entirely stupid," and it's really this one. This is only the most important aspect. Well, maybe that would, this kind of narrative would have been true about, 1990s Rwanda. But it's not necessarily true, or it's not entirely true about Ethiopia today. Not to mention that, historically speaking, the region that we now call Ethiopia has always been slightly different than most of the continent. Not least of all because they have one of the oldest spoken languages and written languages on earth. In Africa itself is definitely the oldest, and a continuous culture to draw from. It's a continuous and consistent, as opposed to, well, two big sticks, which is, let's face it, that's the norm in most of the countries south of Ethiopia. That's not true in Ethiopia. So looking at the situation through such a patronizing lens, like this African author is doing, is disappointing. Quite frankly, I mean, some I is disappointed. So that's one aspect. On the other hand, the short history lesson that he provides in the article is correct. So it's just basic facts. What he doesn't say, and probably because he's also under constraints by the Al Jazeera editor, is that one of the reasons everyone around Tigray, whether it's other regions of Ethiopia or Eritrea, they're all thinking, from a geopolitics perspective, a disintegration of the Ethiopian Republic would be a catastrophe. Because who will be the remaining security guarantor in the region? Nigeria? Really?
Nigeria is far away.
Who else?
Well, you don't exactly have anybody.
There you go. So that means
Djibouti is a tiny country.
Djibouti is not a country.
Djibouti is pretty much a city-state.
Yes.
Which is militarily fractioned between the superpowers. Somalia is a non-state. It's pretty much no man's land. It still has been no man's land, even though
we'll
recently they pretend to be a country.
Well, Somalia, quite frankly, is 3 countries now.
Yeah.
It's a portion that actually has a government, and it sort of functions sort of like a country. Then there's Somaliland, which is a corporate-run state. And then there's the Mad Max area. Right?
Then you got Sudan that doesn't want to have anything to do with that.
Sudan, which doesn't exist now, it's 2 countries. That one already got fragmented. So who?
Egypt wouldn't care.
Egypt doesn't get involved in that area, and it wouldn't, quite frankly, wouldn't have any moral claim to be a security guarantor there. So that means the entire area, including the smaller countries that now rely on Ethiopia, including Eritrea, they would all have to look for someone else to be the leadership in the area.
Italy.
Strong doubt. Strong doubt, yeah. So that means it may end up like other places that have already ended up in Africa, which is to be partly owned by China and have your geopolitics directed by Russia, or have little green men who happen to speak Russian just popping up and messing things up. So as a result, of course, almost everyone that is not insane is saying, look, try to make it work. Whatever it takes, try to make it work. No, you don't get to fragment this particular country.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I don't know, maybe with the exception of, this would be interesting to find out, because we already have a connection between, well, the most well-known Tigrayan in the world, that would be Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, and the weaponry that TPLF has been having suspiciously high amount of access lately. And we also separately know that there is a lot of friendship between the most famous Tigrayan in the world and
the CCP.
Winnie the Flu. All right. So could it possibly be that Winnie the Flu would have an interest in fragmenting Ethiopia? Quite frankly, I don't know the answer, because there are arguments for no. All right. There are a lot of Chinese investments in Ethiopia that more or less rely on the country staying roughly the way it is on the map, so they can get their money back, right? Or some other favors in exchange for the investment. So there are arguments for no, but there are also arguments for yes, right? Checking the financial connections and just connecting the dots, unless you all want to convince me that Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus is just fully independent because potato. That sounds a bit...
After he's proven several times that he's...
not independent?
Yeah, but he's not only not independent, but openly sharing the CCP's agenda.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, there are arguments for yes and for no. I don't know the answer. But what I'm saying is that, well, considering that now the TPLF is only a problem as a guerrilla force in very tiny outbreaks, right? There is now enough room and time to start investigating exactly that. Who funds those people? The TPLF, not the Tigrayan people in general, the TPLF, the organization, the military, the paramilitary organization. Who funds those people? Is it regular Tigrayans who just feed them into the woods and support the guerrilla movement? It could be, I don't know. But if that's the case, then let's find out why. But if it's not, then again, who funds those people and how and why? Because we're past the point of an open conflict in downtown Mekelle when we didn't have time to ask these kinds of questions because there were more pressing issues. Now slowly we're getting to the point where we have time to ask these questions because the humanitarian crisis will be slowly, as usual, will slowly be solved by various private interests and whatnot. Those will be fine. Yeah, sure, it's going to be terrible for another few months, but generally they'll be fine. But strategically speaking, geostrategically speaking, now there is time to ask these kinds of questions. And who's going to ask them? All right.
Yeah, that's going to be complicated, especially if it turns out that the TPLF is funded by the Chinese. Then it could be a battle between the factions that want to keep Ethiopia safe for their businesses, or people who, or the other faction who would seek the dismantling of that region in order to reap the profits on the other through the other way.
Yeah, and if a stronger connection with the CCP will be established, then that means elevating the whole issue to a G7/Security Council level. And that may indeed be a solution to a certain, not a solution, but an efficient way to address it. But that would also bring further problems, like leaving the issue to be discussed by Joe Biden. Are we even sure Joe Biden knows where Ethiopia is on the map? I'm just saying. So that would be one issue, right? You would have to trust Joe Biden. Not to mention that you would have, Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, maybe identifying an interest for him there as well, thus bringing in a third faction, and that would be complicated. He doesn't even have to bring in his own faction, he just has to buy one of those that exist already, because there are a lot of them. So yeah. But in some way, shape or form, maybe not this year, but soon, relatively soon, within the next 12 to 18 months, someone will have to ask these questions. and some plausible answers will have to be delivered. Because if they're not, regardless of the election result in June, which may or may not solve some of these questions without necessarily knowing the full background, you'll have another eruption of instability and protests like in 2015. But as opposed to 2015, when at the very least the protests had a goal in mind, it was a controlled revolution because it had proper answers to every and then what, right? We go out in the streets, and then what? Then we organize a revolution, and then what? We topple the TPLF, and then what? We put Abiy in power, and then what? Then we organize free elections, and then what? Then we go home, right? It had all the chain of the and then what questions already figured it out, and they implemented that. Okay, good enough. This time around, if these questions are not addressed, there will not be a complete chain of and then what, which means at some point after the third or the fourth and then what, the answers will be there be dragons. And that usually, again, I hope I'll be proven wrong, but knowing the history of every country in Africa that's been through that, when that happens, it usually ends up with a big or a small genocide. It is what it is. Yeah. Notice something. Not even this author, who is obviously very well informed about the intricacies of Ethiopian politics, there's no talk about COVID-19.
Yeah, the cough got cancelled.
I wonder how's the vaccination campaign going on in Ethiopia?
It's carried out with syringes this big, and they may or may not have a breast casing.
I don't know how many tests did they do yesterday? How many positive cases? Does anyone care?
Positive for lead in the blood or not?
But yeah, and there's another aspect to keep in mind for those not familiar with, I'll dare to say African politics, because this is an aspect that is not particular to Ethiopia. On that continent, with very few exceptions, the exceptions would be Ghana, more recently Algeria, Morocco, Namibia, and that would be pretty much it. I mean, there are that many exceptions to this rule. On most of the rest of them, there isn't one or two or three big conflicts. No, it's 2 or 3 or 4 big conflicts followed by 10,000 smaller conflicts. Right? Because, as this author is noting, right, you have a lot of small massacres, 100 here, 25 there, 80 there, some of them easily connected to federal politics, but some of them not. And figuring out which is which, that's complicated in itself. And, for the sake of, not having too many people testing positive for lead, I hope Ahmed Abe is capable of figuring these, or his apparatus is capable of figuring this one out. Because if it is not, then big Rwanda, here we come. But not with 2 factions, but with 4. Winning? No. And it's unfortunate because Ethiopia is a beautiful place. It really is. But it is what it is. All right. Let's go to another beautiful place and big, with a lot of conflicts. CNN. Prime Minister Modi's ruling party loses key election, but still makes gains despite India's COVID crisis. The incumbent chief minister's party in India's West Bengal state has defeated Prime Minister Narendra Modi's party in a state election held as the country's coronavirus pandemic surged to crisis levels. West Bengal, which is viewed as a key battleground, has never been ruled by Modi's Bharatiya Janata party, despite aggressive campaigning and massive rallies. Then how is a key battleground if the BJP never won there?
Yeah.
Mamata Banerjee, 66, is said to be the chief of West Bengal for the 3rd time after her Trinamool Congress party won a 2/3 majority, taking more than 200 seats in the 294-seat state assembly election, commission officials said. Final counting for some seats was still ongoing. Banerjee is now India's only woman chief minister, like that matters. Despite the defeat, the BJP made substantial gains and became the main opposition party. Its tally in the state legislature went to nearly 80 seats compared compared to just 3 seats won in the last state election in 2016. So, translation, Modi actually got a win there. No? I mean, going from 3 to 80, that's all. Anyway, the results are seen as a test on whether the second wave of COVID-19 has impacted support for Modi and the right-wing BJP. It doesn't seem like it's a... Anyway, Modi, his colleagues and regional politicians campaigned in 5 state elections, including West Bengal, despite the second wave of COVID-19, prompting criticism. The Prime Minister was focusing on elections instead of making the pandemic his top priority. Of course, every sane politician does this. Some experts blame the Federal Election Commission for allowing rallies and voting in which large crowds flouted rules on social distancing and mask wearing. Nobody's observing those anyway. Don't be stupid in public, CNN. Banerjee, a sharp critic of Modi, largely conducted a one-woman campaign to retain power by leading scores of public rallies. There you go. She did the same thing. It's a stupendous performance by Mamata Banerjee because Modi was determined to win Bengal, but it's clear that his entire political machinery and strategy was unable to defeat her, says Diptendu Bhaskar, a political analyst in Kolkata, West Bengal's capital. I called him Bhaskar because they're all Muslims there anyway. After the final tallies were released, Modi congratulated Banerjee in a tweet on Sunday evening. The center will continue to extend all possible support to the West Bengal government to fulfill people's aspiration and also to overcome COVID-19 pandemic, he wrote. In northeastern Assam state, the BJP managed to retain power. In Tamil Nadu, victory went to the DMK, the main regional opposition party. In Kerala state, the ruling leftist political party was set to form a government, while the BJP-led alliance won no seats. In the Union Territory, Puducherry, the All India NR Congress-led alliance was leading in 14 of the 30 seats assembly. Most of the votes were cast in March, but polling in some constituencies continued through April, just as India started to detect thousands of new coronavirus infections every day. Right, so...
this is gonna be a long one.
So BJP lost a key election by going from 3 seats to 80.
Yeah, so the title in itself is bullshit because because you gotta look at it, even the CNN article says it, from 3 seats in 2016 to 80. When we're talking about a liberal communist state like West Bengal, it is some progress. So it's
almost 3,000% increase. I'm sorry, but that doesn't sound like a loss.
Yeah, it's as if during the previous election in the U.S., Trump lost, but somehow the Republicans made progress in deep blue states. Obviously he did lose, but the House and the lower elections have actually gained some space.
Yeah. So that's one aspect. Second, key election. Well, as our friend Rishab says, key election my ass. First of all, there weren't provincial or state elections in all of India, and only in some states of India. India is a federal republic, in case you have forgotten about that. It's too big to be a unitary parliamentary republic. Only some states held elections. And in a country that big, of course, except the general elections, there are a lot of multiple local elections. I mean, if you want to follow Indian politics, basically it's a 24/7 job.
Oh, right? Yeah.
There's always elections somewhere in India. Always.
Yeah, it's as if that guy that Rishabh told us about, the Sham Sharma dude, it's impossible to keep up with everything that's been happening. I tried for 3 days and I gave up because there's way too much stuff happening, not just internally, but also other Muppets from outside of India that are commenting on things that are happening in India.
Oh yeah, not to mention that India, of course, has a gigantic diaspora, and some of that diaspora has opinions about what's happening in India, and some of those opinions are entirely wrong.
Some are full of shit.
And sifting through which one is wrong and which one isn't, that in itself is a full-time job. But just following who votes for who in what county in India is a full-time job without any vacation. Like, you have to work every day for 365 days per year, and you may still miss out a few. So yeah, no, it wasn't a key election. Then, of course, it's a liberal commie, yes, and now it's more recently a little bit jihadi state. Okay, that's why I call that guy Bashkar. I misread his name because, but in my mind was like, oh yeah, West Bengal, so Muslims. And of course, our Arabic pronunciation came first. And, oh, sorry, it's in India. No, not Arabic pronunciation. But yeah, so, it's a consistently leftist and islamo-leftist more recently state. So of course the BJP is not having any illusions of coming to power anytime soon, and definitely not this year in particular, right? So there's that. It's like, how would you put it? It's kind of like, the Boris Johnson loses in Edinburgh. Well, yeah.
which is an SNP stronghold.
Well, yeah. Or like, Republicans losing key election for Washington, D.C. mayorships. What? Yeah. Or the other way around, right? The Democrats losing key election for some rural seat in Texas. Yeah, of course. So there's that. So it's not exactly a shock. Now, on to the topic of accusing the prime minister for not focusing more on the pandemic and focusing more on the election. Not really. Not really, in the sense that every sane politician did exactly the same. All politicians who faced elections, since this particular fluffy cough has started making people coughing all over the place, I don't think there is any exception. All of them focused.
No, even this woman, Mamata Banerjee.
She held bigger rallies than
Modi. She not only held bigger rallies, but yeah, she did wear a mask. But where she wore a mask? Right here, nowhere here, nowhere even close.
Chin diaper.
And when she won the elections, there's even a video out there showing that she had her mask here, meeting with a lot of people. Super spreader event, by the way.
Yeah, no, I'm not blaming her, and I'm not blaming the BJP doing exactly the same, because, look, politics is important for politicians, just like bartending is important for bar owners. As a result, everyone will be seeing their own interest first. That's one aspect. Second aspect, if you use that Putinist instrument called mathematics, the pandemic situation in India is nowhere near as terrible as the media tells you it is. Yeah. If you calculate it like normal people do, namely on a per million or per population, right? So in order to make those numbers comparable with any smaller country, like all of the rest of the world being smaller countries in India, if you do it that way, at the peak of their terrible wave, leaving mountains of bodies and whatnot, it would be less terrible than it was in this country 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, and there's also another aspect which I don't remember mentioning in one of the previous episodes. In India, every year there are around 100,000 people that die from some sort of road accidents, traffic collisions. Every year, no exception. And the last
here the panickers will say, well, but traffic accidents are not contagious.
Yeah, they're not contagious, but they're happening for some reason every year, and there's been no epidemic of traffic accidents, no mass education system. No, it's just a fact of life.
But
shit's bound to go wrong.
But traffic accidents aside, there are so many other bigger public health issues in India that COVID-19, maybe it scares some of the public health professionals. Maybe it scares them because you have suddenly, even though it only lasts for 10 or 12 days, it doesn't even last long. But yes, for 10 or 12 days, you have a sudden increase of people just showing up to the hospital, and most of them leave on their own accord hours later. But yes, you have a little bit of a crowd there. Maybe that scares them a little bit. But generally, if you look at deaths related to the lack of sanitation in many places of India, not to mention the deaths related to a very peculiar way of using excrements. that is related to the culture of certain Indian ethnic groups, or sorry, ethnic groups in India. That's the better.
Which happen to be the majority.
Not always. Again, there are a lot of them. I'm thinking the one that they bathe in.
Maybe the Ganges.
Well, that too. Yes, that too. But also the one that where they bathe literally in horse shit.
No, cow shit.
Cow shit.
Cow shit.
Cow shit. Right.
Because the cow is the ones that hold this holy.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Right. So that's the kind of habit where I would dare to say that presents a much bigger public health hazard, than this particular Wuhan cough. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I'm wrong.
Yeah, and then there are other diseases like the dengue fever, chikungunya virus, yellow fever, cholera, which are if you take just one of them, they're way more deadly.
Yeah, although in fairness,
and more sustained than the cough will ever be.
Yes, but in fairness, the dengue fever and the yellow fever and all of these, yes, they are infectious or contagious diseases. But all of them have a reproduction quotient, the so-called R naught, smaller than this particular fluffy cough. But at the same time, yeah, sure, they're less contagious, but they're deadlier, significantly deadlier. Now, with the yellow fever, at least you have a vaccine for it if you really want to avoid dying. But for most of the rest of them, there isn't. And with cholera, it's even worse because you cannot get immunity for it. You can catch it as many times as possible until you die, eventually.
Yeah.
You can survive cholera, most actually do, but you cannot really survive 3 or 4 episodes of it. And if you lack access to proper sanitation, you'll eventually catch it the second time or the third time. Terrible, I know, but all of those are very significant public health threats. And if you look at those combined, because you have to look at those combined because they all exist in the same country. And this particular fluffy cough, becomes, it's a cough. It's fluffy. It's nowhere near as bad. I'm just saying, it's fluff. So yeah. But what I'm saying is that the CNN is a little bit full of shit here with the whole but key elections and whatnot. No, the commies ruled West Bengal for 40 years, and they started slowly. Sometimes not exactly losing, but at the very least not having 100% of the assembly only 10 years ago. Right? And only now they started campaigning, like a democratic force, which is through rallies, petitions, flyers, convincing people to go to vote, normal stuff.
Yeah, not going full on. What's even a comparable scenario?
1948 elections in Romania, killing the cadres of the opposition party, forging the votes, rigging the election, I guess that would be the term in English, things of that nature. Because that was the standard of campaigning for the commies in West Bengal until, again, about 10 years ago. This is recent history, right? And they would kill campaigners, they would kill candidates, they would kill voters, right?
Yeah, pretty much just like it happened in the recent history of Pakistan.
Yeah, kind of.
Minus the religion.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the religion also plays an actor, particularly the Islam religion.
Yeah. So and the reason they started becoming less insane is because the emergence of TMC gave them a proper competitor. The TMC actually, by the way, also kills people. But that CNN forgot to tell you that. Of course they did. Of course they did. Because why? Because the editorial policy of CNN is everything that is right-wing or perceived as right-wing. Well, in the case of BJP, they actually are. But anything that is perceived as right-wing, we're going to frame it around that. Right? If it's bad for the right, then we're going to frame the whole thing about that. But in reality, the star of this election in West Bengal is the TMC, which, by the way, also kills people and basically use the the commie playbook to buttfuck commies.
Well, if you'll be honest with them, we've seen it historically the same way. When communists came into power, the only way to take them out of power is to legitimately turn them into good communists, 6 feet under, preferably with lead in their blood.
Yeah, but the thing is that it was what was special about this election in West Bengal is just, well, oh look, nobody died. Wow, because that's rare. I mean, last time this happened was in the 60s. Before the rise of the West Bengal Communist Party, which eventually became the Communist Party of India, but that's a sort of separate story, right? So in the 60s, that was the last time when the elections were so peaceful. Oh no, they didn't wear masks. Oh come on, give me a freaking break. I mean, seriously, give me a freaking break. So yeah, there you go. So CNN forgot to tell you about the TMC killing people. They forgot to tell you about the fact that it's a commie province where generally conservatives don't win elections. So if anything, the BJP, Modi's party, can hold the party. Oh my God, we had a 3,000% increase, or almost 3,000% increase, and became the main opposition party. That's a performance in and of itself. So you can't really say that his campaign methods didn't work. Oh yeah, they did. Getting 80 seats in West Bengal in a state that is again inherently simpy, very commie,
culturally degenerate.
Culturally degenerate, yes.
Oh yeah.
And again, what I'm saying here is not controversial at all. Ask anyone not living in Bengal but living anywhere else in India, and they'll confirm everything I'm saying, because it is what it is. Right? It's a place that is a source of anything that you can think of that is terrible and left-wing. If it comes from India, it's gonna be Bengali. Okay, not always, but 999 times out of every 1,000 or something along those lines, right? So yeah, that's the thing. No matter how much CNN tries, it's just not exactly like this. The TMC now is in big trouble because they can no longer they can no longer be the, what do you call it, the main moral force of Bengali politics, which means they'll have to change something. And apparently, I'm going to have to rely on Rishab because I don't know this particular aspect. Basically, what they decided is to act like the messiah for the Muslims. And the Muslims for now vote for her, which may not be such a terrible idea now if I think about it, because this slowly leads to an arrangement very similar to what we see in Gagauzia, right, with the Bashkan, which is not a terrible arrangement, significantly better than a Sharia compliant one. I mean, I'm just saying, at least this one is not that terrible. The thing is that at the same time, when you have a regime like that, it represents a national security threat for the rest of the country, which is why federal tanks routinely roll in to Bengal, not to fire at anyone, but just to remind everyone that the tanks exist. Because if you don't, well, whenever you have too many Muslims in one place, they start making demands, and they start to ask for various concessions. And if you say no, well, then they'll go, Allahu Akbar! Which happened last time, I think it was in 2018, right after Modi's election. He had to roll in the tanks and re-explain to people that, there is such thing as the federal government and there is such thing as the rest of India, which is not exactly Islam-friendly.
Friendly to Islam. And geographically, the issue with West Bengal is that
it's next to Bangladesh.
It is called West Bengal, but it's located in the far east of India, right, bordering Bangladesh, which after the British Raj or India split up, that region was known as East Pakistan, and then then East Pakistan separated from Pakistan itself into becoming the current Bangladesh. And Bangladesh is a country, let's remember, over 100 and some million people, which is surprising for an area which is that small, which is predominantly Muslim.
Yes, and that's that's the politically correct version, of YouTube-friendly version of what's been going on in West Bengal lately. Because seriously, if I were to use Rishab's language, we would all be zucked on this platform forever. So yeah, but good luck. Keep on trusting CNN because that's surely gonna work very well. Right. Radio France Internationale. French Senate's Taiwan vote triggers Beijing's anger again. Oh, again? A vote by the French Senate in favor of a resolution backing Taiwan's participation in the Wuhan Honk Organization and 3 other major international organizations has triggered an angry response from China. In response, Beijing is blocking Taiwan's entry, arguing it is not an independent state. The Senate passed the resolution by a vote of 304 to 0 and 19 abstentions. The resolution called for the participation of Taiwan in the WHO, the International Criminal Police Organization, Interpol, and International Civil Aviation Organization, and the UN Framework for Convention on Climate Change. The last one doesn't matter. Beijing, however, claims that it alone is the only legitimate capital in China, which effectively prevents Taiwan from becoming a member of these organizations. The resolution was published by the Senate Group for Exchange and Studies with Taiwan, headed by Senator Alain Richard, a former defense minister. On Friday, China's embassy attacked the resolution on its website and outlined strong concerns and firm opposition to the move, and points out that the claim that Taiwan's absence from the WHO will create a loophole in the global public health system does not hold water. Well, actually, the CCP is right on the last one, but for the wrong reasons, but they're right. This is a political sleight of hand by the Taiwanese authorities to use the pandemic to advocate Taiwan independence, the statement says. Well, yeah, sure, but Taiwan still needs to be independent, so who cares? And then by reminding France that all successive French governments since the establishment of the Sino-French diplomatic relations in 1964 have respected the One China principle. Okay, and this one doesn't. Tough. Meanwhile, Taiwan's foreign ministry was overjoyed. Vive les relations Taiwan et France, said in a tweet. Our sincere thanks to the Senate for unanimous passage of the resolution demanding the country's participation in international organizations. The group has previously triggered a barrage of criticism from Beijing when it announced on January the 19th that its members were planning a trip to Taiwan in the summer pending health conditions. China's ambassador to France promptly wrote a letter to the Senate saying it hoped that the senators would change their mind as it may affect the status quo between Taipei and Beijing. French-Chinese relations have become increasingly strained after France's participation in military and naval exercises with Japan, India, Australia, and the United States in March and April. From May the 11th to the 17th, France will also take part in Japanese amphibious exercises in Japan. For its part, Beijing has rejected the move as hypocritical and the publicity stunt. The relations between Beijing and the European Union have also suffered after a series of tit-for-tat sanctions over criticism on the human rights situation in Xinjiang and China's treatment of Hong Kong, and recent suggestions that a long-awaited trade deal should be put on hold.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it should.
Yeah, the reason why the Chinese are so pissed that France has joined the military exercises is that as most of the people may not know this, but France is not part of the NATO, and basically mainly because of their plans to do the naval forces by themselves without leadership from someone else.
Politically, France is part of NATO. But because they've been out, they went out, I think it was in 54, or no, sorry, a little bit late, in the 60s under Charles de Gaulle. They got back into NATO in the 80s, but portions of the French military have never integrated back with the rest of the alliance.
Yeah, and one of them is the Navy that hasn't integrated.
The Navy hasn't integrated with the rest of NATO. So while politically it's just a NATO exercise, you know, and the NATO-friendly countries, you know, what do you call them?
NATO allies.
Major non-NATO allies, yes. So it's politically speaking, it's just another NATO exercise, but in reality it isn't. It shows, and China the CCP has correctly read this. It's an exercise of integrating the French Navy with the rest of NATO, with the purpose of butt-fucking China. And of course they don't like that.
Well, yeah, they don't like that, especially since they remember that Vietnam was once a French colony, so not in the previous century, not far off.
Yes, and there's a lot of French-Vietnamese friendship committees that exist inside the Communist Party of Vietnam.
Well,
Not to mention that the population is pretty French-friendly to this day in Vietnam. And Vietnam neighbors China. Borders China. I'm just saying. I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong, but...
Yes, in the Pacific, the plot thickens.
Yeah, and that's the stake. That's what it is at stake for the CCP, not the participation of Taiwan in Interpol. I mean, who cares, right? Of course, there is a smaller stake there as well with the Wuhan Honk organization, because if Taiwan becomes a full participating member of the World Health Organization, that in itself may trigger a legitimacy crisis for Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, which means the CCP would lose one significant lever of power. Not to mention, it would also bring in a more honest inquiry about the origins of this smiley, fluffy cough, which may end up with the conclusion that really the CCP wants to avoid, such as the fact that a certain virology lab in a certain Chinese city, could be Wuhan, is the source of this particularly NPC-like fluffy cough, and not the bat soup, right? And if it's not the bat soup, then that means that someone is at fault, and that someone is not a bat, is a human. And that human may or may not have a Chinese passport, the CCP kind, not the Republic of China passport. Which means internationally someone can pay for it. Now that's the kind of bad news that Xi Jinping is trying to avoid. Now, of course, the globalist Times will never write about that. Yeah. So, you know, this would be what, the third parliament that pulls this kind of thing. Last episode we discussed the UK vote on the recognition of genocide in Uyghuristan. Now this one, which also mentions Uyghuristan, but mostly mentions recognizing Taiwan in multiple places. We're getting somewhere. Not great, not terrible. Still a bit too slow.
Okay, so we're getting there. The panda is getting pulled from all directions.
Yeah, I'm still...
Or should I say, Winnie the Pooh is getting pulled from all directions.
Winnie the Flu. I hear that he's coughing a little bit. Maybe we should quarantine him, just to be sure. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that we still need more parliaments to do this. I guess the first one was the Australian Parliament, then the UK, now France. Okay, slowly. Poland, what's up? Our Parliament, what's up? Well, ours will be has the no Huawei allowed, China man ban.
No Huawei, no Chinese infrastructure.
No Chinese infrastructure. Not bad, not bad. But we need also a pro-Taiwan. Actually, we won't. Now I think about it now. Romania will never do this. Well, not never, but not anytime soon. We also don't recognize Kosovo for exactly the same reason. Yeah, probably will not. In fairness, our diplomacy would rather break the relations with the CCP and come back to the pre-1970s, pre-1960s understanding that the only China is in Taipei. That is more likely, although that would be a very radical move, than Romania to recognize Taiwan. But yeah, I think the last parliament who would do this would be the German one, as usual.
I wouldn't be that optimistic considering the number of sinophiles.
I said the last, not the next.
The last, yeah. Fair point.
No, the last, not the next. The next one, I don't know, I suspect Poland.
Poland could also possibly be the US, because the Hindus, there's already bipartisan effort for already since...
there is the China man ban
since the last year, yeah.
Since the last administration. Yeah. The US Congress could pull in a China man bad resolution.
Yeah, but US being the biggest trading partner of China, that'll be complicated. It depends on it depends on the anti-sinophilia appetite of the House and the Senate.
Well, maybe the next House and Senate will be under better appetite for that.
Yeah, the 2022 midterms.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Moment.
Because these things they're rarely done in a week or two. right? At least, I mean, the China man bad policy started very timidly in 2014 and 15. Then it went accelerated from 17 onwards. Now it's even more accelerated due to a lot of public pressure, due to not just this fluffy cough, but also the revelations about what's been going on in Uyghuristan. So there's that. But it still takes time. It could be another 1 or 2 years until you get the political consensus on some aspects. And yes, Taiwan is a very useful tool. With all due respect for the Taiwanese administration, but they're the ball in this ping pong, right? And Taiwan is just another useful tool to poke fun, to be a thorn in the eye of Winnie the Flu.
Yeah, I am pretty sure that
they're not bothered by the
Taiwanese are not bothered.
Of course.
They know their place, and they know that their circumstances are the way they are because they're still an island, and China is a pretty fucking big part of that continent.
Yeah, it's a big place.
Both in landmass and in population.
Mm-hmm. And then, because it's big, it's also, of course, in economic strength. Even though per capita is a poorer place than Taiwan, overall, it's obviously a significantly richer place, which could sustain things that Taiwan cannot even begin to dream of. So I'm sure that the Taiwanese administration is not bothered at all by the fact that they're being used as the ball in this ping pong between the West and the CCP. But what I'm saying is that one should not get his or her high hopes up, right? It's a long process. Like, again, those of you who have read the history of the Cold War, it's easy to anticipate what's next, right? Especially considering that it seems that the political consensus of we're going to outspend them out of existence, it seems that it's pretty much gathered. I mean, everyone is gearing up the shekel machine. Okay, let's spend. Which is something we discussed in the previous episode. The CCP cannot afford long term, which they know it, so that's why they try to stop the shekel machine before it becomes big enough that it's no longer stoppable. Of course, it's going to be costly for our empire. And we're going to pay for it through inflation. Yeah, it's going to be terrible. Well, what you going to do? Still surprising, considering that France usually plays more neutrally with these kinds of big geopolitical questions. It's really surprising that this time they don't. This time they fell in line with the empire. Admittedly, it is the Senate, which is a more deliberative chamber of the French Parliament, and it's a place where a smaller amount of stupid people reside, as opposed to the National Assembly, where La République en Marche holds a majority, so that's everything you need to know about the collective IQ of the National Assembly. I'm just saying. All right. Japan Times. The Japanese government debt rises by record 101 trillion yen in fiscal year 2020. The Japanese government debt rose by almost $1 trillion in fiscal year 2020 to a record 1.2 quadrillion yen, showing the largest annual increase as a result of the fiscal response to the coronavirus pandemic, according to the finance ministry. I love Japan Times. As a result of the fiscal response to the that's correct. That's called being precise in the language. It's not the fault of this fluffy cough. It's the response to it that creates problems. There you go. Marking a record high for the 5th straight year, the outstanding balance as of March the 31st means that debt per capita stood at 9.70 million yen based on the estimated population of 125.41 million people on April the 1st. The ballooning debt figure released on Monday put the world's third largest economy further away from restoring its fiscal health, which remains the worst among major economies with debt twice the size of the gross domestic product. The previous record record annual debt increase was 78.40 trillion yen in the fiscal year 2004. That would be the previous economic crisis that swept Asia in 2003. The fall of the stock market in Hong Kong.
The Asian crisis. Yeah.
The nation's debt consisted of 1 trillion yen in bonds, 52 trillion yen in loans from financial institutions, and 90.3 trillion yen in financing bills or short-term notes of up to 1 year, according to the ministry.
That's a lot.
Since the coronavirus began to spread across the country in spring last year, the government has been implementing fiscal measures on an unprecedented scale to support the economy and the medical system, with 3 extra budgets worth about 73 trillion yen in total enacted for fiscal year 2020. Government debt issued in the fiscal year through March swelled to 112.55 trillion yen from the initially planned 32.56 trillion, financing the supplementary budget and making up for a decline in tax revenue. So basically 2 extra budgets on top of the existing one. Oh, Jesus Christ. The country's GDP shrank an annualized real 29.3% in the April-June period of 2020 from the previous quarter, its worst contraction on record, as the government declared its first coronavirus state of emergency in April and kept it until late May with stay-at-home and business suspension requests. Prior to the pandemic, Japan's public debt had been growing as a rapidly graying population led to ballooning healthcare and pension costs. As for fiscal year 2021, 43.6 trillion yen of new bonds will be issued to help finance a 106.61 trillion yen initial budget, including 35.84 trillion for social security costs. Back when I was a kid, when you wanted to talk about big numbers, you would say astronomic numbers, like the distance from here to Pluto, expressed in millions of kilometers, or the distance from here to whatever galaxy you would observe at the astronomy, and say, well, from here to there are about 100 trillion kilometers, astronomical numbers. Now we can add and say economical numbers. An increase in public debt of $1 trillion in exactly less than a year, even at Japan's size, that's still impressive, not in a positive way. Christ almighty. And just spending 3 budgets in a year, 3 annual budgets, wow, that's a lot of money, mate. Of course, the question will arise eventually, who's going to pay for it? Someone will have to pay for it. Okay, probably most of it will not be paid ever in full. It'll be, renegotiations. You're probably going to get pennies on the dollar or whatever, but someone will have to pay some of it. Now, the reason Japan has been able, and this is common knowledge, I hope, the reason Japan has been able to keep on going forward, even though it has been, technically speaking, under economic crisis for 33 years in a row.
Since it crashed in 1988, it's been the same. In a constant state of stagnation.
But the reason it hasn't gone through dramatic situations as we've seen in Greece or Italy or Venezuela or other places, right? Although in Venezuela it was mostly because of the government. What's another one with the sovereign debt? Portugal, right? Where
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe again, hyperinflation, but not sovereign debt. I'm talking here with specifically countries as a result of debt. Well, Sweden, Sweden in the 1990s, Portugal, which had to cut pensions to a third. And by the way, Portuguese people are still not getting their pensions in full to this day. It's been 14 years since the crisis. I'm just saying, an entire generation of old people died, and there's still not enough money to pay the pensions in full. They're getting them in various bonds or whatever, and some of it never at all. That's what happens when you trust the state pension system. Same thing is happening in Japan, but in Japan it's easier tolerated, I guess. But one of the reasons they haven't been through but dramatic situations like Spain, Portugal, Italy, Greece, whatnot, is because most of their debt is owed
Domestically.
To themselves, in a way, right? In the sense that the state has been loaning money from its own population or its own financial institutions. So as a result, you can have unlimited debt as long as the creditors don't ask it. They don't ask to have it paid faster or have it paid in full or whatever, and they're willing to extend the period indefinitely. And that's probably one of the reasons why they're so reluctant to immigration. Because imagine what happens if, well, a gaijin, a foreigner, ends up owning one of the banks that has a lot of shekels, trillions and trillions and trillions of yens to receive from the government. As long as it's all within the family, that's fine and dandy, I guess. Not healthy, but not terrible either.
Or more like all within the same neo-feudal system.
Yes. But if a foreigner that doesn't care about this arrangement or cares more about the well-being of the shareholders than of the Japanese nation state, will say, hold on a second, you guys owe me 100 trillion yen. How about you start paying at least 1 trillion a year, or maybe 2 trillion a year, or maybe 2 trillion per quarter? That would still be a generous offer, but that in itself could destabilize the whole thing.
But in this article, it specifies that some tens of trillions of yen were in one-year bonds, so at least the government will pay something back. It won't be just, we're going to take money and indefinitely we're going to pay whenever we can.
Yeah, this way of financing not just debt, but also extraordinary expenses, they did the same thing with Fukushima. By taking short-term loans from the population. This has been a thing since the 70s, actually, even before their big crash. This has been a thing since the 70s in Japan. It worked well so far. Will it continue to work? I don't know, maybe. Hopefully for them. Because that's another aspect to keep in mind. Yes, there is. Well, I love the Asian website. A graying population, aging population. That's what they mean. A lot of those people, they live very long lives, right? So if you end up at the age of 65, you can reasonably expect to live until at least 85. I mean, a lot of them live long. We've seen in the case of when it was the Fukushima accident, 90-year-olds offered themselves as volunteers to clean up the nuclear waste, under the rationale being that, look, we're 90, what's the worst that can happen? We're going to die. Okay. Which turned out to be a good idea, by the way. And of course, a lot of them died of old age long before they developed any cancer or whatever. So all in all, it turned out to be a good idea. But what I'm saying is that because they live long, they're going to cash in a lot of create a lot of social security expenses for the state. And those cannot, or at least, they can be, but they should not be financed by short-term loans, because that's kind of unhealthy.
Yeah, but if I was to be a humongously cynical bastard, if I would have wanted to solve this problem with the graying population and the healthcare and pension costs, I would have let the virus just do its thing and be the boomer remover, just as it happened in the case of Italy.
Yeah, but the problem is that it's not. I mean, we all like to joke about the boomer remover virus, but the thing is that in Japan it's not. Because, yeah, sure, they had a lot of harsh measures last spring, but then they didn't, right? And then since then, not so much. Yeah, sure, they closed things here and there, pointed measures in a few cities, but generally they didn't. But for some reason, and the reason being, well, it's a politically incorrect reason, but for some reason, this particular fluffy cough isn't exactly killing anyone in Japan. They have a quite low death rate. A high infection rate. We don't know how high it is because the Japanese, unlike the Europeans, weren't really in a rush to test everyone. They were like, well, we're going to test if we need to. If we don't, then we won't. Yeah. But the thing is that even though it had a high incidence, the mortality rate is pretty low in Japan. And the reason is, well, when you live next to China, which is the main source of respiratory diseases, and has been for at least 200 years, if not more, you develop something called
immunity.
Immunity. I know having an immune system is now a conspiracy theory, but trust me, it exists. And cross-generational immunity exists as well, both for humans and for viruses. That is to say, if my father had the, I don't know, Spanish flu, the likelihood of me having antibodies for that is pretty high. It gets inherited. Oftentimes, not always. I know it's a little bit more complicated, but generally, when you talk about big numbers, population-wise, that tends to matter, especially when you have coughs like this one that has a high reproductive number, right? So, yeah, as I said, leaving it to go through the population to be the boomer remover would not have solved much, really. We just wouldn't. I mean, let's not forget, there was that headline, more people died of suicide than of COVID.
Oh yeah, that as well.
So it's not pretty, this one is not efficient for the social security expenses of Japan. Oh well.
It is what it is.
Yeah. Which is, now that I know these numbers, now I know why the Japanese government insists really, really badly of having the Olympics with spectators and with tourists and yeah.
and with these numbers, just as we had the numbers with the UK back in autumn that they experienced, around that one. I don't remember if it was 29 or 30%, but in that ballpark, we have observed the real damage caused by the measures.
Mm-hmm. And keep in mind that it's going to be worse for the United Kingdom, because the United Kingdom shut everything down 3 times. Japan only partially shut down once.
Yeah, and still had a lot of issues, just as I see with some vloggers that went to Kyoto and found everything closed. But Kyoto is another prefecture. They made their own decisions, but a lot of shutdowns at the local level happened there, and obviously those led to bankruptcies and closed businesses, just like everywhere else, because Japanese isn't functioning in a parallel dimension in terms of economics.
Sure. The government can borrow slightly more and subsist on 200 and something % of the GDP, the debt to GDP ratio, which is admittedly a global exception. But even so, the rest of the economy still functions like everywhere else. Which means if you shut it down, it's gonna stay shut down. Who would have thought? Moving further to the south. British Brainwash Corporation, China indefinitely suspends key economic dialogue with Australia. Well, who would have thought? China has indefinitely suspended dialogue with Australia, the latest in a growing diplomatic rift between the countries. Relations have been on the decline since Australia called for a probe into the origin of the virus and banned Huawei from building its 5G network. Last year, China imposed sanctions on Australian goods like wine and beef. In a statement on Thursday, a Chinese government commission accused Australia of having a Cold War mindset. Well, fact-checked true. Recently, some Australian Commonwealth government officials launched a series of measures to disrupt the normal exchanges and cooperations between China and Australia out of Cold War mindset and ideological discrimination, says the China's National Development and Reform Commission in a statement. Reacting to the decision, Australian Trade Minister Dan Tehan said it was disappointing, but added that Canberra was still open to discussions. Canberra has previously described the China-Australia Strategic Economic Dialogue as one of the premier bilateral economic meetings with China. China had previously already informally stopped ministerial-level communication between the two countries. James Lawrenson, the director of the Australia-China Relations Institute, said Beijing's move appears to be extending that diplomatic freeze. Up until now, both Canberra and Beijing have been saying that the lower-level day-to-day nitty-gritty continues as normal, and now we're seeing cooperation and dialogues even closer to that are being disrupted, he told the BBC. The move appears to be the latest in a strong tit-for-tat measures between both countries. Mr. Lorenson said that Beijing appears to be responding directly to the Australian government's cancellation of two deals that the state of Victoria struck with China as part of its flagship Belt and Road Initiative. If this is the extent of retaliation, then Canberra will be pretty relieved, because it strikes me as being quite calibrated. We're a long way here from withdrawing from something like CAFTA, which is the China-Australia Free Trade Agreement, he said. The Australian government has also reportedly sought new security advice over the port of Darwin, which has been leased to Chinese-owned company Landbridge, with some media outlets suggesting that the company could be forced to divest on national security grounds. Until now, China has mostly expressed its displeasure through trade measures which have affected a dozen key Australian industries, including wine, barley and coal. China is Australia's biggest trading partner, accounting for 29% of Australia's trade with the world in 2019, according to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Chinese investment in Australia plummeted 61% in 2020, the lowest number in 6 years, according to the Australian National University's Chinese Investment in Australia database. So, Joe Biden is minus 20 social credit score for Australia. Sorry, but Winnie the Flu. Winnie the Flu is coughing a little bit more. I don't know who this guy is with a Swedish sounding name. Lauren Sesson, whatever. Lauren Sesson. Well, actually, if it's Sesson, it's more like a Danish. Anyway, we say, oh, but we're far away from withdrawing from something like CAFTA. Well, yeah, it's just peeling off CAFTA like an onion.
Well, one domain at a time.
Yeah, one field at a time.
So it first happened with the wine and beef, then it happened with thermal coal. Yeah, and that was hilarious. As just a reminder, some provinces in China had to endure a sort of 1980s communist Romania winter with only probably like 4 hours of heating.
4 hours of heating and only 12 hours of electricity. Power outages were a thing again because Winnie the Flu said, well, we don't need electricity, let's just stop buying coal because Australia man bad, right? So you know, the reason this has to be reminded to everyone is because unfortunately, the Western press, BBC included, portrays these things as, well, China does this, and it's only a problem for Australia or for France or whatever Western country is being targeted by Chinese sanctions, whilst forgetting to mention that China itself pays a cost for that, and it's usually the regular people in China who do pay that cost.
Of course, just like in
Romania, where we would pay the cost whenever Ceausescu was being stupid in public, which was very often.
Yeah, well, just as happened in every communist country over the history. Just like the era of stagnation in the Soviet Union, same way. 1980s Romania,
the arduous march
in North Korea, or
right?
arduous march 2.0 right now.
They're like, yeah. I'm just saying. Now, is this a significant step? Not really. They were most of these chit-chats between CCP officials and lower level officials from the Morrison cabinet were already de facto suspended for almost a year now. So it's more like it comes off as more of a political posturing on the part of the CCP than any serious measure being taken. I mean, serious measures was the one with coal and wine. Those were serious measures. This one, it's the equivalent of a UN strongly worded letter, right? But the allegation is really funny, right? Oh, you guys have a Cold War mentality, and this should be memed with Morrison responding, yes. Yeah. What the hell did you expect?
Yeah, but the issue, the way I see it, is that yeah, it is appreciated that Morrison is having this put this position against China, but then there are other issues around it, which is one, very weak leadership from the part of the U.S., because the U.S. could always jump and provide some of that relief to Chinese divestment and reduction in business with China in terms of exports. But then there's also another newer issue, which is down south. That's New Zealand that has been smelling.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Chinese interest. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to NZ very soon. But on the question of U.S. leadership, weak compared to what? Compared to the Trump administration, yes. We compare to Trump and even Obama to some extent. Yes, that's true. Yeah. That's true. Compared to the Obama and Trump administration, the leadership on the China question is weaker. But let us not forget that we all got into the Joe Biden administration with zero expectations. So, compared to our expectations, it's not that bad. Not that bad. Could it have been better? Yes. Will it get better? I don't think so. Unless the unthinkable happens, which is Congress doing its job. Which is unthinkable because Congress hasn't been doing its job properly on these things for 50 years-ish. I mean, what did Congress do to stopping Jimmy Carter from being stupid in public and weak? Oh, that's right, nothing. I found it once on the internet, the debate between Carter and Reagan, I think it was, where Carter unironically claimed in public that Romania was a democratic country. Again, this was in the 70s. What? So yeah. And of course, all of that disaster, the Carter administration, I mean, could have been prevented, or at least ameliorated, if Congress had done its job, which it didn't. Well, 40 years down the line, we're still there. Congress doesn't do anything. Now, of course, some will say, well, why would Congress give a damn? Which is a fair question. Yeah. It's a very fair question. But considering that most of the members of the Congress of both parties consider themselves as people interested in the survival of the empire, well, there's your answer. That's why they should.
Yeah, particularly the empire on the side of the Pacific is as strong as its weakest link. Well, already New Zealand has been shaking, and now the only thing that would remain would be Australia shaking because for how long they can afford this hostile-ish attitude towards China, because like any other nation, they're going to look at some point at the economic cost of such a thing. It might not happen during Morrison's time as a prime minister, but who knows what could happen with the next one.
Yeah, I mean, liberals aren't the Liberal Party, of which Morrison is part. In Australia, the Liberals are basically US Republicans. Anyway, the Liberals aren't having any guaranteed right to be in power, right? So they could lose the election. And if they do, maybe they're lucky and there will be an equally based on China labor leader. But what if that doesn't happen? What if it happens like in New Zealand, right, where the labor leadership is more sinophilic? I don't know. So yeah. News.com.au. Top Australian general warns of high likelihood of war with China. One of Australia's top generals reportedly told troops there was a high likelihood of war with China in a leaked briefing last year. Major General Adam Findlay gave the candid and confidential briefing to Australia's Special Forces soldiers last year, according to a report in The Age and the Sydney Morning Herald on Wednesday. General Findlay, who has since stepped down but still advises the Australian Defence Force, reportedly said that China was already engaged in grey zone warfare and that Australia must prepare for the high likelihood it could spill over into actual conflict. Who do you reckon the main regional threat is? General Findlay asked his troops and officers before answering. China. He continued, okay, so if China is a threat, how many special forces brigades in China? You should know there are 26,000 Chinese Special Operation Forces personnel. It comes as Australia's former chief of operations in Iraq says war with China is a genuine threat, and he warns Australia is not ready for what's coming. Writing in the Australian newspaper on Monday, Senator Jim Molan delivered a bleak assessment of Australians' preparedness for a war that he says is likely. It wouldn't start as a direct war between Australia and China, but would more likely be a war that Australia could find itself fighting on behalf of its most powerful ally, Senator Molan said. Many ordinary Australians, not just those who have personally experienced global conflict, are awakening to the somber reality that war is not just possible in our region, but likely, he wrote. Armed to the teeth, adversaries are maneuvering ships and planes around each other, intimidating and threatening, loaded with real weapons of war, forging alliances. He said Australia would be making a mistake if leaders do not act now to strengthen a military that is not capable of winning a war against a peer opponent. The comments add 2 weeks of back and forth between Australia and China, two nations that are doing a lot of talking despite not talking directly. If you missed it, things really kicked off when Home Affairs Secretary Michael Pezzullo, in an Anzac Day address to staff, said the drums of war beat. Those comments made headlines around the world. Well, not really. Defense Minister Peter Dutton told the ABC the same day that war with China is a realistic prospect. I don't think it should be discounted, he said. People need to be realistic. Prime Minister Scott Morrison chimed in, telling Sydney's Daily Telegraph that Australia will be prepared for whatever comes. Our focus is on pursuing peace, stability, and a free and open Indo-Pacific with a world order that favors freedom, Mr. Morrison said. Working with the United States, our allies, and Indo-Pacific neighbors, we will continue to advance Australia's interest by investing in the Australian Defence Force, particularly across Northern Australia. Just this morning, Foreign Minister Marise Payne warned Australia would not take a backward step to China. We do not try to buy influence to advantage our individual countries. Rather, we know that a stable, secure neighborhood of sovereign states in which we have networks of familiarity and trust are good, safe places for our people to live and thrive, she said. China attacked Australia's leaders, labeling them as troublemakers with a Cold War mentality, blah, 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 blah. Foreign Minister spokesman Lian Zhao responded to Mr. Pezzullo's comments with provocative remarks of his own. Mr. Zhao, the diplomat who last year sparked a furious reaction from Scott Morrison after he posted a doctored photo on Twitter depicting an Australian soldier holding a knife to the throat of an Afghan child, said individual politicians in Australia were making trouble. They're out of their selfish interests, keen to make statements that incite confrontation and hype up threat of war, which is extremely irresponsible and will find no audience, Mr. Zhao told reporters on Wednesday. Then why are you the audience? These people are the real troublemakers. I have noticed that many people in Australia have expressed disapproval on social media, saying that such inflammatory language are outrageous and extremely crazy. Mr. Zhao, stop reading only the Chinese bots. Thank you. Mr. Zhao added that China has been a promoter of world peace, a contributor to global development, and the defender of international order. Give me a break, mate. I mean, come on. That's exaggerated even by CCP propaganda standards. As a country long benefited from cooperation with China, Australia is being untruthful and immoral with its false allegation of China threat theory. This will only end up hurting its own interests. We urge certain individuals in Australia to shake off the Cold War mentality, stop making irresponsible remarks, and act in ways that are conducive to regional peace and stability rather than the opposite. Mr. Molan's op-ed in Australia is likely to inflame things further. In it, he writes that China wants to overtake the most powerful nation, that would be the US, and that Australia should start planning for an attempt. Not to do so, he says, would be a grave mistake. To acknowledge a threat generically, then return to routine business is, in the tradition of the 20th century, culpable ignorance, he said. When China acts, it will act decisively mainly against US bases in the region, as the commander of the Indo-Pacific Command has indicated, with allies as collateral, at least in the initial stage. If we thought a national vaccination effort was difficult, try mobilizing an entire nation. China is right now poised in the gray zone, as news.com.au wrote last week. That is the space between peace and war, a place where coercion, intimidation, propaganda and manipulation are at play. Australia's Chief of Defence General Angus Campbell told a recent gathering he hopes it stays that way. Conflict over the island of Taiwan would be a disastrous experience for the peoples of the region, and it's something that we should all work to avoid, he said. There is a pathway to a future through peaceful dialogue, but it's a hard path and it needs to be worked. So yeah, China, the promoter of great world peace. Come on.
International order.
like that meme that circulates on social media, like everyone disliked that. That would be Mr. Zhao, please be more careful what you're smoking. I mean, that's some serious hard shit that you've been smoking there. And quite possibly, I could be wrong about this, but quite possibly going even beyond the mandate of the CCP, because usually the CCP doesn't order its international shills to be that stupid in public, because come on. Yeah. I mean, that's something that you can write on the Global Times. Maybe you can write that there because it's a tabloid and it's a tabloid for shills and everyone knows it and therefore it's acceptable to. But you know, as a diplomat to say no, come on.
No, even on the Global Times, we read some articles in this over part of the Global Times, and not even they were as stupid in public as this guy was.
And again, I find it surprising because Mr. Zhao, I've been following his career and his statements over the last 3 or 4 years. He's not a stupid person, not even by a long shot. He's a very sharp dude. That's why it's surprising to hear him being that stupid in public, because that's a first. Well, not really a first. It's been the second or the third time over the last 5 years when he's stupid in public. But still, it's a first to be that extreme. Come on. As for the statement by the general, again, the statement was last year around this time, so it's been a year. War with China, between China and Australia is not closer or further away than it was a year ago. Not much has changed. Now, it doesn't mean that it's impossible. No, you know, they do have a point generally, the military, the top military brass, because that's exactly what's happening here. The military-industrial complex in Australia is speaking loudly, right? So generally, they do have a point. Of course, the main regional threat to Australian sovereignty is China. Of course. There's no question about that. But at the same time, it should be interpreted kind of like we interpreted the report from the American military several episodes ago. I haven't looked, but there might be soon enough a debate about the military budget in the parliament. And they're basically making their own pitch. By the way,
but they've already made it. If you remember, several episodes ago, back in winter, Scott Morrison said that he was going to invest, or the Parliament was going to invest 200 billion Australian dollars in the military.
I know, but it's been a while since then, and maybe the answer from the military top brass is not enough. Needs more. Which I wouldn't blame them, because there are a lot of portions of the Australian military which is technologically antique. Right? Yeah. So I don't blame them because if you want a full build-up for the newer threats, yeah, that costs money. And you know, we like to joke a lot about the emu war because it's funny. You have to admit it's funny. It's always going to be funny. 500 years from now, it's still going to be funny. But jokes aside, the Australian military is usually pretty badass. Right? But still, as badass as it may be, a confrontation with China still, there will still be no match on their own, right? And obviously more investment would be welcomed by the military top brass. Now, should that investment be made, that's a political decision. Morrison appears to be very likely to approve these kinds of things, and the parliament as well. The thing is that there's one phrase in this article that is absolutely true. Yeah, this one. China is kinda in a gray zone. That is the place between peace and war, a place where coercion, intimidation, propaganda, and manipulation are at play. Yeah.
About right.
That sounds about right. The thing is that what most people don't know, and that's because up until very recently China did not do this to the West, but China has been in this state since the Reformation, right? Since Mao died, basically, and started having a more international exterior outlook, essentially. Since then has kind of always been this way, but usually with closer neighbors, non-Western neighbors. Now the CCP feels that it's strong enough that they can afford these kinds of games with some Western countries. Does that mean that an escalation is on the way? I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is because the CCP is a very pragmatic regime, and they always look at it's not just pragmatic, but also, corporatist in a way. They use the Excel tables as well. How much would this cost? No. Okay, how do we do not to get there? War is expensive. It's a very expensive business. And they know it, just like the military top brass in Australia knows it, that if such a thing were to be pulled, it's not going to be the CCP versus the Australian Navy. Nah.
No.
It's everyone. And that's expensive. That's really expensive. It's expensive, yes, for Australia or for Japan or whatever, whomever will be joining from the region, which would be probably everyone. But it's expensive for the CCP as well. And sustaining that effort is not an easy task.
Yeah, it's not an easy task, and this bears reminding that China still doesn't have a set blue water doctrine, and Australia is quite far away from Australia, and you need a blue water navy in order to even try to do something. And even then, you got several issues down the way. You got the issue of the Philippines, you got the issue of Japan if they will let you first. Then you got the US bases in the Pacific. Then you got the New Guinea island, and that's when you get to Australia. Yeah, it's a long way down there.
Yes, and it's also the aspect that privileges in a way Australia. I mean, let's not forget, Australia is at the end of the day a descendant of a maritime empire. Let's just say that there is more know-how on how to do these kinds of things on the sea in Australia than it is in the current military leadership in China. Let's not forget, most of the military leadership in China now is pretty old. They're pretty old and with mentalities that are not entirely adjusted to, this century.
Yeah, you're not gonna Zerg rush across across that side. Not even if you build a land bridge.
Yes. Some things cannot be solved just because you have a bajillion piles of shekels. And just because you can build huge bridges, that doesn't mean you can pull everything you can imagine. No, some things still require some very minute and specific know-how. That specific know-how that likely the CCP still doesn't have, because if they had it, we would have seen some evidence of that in their visible actions, and we don't. So, or at least they would have shielded for it in their internal propaganda to rile up the population. They didn't do that either. So it means that it would be such a huge lie that they don't trust even to deploy it internally, let alone externally. So yeah. But then again, I understand the general. His job is to keep his troops mobilized and in a mindset proper for military. So he's kind of doing his job here. But as usual, news.com.au goes a bit overboard with these kinds of reports. Right, Reuters, continuing the saga with NZ's sinophilia. Reuters, China, New Zealand's Ardern says differences with China are becoming harder to reconcile. No shit. Really? Differences between New Zealand and its top trading partner China are becoming harder to reconcile as Beijing's role in the world grows and changes, Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern said on Monday. Parenthesis, as a response to the stupid remarks by her minister 2 weeks ago. The comments came as New Zealand faces pressure from some elements among Western allies over its reluctance to use the Five Eyes Intelligence and Security Alliance to criticize Beijing. In a speech at the China Business Summit in Auckland, Ardern said there are things on which China and New Zealand do not, cannot and will not agree, but added these differences need not define their relationship. It will not have escaped the attention of anyone here that as China's role in the world grows and changes, the differences between our systems and the interests and values that shape those systems are becoming harder to reconcile, Ardern said. This is a challenge that we and many other countries across the Indo-Pacific region, but also in Europe and other regions, are also grappling with, she added. In comments that sparked some reaction among Western allies, Foreign Affairs Minister Nanaia Mahuta said last month she was uncomfortable expanding the role of Five Eyes, which includes Australia, Britain, Canada and the United States. This speech appears to be crafted to deflect surprisingly sharp and severe criticism from commentators after Mahuta's remarks last month, said Geoffrey Miller, international analyst at the political website Democracy Project. Well, this guy's watching the sofa. I'm joking, of course not. I have no idea who he is. However, the comments do not change New Zealand's overall shift to a more China-friendly or at least more neutral position, he said. Ardern and Mahuta are selling the new stance as New Zealand advancing an independent foreign policy that is not loyal to any major bloc, he added. China, which takes almost one-third of New Zealand's exports, has accused the Five Eyes of ganging up on it by issuing statements on Hong Kong and the treatment of ethnic Muslim Uyghurs in Xinjiang. New Zealand's parliament on Tuesday is set to look at a motion put forward by a smaller party to declare the situation in Xinjiang as a genocide. Ardern said New Zealand would continue to speak about these issues individually as well as through its partners, noting that managing the relationship with China is not always going to be easy. China's ambassador to New Zealand, Wu Qi, who also spoke at the event, warned that Hong Kong and Xinjiang-related issues were China's internal affairs. Don't mess around with the internal affairs of other nations. We've seen this movie before. We hope that the New Zealand side could hold an objective and just position, abide by international law and not interfere in China's internal affairs so as to maintain the sound development of our bilateral relations, she said in her speech. Beijing is engaged in a diplomatic row with Australia and has imposed trade restrictions after Canberra lobbied for an international inquiry into the source of the coronavirus. China denies the curbs are reprisals, saying reduced imports of Australian products are the result of buyers' own decisions. Oh, come on!
Yeah, right.
Over the weekend, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said China had recently acted more aggressively abroad and was behaving increasingly in adversarial ways. When asked if New Zealand would risk trade punishment with China, as did Australia, to uphold values, Ardern said it would be a concern to anyone in New Zealand if the consideration was do as we speak on this or we are too worried of economic impacts. I'm sorry, she didn't answer the question. So, would you? I mean, answer the question, goddammit.
Yeah, that was pretty much a bureaucratic reply.
Not even that. It's the kind of response that I can expect to see from politicians who have no idea what they're doing, but they know that they have to say no, but they can't say no in public. So they call people like me, consultants. How can I say no without saying no? Because the press is going to definitely ask me this, and I have no idea how to say no. I don't know why I should say no, but I have to say no. And basically someone like me comes up and says, well, how about try this? Yeah, it sounds terrible, but it's close enough to whatever you want. It's not even a bureaucratic response. It's a political consultant non-response. I can recognize those. I used to be paid to produce these kinds of responses. Unfortunately, the Five Eyes network will have to lean in a little bit heavier on NZ because look, if this whole thingy with a Cold War with China becomes not permanent, because nothing is permanent, but becomes a more long-term project like the previous Cold War was, okay, if it comes to that, and it may likely will, then one has to keep in mind that there will be such thing as the modern equivalent of the non-aligned movement. right? In the previous Cold War, there was such thing as the non-aligned movement led by Yugoslavia, which allowed countries to join. They didn't necessarily have to be socialist, they didn't necessarily have to be capitalist. What they had to be was neutral in a dispute between the USSR and the United States of America, and the Western Bloc, as it were. In fact, the term Third World was at the time referring to that, the non-aligned movement countries. The first world being the West, the second world being the USSR and the satellites, and the third world being the non-aligned movement. So there's that. In reality, of course, the term third world was not meant to be economical, because in the third world, from a Cold War 1.0 perspective, it included very rich countries and very poor countries, just like in the first world there were quite a few poor countries. So there's that. And by quite a few poor countries, I'm thinking, oh yes, Spain, which at the time was a very poor country, or Ireland for that matter. In any event, but do we want New Zealand to be part of the non-aligned movement?
They want to try, but they will not manage to, because they're way too small. They're an archipelago of 5 million people.
With one city.
With one big city, exactly. And there are more, with more sheep than people in the country.
That's probably true. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised, because the sheep industry is pretty big in NZ. So yeah. But that's the question that I'm pretty sure it is already being asked in internal briefings among the Five Eyes network. If it's not, then that's terrible. The question being, can we afford, we the empire, can we afford to have New Zealand as a founding member of the non-aligned movement? And if we can afford, then fine. But if we can't, and I suspect we can't, then leaning in a little bit heavier on the labor leadership, it's probably going to have to be needed. Both the first world and the second world, and yes, the third world, the non-aligned movement, all three of them had a whip. Sometimes you would have to whip leaders into submission, because sometimes they go awry, like Ceausescu did, right, or Charles de Gaulle did, right, in the Western Bloc. Or eventually, like Tito did, even though he was the founder of the non-aligned movement. That was terrible, but sometimes history provides honks like these. What I'm saying is that, that's a decision for the rest of the Five Eyes network, and generally the empire will have to make. Can we afford to have a thorn in the eye? Because again, geography doesn't really help. So if you have one of the founder of non-aligned movement right in the next to
where you put the dot in order to hold the map.
Yeah, the pin on the map.
The pin on the map. Yeah.
I don't know. Can we afford that? I don't think so, but maybe I'm wrong. If we cannot, then something has to be done. And I know Jacinda Ardern is a democratically elected leader and has legitimacy. Well, now, okay, who cares?
Yeah.
So what?
She has legitimacy probably in her own country, but her own country and the rest of the world, she finds herself in willy-nilly. There are two completely different stories.
Yeah, she may have enough legitimacy to make the portions of her country make Wuhan look like a democratically run place, as opposed to Auckland, which is not. Well, now it is, but wait until more people start coughing, and once again, it will make Wuhan look like a preferred option. So she has legitimacy for that. Obviously, the plebs voted for her. They should never have done that, but whatever. But that doesn't make her legitimate enough to sabotage an alliance in which her country joined voluntarily and is part of a treaty that predates not just her administration, but I think her entire life. She's not really that old, and the Five Eyes network is really old.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm just saying, sometimes you cannot be bigger than history, especially if you're relatively new in politics. Some things are just there to stay that way, regardless of your opinion. So,
Yeah, it's pretty much not exactly ignorance, but naivete regarding your place as a political party and as a country
On the food chain.
in the on the chess table of the world, particularly on the Pacific front.
Yeah, you're not the bishop.
No,
you're the pawn on the far left. Sorry, it is what it is. I mean, we didn't make the rules; we just got here, just observing things. Yeah, and now, admittedly, Jacinda Ardern is not as naive as her minister Mahuta. At least she sensed, or at least was properly advised, if it wasn't her idea, was properly advised that, look, you cannot have your ministers running around and saying Chinaman good. It's just so haram to do that, and you have to fix it somehow. Unfortunately for her, from Mrs. Ardern, the first opportunity to fix it came just at the NZ China summit, which is not exactly the best place to fix this kind of honks. And at least she tried, kind of like that meme. At least you tried.
Yeah, at least you tried. Probably in order to actually save face, you could do something like dismiss this minister to begin with.
Yeah, I never understood why dismissing a minister is regarded as so haram in the Anglosphere. Most recently, at least the UK, probably as a result of the UK's prolonged membership to the European Union, now in the United Kingdom is no longer haram to just outright dismiss a minister when...
or at least for the resignation.
Yeah,
okay, dismissal will look bad because you got to do some religious things in order to be dismissed outright, but you could force a resignation and say that, and make that minister say that but I've said back then we didn't take into consideration the multiple facets of that sort of thing.
Yeah, obviously when I said dismissal, I meant in de facto terms, whether it's called a resignation or if suddenly the minister has an epiphany and has some personal business to deal with urgently, and I don't care. I don't care how you phrase it in public, but what I'm saying is that dismissing a minister is still pretty haram in the Anglosphere, again with the very recent exception of the United Kingdom, which finally started doing things more like the European way. In continental Europe, dismissing ministers is... In every week, one minister somewhere in Europe is being dismissed. Every week. And sometimes 2 or 3 in the same week. It's very common. But same thing in the US. I mean, dismissing someone from the cabinet is a major news where it really shouldn't be. It really shouldn't, especially when obvious things like Ms. Mahuta, when they commit these kinds of things, these kinds of mistakes.
It could be, from my understanding at least, the reason why you wouldn't dismiss that easily is that if you were to dismiss just as we in continental Europe do, then you would damage the unitarian image of the party. If you have to, for example, say that Boris Johnson decides tomorrow to dismiss the health minister due to the cough pandemic, that will look pretty bad on Tories, because the Tories are split, but only only with doors closed. With doors open, they're not that.
Yeah, sure, but then again, Theresa May dismissed ministers several times over Brexit. And heck, Boris dismissed people over Brexit because he wasn't going fast enough the way he liked it. And it wasn't really major news.
Yeah, but Brexit was something
it was a staple of the party, right?
Yeah, which also didn't have to do with internal affairs. You have to do with external affairs.
That's true. But this one is a case of external affairs as well, so the dismissal should be easier.
Yeah, but who knows? It could be Mrs. Ardern's lack of knowing the playbook.
Yeah, could be, although she's at least at the 2nd or 3rd term as Prime Minister, so you should have learned by now. I'm just saying. Right. So yeah, that will be pretty much it for the 15th episode. Thanks a lot for watching. Gib Shekelum. We told you 5 hours-ish of stories. Gib Shekelum. I'll be taping 2 other clips alone. Tomorrow I'll be taping another interview. Hopefully portions of it will be interesting enough to be subtitled into English as well. Oh yeah, and maybe we should start announcing this here as well. On July the 11th, the poorest country in Europe, that will be Moldova, has a snap election. We'll be going there to cover it. Gib Shekelim, so we can cover it in English as well. And it's really easy. I mean, if you all say that you're not interested, then that's fine. We're only going to cover it in Romanian and spend a shorter period of time there, only for the Romanian audience, which is very interested in the topic. If you're interested in the longer discussions from the poorest country in Europe, Gib Shekelim, and of course we'll be producing content in English as well. Maybe, I don't know, maybe tape a World Sofa report, or maybe a Moldova Sofa report on an improvised sofa in front of the Moldovan parliament. It's easy to get an authorization to carry a sofa there, or maybe inside the parliament. I mean, it's not that difficult to get, and unlike the Romanian parliament, in the Moldovan parliament you can smoke inside.
Why would you be interested in funding this store as part of the English audience? Most of the people who probably don't watch the Romanian version because you don't know Romanian. The reason why the Republic of Moldova is interesting because it functions as a mini European Union, where you got the Romanian interests, you got the Russian interests, and then you got the EU interests fighting all each other in a country which is probably bigger than Rhode Island. Officially they say they have 4 million people. In reality, maybe 2.7, which means that the capital city of Bucharest is bigger than the entirety of Republic of Moldova. It's about the size, population-wise, about the size of Lithuania, really. Surface-wise is smaller than Lithuania, slightly smaller, I think. I hope I'm not wrong with that. Remembering the surface of every country in the world, that's difficult, even for me. But it's a very small place, incredibly diverse, with a lot of interest. It's where geopolitics meet each other. Capital G geopolitics meet each other. And if we will be having enough shekels for the tour, we will be trying to get into all of the areas of Republic of Moldova. That would mean the far north, which is very Soviet, statues of Lenin and all that jazz. Not joking. Then the deep south, which is basically take the second or the third poorest county in Romania and put it over the sides, over on the other side of the border. That's basically Moldovan South for you. The Far East, which is very close to which is sort of modern-day Russia, because the Russian army is just across the Dniester River. Then the capital city, which is kind of like a mid-tier city in Romania, but with some Russian speakers roaming around. And of course, Gagauzia, which is a place that shouldn't even exist, but it does, because it's a Turkic-speaking, in theory Turkic-speaking, in reality Russian-speaking population that has an Ottoman organizing system led by a Bashkan, but they're Orthodox. Confusion of the highest order.
So again, if we have enough shekels, we'll try to cover all of these areas in English as well, and try to show you as much footage as possible from those areas, and tell you the detailed story of Moldova to the best of our ability. Yes, with a pro-Western bias, but not with a pro-EU bias. So,
we're gonna be the non-aligned movement.
And besides, Moldova is a very fun place. It's like the whole definition of... You have to like it. So yeah, you decide, and if you want to support this, please do. And with all that being said, thanks a lot for watching. Cheers.